Once upon a time, there lived people with blood-red hair and a very large amount of chakra in their bodies. They lived separately, not fighting or making friends with anyone, only maintaining neutrality. They had their own island on which their village was built, which bore the proud title of Uzukage no Sato, a village hidden in whirlpools. In this village lived people with the surname Uzumaki. Their distinctive feature was blood-red hair, a large chakra center, strong endurance and a long lifespan. They were strong in many branches of ninja, but what they had no equal in was the fuinjutsu technique or, simply put, the seal technique. The techniques of this clan were worth their weight in gold and many other clans tried to get at least one representative of the red-haired ones, but they were always refused and then the shinobi of other clans decided to steal at least one child. The clan that dared to do this either ceased to exist at all or became very small and weak. Uzumaki tore for their blood and flesh everyone who dared to harm a child, woman or old man of their clan, for which they were nicknamed red-haired devils. There were two more clans that could at least slightly compete with the red-haired ones in strength, and these were the Uchiha and Senju clans, who were fighting each other. The Uchiha clan was famous for its dojutsu sharingan and fire techniques, and the Senju, their eternal rivals, for their medical techniques and water techniques. The Senju, like the Uchiha, tried to form an alliance with the Uzumaki, but they maintained strict neutrality and did not go to meet them, but sold seals to both. After all, the Uchiha and Senju were fighting each other, and these two clans needed their seals, and the Uzumaki were only too happy. Still, the treasury will not fill itself. No, of course, the Uzushio shinobi regularly went on missions, but an additional source of income would not hurt them either. Father, the Uzukage of the Whirlpool village was brought out of his trance by his daughter's voice. She was like everyone else with red hair and purple eyes, which she got from her mother. What are you thinking about? Oh, Mito, the middle-aged man replied, although you wouldn't say he was over 60, but he was. I think it's time to pass on the will of the whirlpool to the next generation. Father, the girl looked at the man seriously. Are you sure? After all, these are not very peaceful times and to leave at your age. What is 63 years for us? You're right, daughter, the man nodded, but then sighed. But I'm tired, and I want to spend more time with my family. And this war, even though we're neutral, our shinobi are suffering too. How many have we lost? My brother, your mother's brother and sister. My old friend and advisor. My eldest son, nephews and nieces, grandchildren. It's hard even for me. Dad, she began softly, but suddenly the door opened and a tall, red-haired man with eyes as clear as the sky and 6 scars on his face, 3 on each cheek, walked in. Forgive me, Uzukage-sama, Mito Haim, he bowed. Nothing. Did something happen, Naruto? Asked Uzukage, taking his place at the table, on which stood a pile of papers. The girl bowed to her father and left. Before that she glanced at the one who entered, and when he returned her glance, she blushed and literally flew out of the office. Uzukage-sama, the mission is accomplished. Naruto replied, turning to Uzukage and seeing how attentively he was looking at him. Turning his head to the side, Naruto asked, is something wrong? Naruto, do you want to become Uzukage? Uzukage suddenly asked and the poor guy almost dropped his paper report. What? The guy asked, and Uzukage suddenly burst out laughing. It's nothing, the man said after laughing, took the report and let the guy go. And what was that? The guy asked the empty air as soon as he left the Uzukage's office. Naturally, no one answered him and shrugging his shoulders, Naruto went to his home, which stood on the outskirts, right next to the forest. Entering the house, the young man changed his clothes and took a shower, went into the forest, where he had long ago built a training ground for himself. Naruto Uzumaki, a boy who was left an orphan in early childhood, since his parents gave their lives for Uzushio and its members. They were heroes and in their honor, even a monument was built in the main square. His father, Roku, 6. This can be said to be an indicator of how many children Roku's father, Naruto's grandfather, had. Uzumaki was a senior advisor to Ashina Uzumaki, the Uzukage of their village and best friend. And Naruto's mother, Kin Golden Uzumaki, was a senior field medic nin in Whirlpool and during the attack on the village she led field operations. For this woman, it never mattered who was in front of her, even if you yourself are the Rakudo Sannin, but she will not let you go until you are completely cured. And these two people died during the siege of their village, fulfilling their duty to the village, leaving their son, who was then 7, all alone. He also did not have uncles and aunts, since they also died long ago. His older cousins, of course, offered him to live with them, but Naruto, an independent and smart boy since childhood, did not want to embarrass them or constrain them. After all, his brothers and sisters had their own families, so he refused and stayed to live in his parents' house, while training. No matter how many times his older cousin Una or older brother Roshi dragged him home after grueling training and how many times he got hit on the head by Yoko Silver, his second older sister and the new head of the hospital, but it never stopped him. He continued in the same spirit and at 13 he became the strongest warrior of their village, as well as a master in Fuinjutsu and the right hand of the Uzukage, like his father once was. Even then, Naruto did not stop and here he is, the strongest shinobi in the village and beyond, at 21 years old known as the Bloody Fox of the Whirlpool. Even the same Senju and Uchiha are afraid to fight him. However, about the strongest of this clan, the famous Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Saju, he could not say anything, since he had never met them in battle, so perhaps they will be able to give him a worthy fight. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when someone grabbed him by the sleeve of his kimono and pulled him towards himself. Naruto, acting only on reflexes, intercepted the attacker and pressed him against a tree. The attacker turned out to be a red-haired girl, who now had her hands on the boy's strong shoulders. Mito, he breathed out and was pulled into a dizzying kiss by the Hime of their clan. What are you doing here? The guy asked as soon as he pulled away from the girl's enticing lips. I missed you, she pouted. Naru-kun, you haven't been to the village for a long time and you haven't even written to me. You're crazy. She shouted this and turned away from him. Of course she couldn't turn away completely, since she was still pressed against the tree, which is why she only turned her head away and pouted her lips even more than before. The guy himself could barely hold back his laughter, but he understood that if he laughed, he wouldn't see any tasty dinners from his Hime for at least a month, or even more. And no kisses either. Forgive me, my Hime, he said in a gentle voice and, taking the girl's chin with 2 fingers, turned her head and looked straight into her eyes. Leaning towards her ear, he began to whisper, and goosebumps ran across Hime's body. Will you forgive this fool and give me another of your magical kisses? Baka, the girl said more softly and kissed the guy. A guy and a girl were sitting by a stream, or rather the girl was sitting by a stream, leaning against a tree, and the guy had his head on her lap, and now the girl was just fingering the guy's hair. They weren't talking about anything, and they didn't need to. Naru-kun, the girl suddenly spoke up. What? The guy asked without opening his eyes. What did you talk about with your father? The girl asked and the guy opened his eyes. Uzukage-sama offered me the post of Uzukage, the guy said. What? The girl blurted out. She was shocked. Of course, Naruto was not one of those she considered worthy of this post. After all, he was the recognized genius of the clan and the strongest shinobi, but still, it was unexpected. Yes, Naruto sighed. He asked if I wanted to become Uzukage, and when I asked again what he meant, the Uzukage just laughed and took the report and sent me home. It's very strange and hemorrhoidal. In response to the last words, the top of the guy's head greeted the girl's fist. Don't be lazy, she hissed at him, her beautiful hair flying behind her back due to the accumulation of chakra in it, but as quickly as she got angry, she calmed down. Father also told me that he wanted to retire, but I didn't think he was serious. The guy just snorted and closed his eyes again, enjoying the girl's hands in his hair. They didn't know when their relationship began, but they knew that they loved each other and couldn't live without each other. What was stopping them from telling the girl's parents about their feelings? A lot, but especially these moments. Their moments. Neither the guy nor the girl wanted their relationship to be public knowledge and tried to hide their feelings for each other, but something told the guy that Uzukage and his wife either guessed or already knew about everything. Naruto met Mito when he was 17 and she was 13. It was love at first strike, as Mito calls it. He went to the training ground, but it was occupied by a 13-year-old girl and he decided to watch her, but when he saw the 8th mistake in her seals, he decided to approach her. You're putting it wrong. As soon as he said this and came dangerously close, he received a strong gust of wind, which not only knocked him off his feet, but also a fist in the face. As a result, not expecting such power from a 13-year-old, the strongest Uzumaki passed out and came to his senses in the hospital where Yoko was leaning over him, with laughter and devils dancing in her eyes. Good morning, brother, Yoko said sarcastically, but Naruto chose not to notice it. What happened? Naruto asked. She chuckled and nodded somewhere to the side. There was a commotion from the side and Uzukage came into his field of vision. When Naruto wanted to stand up to greet the leader of the village, he simply waved his hand and lowered his head, pushing someone. After that, Naruto turned his attention to another person, which was the girl from the clearing. She was hesitating and blushing, not looking into Naruto's eyes. Mito, Uzukage said. Sorry, she said quietly and began to wrinkle her dress. I didn't mean to. Everything's fine. Naruto nodded and tried to smile. I should have been more careful. She blushed even more, and when Yoko and Uzukage left, she suddenly raised her head and Naruto saw eyes, beautiful purple eyes that looked anything but timid. Hey! Her voice suddenly lost all timidity and she looked into his eyes with the stubbornness of a ram. Why were you in that clearing? And who are you? Why did you sneak up on me from behind? What did you want to do? He didn't immediately understand all the questions, and when he did, he looked at the girl again and realized that appearances can be deceiving. Do I have to wait long for answers? The girl said, already irritated. Naruto Uzumaki, the guy simply introduced himself and the girl widened her eyes at him. Naruto, she asked and the boy simply nodded. The girl suddenly blushed again and began to mumble. Naruto Uzumaki, the strongest Uzumaki in the village. No way, I couldn't knock out the Whirlpool Fox himself. Or could I? Why was he on that training ground then? What did he see? Oh my god, I knocked him out. Are you okay? Naruto asked and the girl suddenly stopped mumbling, stared at him, and then bowed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought it was Suzu Ring and her gang who came to me again and used her Tessin without looking. Sorry. Naruto felt dizzy from the fact that she rattled off so quickly. Everything is fine, he nodded and smiled, more sincerely. You have a strong blow. Of course. Immediately forgetting about everything, the girl jumped up and showed the widest smile she could muster. I'm Mito Uzumaki, let's be friends. Come on. Looking at this smile, for some reason he wanted to smile himself. Before, it wasn't that he was insensitive, he just didn't see the point in smiling so brightly and often, but with this girl, for some reason, he wanted to smile. Since then they started communicating, and then he drove away that girl Suzu, who turned out to be the only granddaughter of one of the elders and therefore was very arrogant and spoiled. Naruto taught Mito, of course she asked him about it herself, well. As she asked, Naruto Uzumaki, you will be my teacher and teach me cool FUNN techniques, so tomorrow at 8 come to the training ground where we met and don't you dare be late. That's what she told him when she burst into the backyard of his house where he was honing his skills, and then without giving him a chance to get a word in, she left slamming the door. Yes, that's how he got involved with this girl who had captured his heart and after about 2 years she just came up to him and kissed him. To say he was shocked, oh, and how? She just said that she liked him and that he should, no, he simply had to marry her. At first he didn't even take her words seriously, but over time, he realized that this girl was the one he was truly ready to share his life with. Naru-kun, the girl said. He said without opening his eyes. Do you think the Uchiha and Senju will fight for much longer? Mito asked. I don't know. Naruto sighed and sat up, hugging the girl with one arm. Maybe yes, maybe not. I heard that the new clan heads Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are somewhat familiar and the former wants to make peace, but to be honest, I still don't care about anything threatening our village. Why? It's just. Mito hesitated and Naruto looked at her questioningly. I'd like to walk around this world not as a shinobi of the Whirlpool village, but simply as a traveler without fear of being attacked or anything else. Maybe someday. Someday. Naruto said and looked up at the sky, his words carried away by the wind. Uzukage-sama, what do you want me to do? Naruto asked, standing right in front of Ashina. I want you, Naruto, to be a mediator of peace between the Senju and Uchiha clans, the elder Uzumaki said calmly. But Uzukage-sama, Naruto wanted to refuse, but he was interrupted. Naruto, the Uzukage's voice became serious and stern. After declaring peace between the Uchiha and Senju, I plan to retire and hand over my post as Kage to you. By sending you to the Senju and Uchiha, I want you to establish relations with them. Since these two clans have finally come to their senses, why not become mediators? You will establish relations with them, and when they build their village, you will conclude peace between our villages. I understand, Uzukage Ashina-sama, Naruto said humbly. May I take my leave? Allow me. Ashina nodded and only at the entrance he called out to the guy. Naruto, despite the fact that I will leave my post, I will still be nearby. Without answering and only nodding, Naruto went to his home to pack his things. This morning they received a letter from the heads of the Uchiha and Senju clans asking them to become mediators of peace between their clans, since all the documents drawn up by the Uzumaki cannot be violated, then this was the only decision they were sure of. After all, the war, stretched out for so many years, bears fruit due to mistrust, so that the war between their clans would not be unleashed again. They decided to write to the Uzumaki and draw up a peace contract for them, thereby asking them to become mediators. So now Naruto, cursing everyone and everything, was going to the land of fire, where he would have to monitor the signing of the treaty, and he himself would have to draw it up. Naruto. A red something flew into his house like a whirlwind and knocked him off his feet. Mito, he groaned. What are you doing here? I heard that you were going to the land of fire for a few days or weeks. Is that true? Her curious eyes went straight to Naruto. Yes, he replied and sighed. Uzukage-sama is sending me as a peace broker between the Uchiha and Senju. I may not be gone for a few days or weeks, I may be gone for months. Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly the air in his house became heavy, and the girl's key terrifying. Just try to stay longer than a month, I'll bury you in my backyard. You remember what we wanted to do, right? Of course, he nodded and kissed Mito on the forehead, which immediately calmed her down. After this mission, I will go to your parents and ask you to marry me, so that we can always be together. I remember, my Heim. That's all she answered and, kissing her again, this time on the lips, Naruto disappeared from his house. The land of fire, he sighed. For 2 whole weeks now Naruto, Hashirama and Madara have been unable to reach a compromise. More precisely, Hashirama and Madara have been unable to reach a compromise, while Naruto just rolls his eyes, prays to Shinigami and redoes the damn contract for the umpteenth time. While Hashirama and Madara like everything, there is the younger Senju, who is Hashirama's younger brother, Tobirama, who doesn't like something. One point is too much in favor of the Uchiha, another point is too little in favor of the Senju, and in the third, for some reason, he decided that the Senju are becoming almost slaves of the Uchiha. The great Shinigami. He is here to write a peace treaty and witness this peace, and Tobirama is stalling and picking on everything. So it's no wonder that the younger Senju has driven him crazy. Tobirama-san. Naruto growled as he, Hashirama, Madara, and Tobirama gathered again for the 3 to check the treaty, and Tobirama began to pick on him again. I made this treaty based on the ones you rejected. Do you seriously think that I have a lot of time? Stop acting like a little boy with milk still on his lips and accept the truth that Senju and Uchiha have decided to make peace. After this tirade, the tension in the tent, which belonged to the same Uzumaki, began to grow, and the air became chilly. Did you say something, boy? A cold, slow voice cut through the silence. How dare you? I dare. Naruto interrupted, his voice just as cold and steely. You are acting immature for your age. Your brother and Madara-san are trying to establish peace, but you and your gaze are only getting in the way. Have you ever wondered what the point of the war between your clans is? It's none of your business, stranger. Tobirama said sharply after several minutes of silence. For the first time, he couldn't give an answer. Your business is simply to become a mediator of peace, and that's all. Your opinion doesn't concern me. Naruto chuckled and his strong ki began to press on Tobirama, who realized with surprise and horror that he was unable to resist. Enough. Hashirama's sharp, deep voice interrupted them, and turning around, they were met with Hashirama's serious gaze and a mocking look that was directed at Tobirama, Madara. Tobirama, get out, tisk. Senju Jr. tisk and left the tent, while Hashirama and Madara turned their gaze to Naruto. Ahem. Naruto cleared his throat and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I got a little carried away. It's okay. Hashirama smiled very broadly. We understand. After all, we haven't been able to resolve this peace treaty for 2 weeks. I apologize for my brother, he didn't mean any harm. Yeah, right, Madara said mockingly, but his gaze kept returning to Naruto. His ki is very strong. I wonder if a fight with him will be as exciting as with Hashirama. Here the black-haired man shook his head. Of course not, no one can resist me like Hashirama, but he is an Uzumaki and his chakra is much greater. While Madara was lost in thought, Naruto handed them the newly drawn-up treaties for Hashirama and Madara to read. The red-haired man prayed that the two would finally agree so that he could return to Uzushio and Mito. I'm fine with it, Hashirama nodded and smiled a wide smile, then poked his elbow at Madara, who glared at Hashirama until he nodded at the agreement. Madara glanced over it and also expressed his agreement. After some time, Naruto realized that he, Hashirama and Madara were measuring their strength in taijutsu and ninjutsu. What was surprising was that Hashirama and Madara could resist him, and he could resist them. You could say that on this note they became friends, but also on the passion for alcohol, which Naruto secretly enjoyed. The celebration dragged on and Naruto returned to Uzushio after a month and a week and a half, where he was met by an angry Mito. The village then went crazy and had fun at their expense, as Naruto ran away from the angry girl throughout the whirlpool screaming pleas for mercy. And the next day, a beaten Naruto and a shining Mito came to the house of the girl's parents, who met them with mocking and sly looks. Ashina-san, Yuri-san, Naruto bowed to each of the girl's parents in turn, and they invited the boy and daughter into the living room. Ashina-san, I have come to you today not as the Uzukage of the Whirlpool village, but as a man, an older person, and the parent of the girl I love. Ashina-san, I ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. Let us get married. I won't allow it, came the immediate response. Dad. The girl was indignant, tears already beginning to gather in her eyes. Until you become Uzukage, I will not allow you to marry my daughter, and she only turned 18 2 weeks ago. He began to laugh loudly, but his laughter quickly stopped under the pressure of his wife's fist. You old fool, the woman shouted, and then turned to Naruto and Mito. Naruto-kun, I'm glad that you're going to be my son-in-law, and I hope that you'll make my daughter happy, because if not, here she lost all goodwill and her smile became a grin. I'll destroy you, my boy. Understood. Impressed and scared, Naruto quickly began to nod in agreement and understanding. A month later, the entire village celebrated the emergence of the new Uzukage, the fifth. Why fifth? Because Uzumaki are long-lived and many live from 80 to 180. This is why Naruto has so many relatives. The first Uzukage appeared 200 years after Ashura and Indra. Uzukage of the Whirlpool village, Naruto Uzumaki. Sitting in his office, as he had been for 2 years now, and cursing Ashina-sama for such a setup in the form of the Uzukage post, he came across an interesting document, or rather a letter from the Hokage of the new village in the land of fire Konohagakure no Sato, Hashirama Senju. It's been 2 years already, Naruto chuckled and read the letter with a satisfied smile. I wonder how much Konoha and its inhabitants have changed. I heard that Hashirama and Madara are uniting not only their clans, but others, and the Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, Inuzuka clans have joined them, even the Hyuga and many small clans such as Hitaki, Haruno, etc. Naruto thought and turned the piece of paper in his hand a little more, and stood up from his seat. Akane. A man appeared in the office, about Naruto's height, maybe a little taller or shorter, he had medium-length red hair half-braided. Uzukage-sama, did you call? He knelt down on one knee without raising his head. Clicking his tongue at such formality, Naruto sighed. It was time to get used to it. Yes, gather a squad of 3 adult shinobi, I'm going to Konohagakure no Sato to the Hokage to negotiate peace between our villages. Naruto said, standing up. Hi, and the ninja disappeared, and Naruto himself went to the house of Mito and her parents. Naruto. Yuri was surprised, but let her into the house. Are you going to see Mito? Almost. Naruto said. Yuri-san, is Ashina-san home? PFF'd. The woman snorted at his question. Of course he's at home, now he's dumped all the work on you, now he sits there all day. He's in his office. Nodding, Naruto thanked her and went to the second floor, where he remembered Ashina's office was located, to talk about Konoha. Ashina-san, Naruto nodded his head as he entered the office. Oh, the new Uzukage-sama. Ashina smiled widely, and when Naruto's eye twitched, he smiled even more. Ashina-san, I received a letter from the first Hokage of the new village hidden in the leaves and they are asking for peace between our villages, so I ask you to keep an eye on everything while I pay a visit to Konoha. Naruto said and Ashina nodded seriously. Well, I'm glad everything is going well, Ashina said and nodded. I'll keep an eye on things while you're gone, Naruto-kun. Go, let Shinigami protect you on your journey. Thank you. The guy nodded and left. He never met Mito at the former Uzukage's house, so Naruto went to his own home. Mito, as he had assumed, was at his house. He explained to her the reason for his departure and promised to bring something from the land of fire. So he went to Konoha with a calm soul, but he had a worm of nervousness, as if something was about to happen. Brother, are you sure that the whirlpool Uzukage has agreed? A white-haired man with red eyes stood in front of another man with long hair who was dressed in white robes with a cloak with the kanji, Shodai Hokage, and a matching hat that only had, Hokage, written on it. Yes, Tobarama, the Uzukage should be arriving today, said the excited man. He, along with his friend, Madara Uchiha, and his brother, Tobarama Senju, were standing near the gates of Konoha, waiting for the delegation from Uzushio to arrive. How did you manage to convince him, Hashirama? The Uzumaki are very secretive and rarely leave their village. Even helping Naruto can be considered an accident. Madara said, standing with his arms crossed. The most important thing is that he agreed. Hashirama smiled and his smile became even bigger when he saw the people walking. And here they are. When the delegation got close enough, Hashirama, Madara, and Tobarama bowed to the new arrivals, who in turn bowed back. We are glad to welcome you to our Konoha, Uzukage Dono, Hashirama said. I am also glad to finally see the village, Hokage Dono. The Uzukage said, and all three of the greeters stared in shock at the speaker as he raised his head so that his face could now be seen. Naruto. All three of them asked this question without any prior agreement. Hello, Naruto grinned. Are you the Uzukage? Madara asked, still shocked, but you couldn't tell from his face that he was in shock. Yeah, he nodded. Well, where are we going to negotiate? This brought everyone to their senses and Hashirama expressed his happiness that his friend was Uzukage. They went towards the conference room. They spent exactly 3 hours in the conference room, but left terribly happy, but all the happiness was interrupted when an explosion sounded. Naruto and the trio ran outside and saw how the new houses that had not even been finished were burning, and the residents were in a panic. Fireballs, flying from nowhere, kept falling and falling, destroying everything in their path. The 3 shinobi that had arrived with Naruto appeared in front of him. Help evacuate the residents and repel the attack, Naruto ordered. Hi, said the 3 and disappeared to help. Konoha was attacked by 2 other new villages, Iwagakure no Sato and Sunagakure no Sato, who decided to destroy the new village in the land of fire. At some point, Naruto realized that he was separated from Madara and Tobarama, who he had been fighting alongside, and was now being pressed by 10 shinobi. Naturally, this was no problem for him, but at some point Naruto realized that his chakra was being drained and turning around, he realized that it was 2 of his clan. Uncle Kazu, Branch, Aunt Emmy, Smile. Naruto looked at the man and woman in front of him in shock. Why are you alive? Hello Naruto, the woman smiled at him, but it wasn't the smile he remembered. The smile he saw now was more like a sneer and a grin. Why are you? Naruto couldn't finish, a metallic taste gathered in his mouth and he spat out blood. It's simple Naruto, my brothers were always better than me and father preferred them to me, he especially loved Roku, and I am his eldest son. His heir, the man shouted, but I got my chance when they attacked Maelstrom. I could have impressed my father, but Roku and his wife died. I thought this was my chance to become worthy, but that old man loved that bastard so much that he followed him. In the village, no one cared about me and my merits, everyone mourned Roku and his bastard wife, even my father was grieving, but no one cared about me. And then I decided that I needed to act differently. Naruto couldn't listen to the nonsense his uncle was droning on about any longer and decided to end it all, but he didn't have much chakra left, and he clearly heard Kazu saying something about tailed beasts, so the Uzukage realized. There was no choice. Forgive me, my Haim. Mentally remembering the smiling Mito, Naruto folded many seals and standing in a stance and making his hands crosswise, he shouted, Forbidden seal of the FUNN masters, seal of soul devouring. Suddenly the sky began to blacken and strange creatures began to fly out of the black clouds, which began to transform into funnels. The creatures took all the enemies who attacked Konoha, but did not touch the Konoha people themselves, and now all the enemies were defeated, and Naruto falls to the ground with a dull thud. The Uzukage's breathing is intermittent, and a trickle of blood flows from his mouth, and it is in this position that Madara, Tobarama and Hashirama found him. Naruto! Hashirama shouted and his palms were engulfed in green light. He was about to start healing the guy, but the guy grabbed his hands. Naruto, let me heal you. No. Cough. It'll work. Naruto croaked and smiled slightly. That's the tech. Cough. The technique takes life. Sengo. Coral. Naruto-sama, the only girl who came with the delegation, knelt down next to the Uzukage. Give. Cough. This scroll to Ashina-san. Naruto said, handing the scroll to the girl and nodding. She hid it, and Naruto pulled out a beautiful hairpin. And give this to Mito and tell. Cough. Tell her that I'm sorry. Naruto-sama, the girl sobbed, but nodded. Hey, Hashirama, the red-haired man addressed his friend Hokage, who looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes. I won. You must grow a forest. Ahem. That can never wither. Why yes, Hashirama sobbed and lowered his head. We still couldn't. Cough. Fight Madara, Naruto said, and Madara just silently swallowed his tears, then Naruto smiled at them and his eyes closed. Forgive me. Forgive me. These were his last words, and with the departure of Uzukage, the sky turned gray and rain poured down. It seemed that nature was also mourning the loss along with them. A day later, when everyone had gathered, all the Uzumaki, taking the body of their Uzukage, set out for Uzushio. At the gate they were met by Una, Roshi, Yoko, Mito, Ashina and Yuri, especially waiting for Mito, who even jumped with impatience, but her joy evaporated when she saw the funeral faces and the coffin that the three were carrying. Sengo, Ashina asked, approaching the depressed girl, and then turned his gaze to the two boys. Itsuko. Good child. Guro. Fifth son. Where is Naruto? Mito asked with a trembling voice. Where is my Naruto? At that moment, all three of them fell to their knees and did not dare raise their heads to all the people gathered. We're sorry, Ashina-sama, Guro said. We couldn't handle it. Konoha was completely attacked in Naruto-sama. He was fighting when Kazu and Emi Uzumaki attacked him from behind. They drained almost all of Naruto-sama's chakra and were talking about some tailed beast. Naruto-sama used one of the master's forbidden seals. No, it's not true. No, Mito screamed, already in tears. He couldn't leave me. After such hysteria, the girl suddenly fainted. Yuri and Yoko rushed to the girl. Conducting a superficial examination, the medic concluded that it was a nervous breakdown. Ashina, Una and Roshi stood as if thunderstruck. They still could not comprehend what was said. Sengo, Una whispered and grabbed the girl's shoulders, but only after looking at Sengo's face did she let go and fall to her knees, tears streaming from her eyes. Naruto. He's an idiot. 3 days later, the funeral of the fifth Uzukage took place, who did not even have time to rule properly, but everyone knew him as an excellent shinobi and many mourned his death. After Naruto's death, Mito began wandering aimlessly around the village, and sometimes disappeared altogether. Ashina, Una, and Roshi found her several times in Naruto's house, wrapped in his things or blankets. It was as if she had become a ghost, and her sobs could be heard at night. Sengo also gave her a hairpin in the form of a beautiful red cloud, and now it never comes off her head, and 6 months later she heard her father say that the elders of Konoha were demanding a guarantor of peace between Uzushio and Konoha, demanding that she give the Hokage, Mito Uzumaki, as a wife. At first, she simply looked at her father and mother indifferently, but after what she heard, she decided that she wanted to get out of Uzushio, where everything reminded her of her beloved. I agree, Mito said, entering the room where her parents were. What? Ashina asked, confused. I heard what Konoha demands and I agree to be the guarantor of peace between our villages, Mito said, and Yuri gasped. Here, everything reminds me of him. But, before Konoha learns of my agreement, I want Hashirama to know my conditions. Mito, the father began, but the girl interrupted him. I know what I'm talking about, Mito said. The elders will want me to bear an heir to their village as a confirmation of our alliance, and I agree, but no more than one. I'll discuss everything else with Hashirama Senju personally. When she and Hashirama met, Mito understood why Naruto was so excited about this man. The first Hokage was a bright person, despite the war that took away his brothers and father. She and Hashirama agreed that they would marry and she would bear him one child, and then they would live in separate rooms. She would not care if Hashirama wanted to take another wife or just take a mistress, Mito would take care of the child and that was it. And so the story went, after the death of Naruto Uzumaki, the fifth Uzukage of the Whirlpool village. To be continued. Commentary on the prologue. Wow, 10 pages. I didn't think I'd get that many, but I hope you like my idea. Please leave comments and feedback. Chapter 1. Uzumaki Naruto. Commentary on Chapter 1. Uzumaki Naruto. I'm sorry, this chapter is short, but I tried and I hope you like it. You know that feeling when you seem to have lived a full life, and then suddenly wake up and realize it was just a dream? No, but our main character found out and he didn't like it. Naruto woke up in some shabby apartment, with pain in his body, and couldn't understand what the hell was going on. He kind of died. Why was he alive? Or was what happened just a dream? Maybe his head just created that life. But why? Ah, right. Yesterday was October 10th, the day the nine-tailed fox demon attacked. Snorting, Naruto tried to figure out himself, or the situation. Naruto Uzumaki, he is 9 years old, I am 23. Is a resident of Konoha, my home is Uzushio. An orphan without a clan. What? I am Uzumaki, your mother. Is not a genin or even a ninja. Noisy Uzumaki, or not noisy, but energetic. Loves pranks and playing tricks on people to attract attention to himself. In the village, he is called the monster demon, fox, killer. I realized that I didn't understand anything. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes, concentrating. He needed to understand what was happening. Why he had two sets of memories. Why he was here. Your mother. The nightstand flew into the wall and broke through it. It's good that no one lives next door to him. I don't understand a damn thing. What kind of biju am I here? Why am I not in the Shinigami's domain? Why is this Naruto not in the clan, and why is this Naruto me? After his tirade, he calmed down and began to concentrate again. He was looking for something inside himself, something that would answer his questions, and it seemed to him that he would find it, but he needed time. Time that he did not have. Suddenly he felt something and tried to pull on this something, but it disappeared, and the next second a chair flew into the wall, behind which a mountain of swearing followed. Having calmed down, Naruto began to concentrate again, and again he felt something, but like the first time this feeling disappeared, and after it, another chair flew into another wall. This happened over and over again, and now the apartment he lives in has become much, much bigger, and there is much less furniture. The only thing that remained untouched was the bed, because Naruto was sitting on it. I don't understand, Uzumaki said and closed his eyes, and when he opened them he was already in a different place. Naruto quickly jumped up, raised his hand back, and only then remembered that he didn't have his bag with equipment, which meant he didn't have a weapon either. Cursing under his breath, he decided to scan the area, and then opened his eyes in shock. What the hell? He whispered. This place. It was like it was made of a colossal amount of chakra, and it felt not alien, but like my own. What's going on? Where am I? Just as he was about to take a step, he was thrown out and woke up with rapid breathing, all in sweat. Jumping out of bed, Naruto looked around, but he saw nothing but his destroyed and expanded apartment. What was that? He asked himself and touched his stomach, where the source of chakra was. Which he barely felt, and then fatigue rolled over him and he fell asleep, his head falling into the pillow. Waking up in the morning, Naruto looked at his watch and saw that it was 6 o'clock. He grumbled and got out of bed, only to step on something wet and slimy. Looking at his feet, he realized that he had stepped on an empty milk carton, and other milk cartons are just garbage all over the apartment. Wrinkling his nose, Uzumaki walked to the bathtub and undressed and began to wash himself. He was dirty because of yesterday, since he had to go outside to buy groceries, but on the way back he was caught by drunk Shinobi and beat him up. The groceries, unfortunately, were also damaged. Well, Naruto sighed, looking at all the trash. We need to clean up. And with these words, he began to crawl on the floor collecting trash of various sizes, putting them in a trash bag, which he had just in case. When he was done with the trash, he went to get a bucket, which he naturally did not have, so he had to quickly put a hinge on himself and buy one. Luckily, he still had money. He began to wash the floors. He did not have a mop either, but he did not have enough money for it, so he had to scrub the floors with his hands, crawling on the floor and washing away all the dirt. After washing the floors, Naruto sighed and put the bucket away, pouring the water outside. Didn't I clean the house at all? Uzumaki asked the question into the void, and then looked at the kitchen sink, where he decided to sit down and rest. There was a mountain of dirty dishes in the sink, around which a whole swarm of flies and midges were flying. Damn it! Groaning, Naruto got up from his chair and started washing the dishes under cold water, wondering what he needed to buy. Luckily, today was Saturday and a day off, which meant he didn't have to go to the academy. And he had 2 days to get used to this time and place. Luckily, the task was simplified, since he just needed to cram the knowledge and memories of his past self. When he was done washing the dishes, Naruto looked at his watch and saw that it was almost 10. He had been cleaning for almost 5 hours. Was he really that dirty? His growling stomach was the answer. He wanted to eat. Looking into the fridge, he realized that there was nothing in there, and then it occurred to him that he had some ramen in the top shelf above the sink. Opening the shelf, he saw a whole mountain of ramen with different flavors. In the past, he also liked ramen, but he only ate it on missions, simply by heating up the water with FUNN or fire techniques, since Uma, Yoko, and then Mito and Yuri-san always monitored his diet. And no matter how he tried to hide from them to eat ramen, they found out about it. Unfortunately, it was impossible to fight them, so he simply accepted his fate, an existence without ramen. Well, Mito and her gang aren't here, he thought, picking up the ramen. His face took on a mournful expression and he whispered, yeah. Mito-chan isn't here. Neither are Uma-1-chan, Yoko-1-chan, Roshi-ni-san, Yuri-san, Ashina-san, and the clan as a whole. I'm an orphan here. After standing like that for a while, he perked up and started pouring water into the kettle to put it on the fire. The noodles were with beef, spicy. Sighing, Naruto started eating, but before he had eaten even half, he heard a knock on the door and went to open it. Opening the door, an elderly man in a white cape with a hat on which was the kanji, Kage, appeared before his eyes. Memory told him that this was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, or as Naruto himself called him GG, or simply Old Man Hokage. Ho, old man, Naruto stuttered, calling him so that there would be no suspicion. Although he was sure that the Hokage suspected something. Look how his eyes sparkled. Naruto, I was told that there has been a rumble here since this morning. Is everything okay? And his eyes are darting around. He's looking around. Yes, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head and smiling stupidly. I was just trying to train, and I've been wanting to do some repairs for a long time. That's it, really? Sarutobi asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Naruto thought, what's the best way to get rid of him? Oh, old man, can you teach me a super duper duper cool technique? You can, right, you're the Hokage and you know a lot of techniques. Teach me. Ahem, Naruto, Hiruzen cleared his throat and smiled at him. I can't, I'm too busy. I came to make sure you were okay. Well, I'll be going. Bye. Bye, old man, and the disappointed voice is necessary. Yes, that's it. After waiting another minute, Naruto sighed and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. Looking around, he decided that he needed to be careful in the future, otherwise he would be taken to the interrogation room. To Yamanaka. And Naruto Uzumaki was no more. Having quickly eaten the noodles, he sat down on the bed and decided to check his chakra. Having made a concentration seal, Naruto began to wait. His younger self had a thicker and rougher chakra circulation, but he was still unable to sense the chakra itself, even though he had awakened it quite early. Very early. His chakra awakened when he was a baby, but it was sealed. Why? Naruto thought sullenly. Suddenly, he felt another chakra. More violent and poisonous. Naruto opened his eyes, lifted his shirt and saw the 4-symbol seal disappearing. The Uzumaki clan seal. This is, I am a Jinchuriki. After that, he almost destroyed his house a second time, but everything worked out and he was able to calm down. However, when he finally gives vent to his anger, there will hardly be anything left of the village. But we will think about this later. So, Naruto decided to make himself some tea and think about the current situation over a cup of tea. Which, unfortunately, he couldn't find, so he poured himself just warm water. What do we have? I'm a Jinchuriki and because of this the village hates me, but my lesser self doesn't know anything about it. How interesting. Secondly, I'm being watched. Which makes sense, they don't want the weapon to get out of control. And children themselves are too emotional, and then there's the Uzumaki blood. In short, it's creepy. For himself, Uzumaki decided that he would adhere to the line of behavior that was before the awakening of his much older self. That is, a naive fool who believes in forgiveness and gives, sunny, smiles, no matter if they insulted or hit. Do not forget about pranks and the goal of becoming Hokage. He must play the role of a brainless weapon of the Leaf Village as it should be, so that later there would be no problems, and then finding Uzumaki will not be particularly difficult. If they are still alive. And they are alive. Uzumaki. The rest of the time was spent training, as Naruto was terrified of his own skills. The boy's stealth was high. Experience in hiding from Konoha Jonin after yet another prank, as well as running away from drunken idiots who called themselves Shinobi, was telling. His Tai and Nin were pretty lame. No one taught the boy anything. He doesn't even know what FUNN is. Damn it. The kid thought he was clanless. Did no one really mention Uzumaki? Naruto thought sullenly, then frowned even more and clenched his fists. Or maybe he did, but I didn't pay attention. At this thought, Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fists even harder, so much so that his nails began to dig into his skin. After sighing 3 times, he relaxed his hands and closed his eyes, trying to find in his memory moments of people talking about him or Uzumaki. Maybe at least someone talked about whose son he was or at least briefly mentioned where his parents were from. He needed to think about it. Half an hour later, Uzumaki looked at the ceiling of his apartment in disappointment. Nothing. No one, absolutely no one, mentioned his family or Uzumaki at all. The only thing left to do was to try to find out for himself, but he would have to work hard, since his current skills were no good. Well, hello to less than 5 hours of sleep and hello to hellish training. True, this can be done later. First he needs to find a training ground where no one will enter. Or leave. Snorting, Naruto decided to take a walk around Konoha. A lot had changed and Uzumaki could see it. He may not have been in Konoha for long during the times of Hashirama and Madara, but even he noticed how striking the difference was. First of all, the aura. The aura that the village was currently emitting was very rotten, even though it was emitting power, but the greatness that it radiated under Hashirama was completely gone. It was gone. I can even guess why. Naruto thought, looking at the Hokage's faces. More precisely, at one specific face. You finally got your Tobirama. Are you happy? The Uchiha clan has sunk into oblivion, and the Senju no longer exists either. With a feeling of gloating, Naruto turned away from the rock with faces and stomped in the other direction. He remembered that somewhere around here there was a ramen shop that proudly bore the name, Ichiraku Ramen. He remembered going there from time to time and considering his memories, the ramen there was simply excellent. The ramen there is really tasty and the owner and his daughter are very kind. He liked it. He will continue to come here. After he ate, Uzumaki continued to walk around the village, completely ignoring the looks of the villagers. These looks were not happy or indifferent to the child, no. These looks wanted Uzumaki Naruto to die. They blamed him for everything that could and could not be. It does not matter whether he is guilty or not, but they blame him. But for what? For his birthday. But it is not his fault that he was born on this day. People are stupid, Naruto said for the umpteenth time and turned into the forest. Away from the village. From people. From the looks. When the last glance was hidden, the boy sighed and relaxed, but not much. He knew he was being watched. He felt it. 2 glances. 2 completely different glances. One indifferent, and the other the same as the inhabitants. A glance full of hatred. I may be a Jinchuriki, but I'm still a human, he thought again and lay down near the river. It was to the murmur that he fell asleep, feeling these looks, and woke up in a dark room with pipes. Having looked around, Naruto decided to go further into the depths of this cave or whatever it was. Sewers. When he came out into a more spacious room, he saw a large cage with golden bars, and behind them 2 red eyes with a vertical pupil that radiated hatred. There he is, said a voice from the darkness. My jailer. So small and defenseless. A nonentity. Kyuubi, Naruto mouthed, and then the entire cage lit up and you could see the fox lying there, with his 9 tails waving. To be honest, Naruto was excited and delighted. The 9-tailed fox, even though it radiated hatred towards everything, still hadn't lost its nobility and beauty. Naruto had always been delighted and touched by foxes. So Naruto did what people do to respected people. He bowed. The fox was amazed by this man. He was not afraid of him, did not hate him or despise him. No, this man looked at him as if Rakuto himself was standing in front of him. But most of all, the fox was amazed by the man's action. He bowed to him. Bowed as people bow to higher ranks outside this cage. This seal. The fox snorted and only then the boy straightened up, standing up straight. Looking straight into his eyes. Hello, Kyuubi-sama, the boy said and Kurama was surprised again, but continued to study the guy with his eyes. Therefore, he only nodded. I apologize. After a minute of silence, The fox decided to clarify what the man was asking for forgiveness for, to which he received a surprising but sincere answer. For this, he gestured at his cage. For the cage. You were sealed because they feared you and wanted your power. You became a prisoner, although like all living things you love freedom. I am sorry that I became another vessel for your imprisonment. The fox was silent again, but his eyes sparkled with interest, and so he did not react in any way when the boy simply sat down at the bars of his cage. They spent time together without trying to talk. They did not need to. They were just resting. When Naruto began to wake up, he turned to the fox and smiled at him. I hope we'll see each other soon. He waved and then disappeared. The fox looked at the place where the boy had just stood, thoughtfully. This man was different. Naruto woke up at sunset, feeling rested and more alive, and also joyful. He saw the real Kyuubi. A big fox. This news made him smile. It was a very big fox and he had a very big muzzle, which you just want to stroke, and also bury yourself in these tails. They must be so soft, Naruto thought, and his smile became more like the grin of a pedophile maniac. Somewhere there, on a branch, someone fell. It's stress, Uzumaki concluded and, not paying attention to anyone else, stomped towards the house. He still needs to change the pipes. Set up hot water. Put protective seals on the walls. And arrange additional rooms. Maybe even make hiding places there. The fox in the boy's subconscious tried to comprehend the meeting with his Jinchuriki. Everyone who came before him always called him a monster or a demon. Without feelings and will. A gathering of hatred and bloodlust. A puppet. His first Jinchuriki was strange. Like she wasn't alive. Like a doll, without a soul. She would come to him, sit a few meters away from his cage and just look at him. She only spoke to him once, and that was the last time, because he wanted to kill her. When you use your power, it manifests itself as hatred. Stay within me. Authentic quote from Mito Uzumaki. That's what she told him. Her tone was both alive and not alive, but he didn't care. She dared to tell him what to do. His second Jinchuriki was an Uzumaki in every sense. Both in character and in strength. A complete whirlpool. He already hated all people and she was no exception, since the fox believed that she was no different from other Jinchuriki. And she did not surprise him. She also called him a monster that was only capable of killing. You are just a monster that somehow appeared in this world and I will do everything to contain you. The demon Kyuubi. Not a real quote from Kushina, as I couldn't find her meeting with Kurama or her words to him. That's what she told him. Mito and Kushina were no different. They were both his jailers and they didn't care that he had feelings too. He was alive too, but they only saw him as a lump of hatred and a weapon. A source of power. He didn't expect much from the third Jinchuriki and was waiting for the meeting. He wanted to scare the kid, drive him crazy and force him to open the cage so he could kill these people in their stupid village. But the kid surprised him. He showed respect to the fox. He didn't call him a monster or a demon. He bowed to him and apologized for sealing the Kyuubi, although logically people in particular. The guy should have screamed and blamed him for his difficult life or the hatred of the village people, but he didn't scream and hated. He was calm. The kid is interesting, but will he remain the same? Thought the fox, already falling asleep. People are not constant creatures. They betray. With these thoughts, the fox fell asleep, and his vessel was also sleeping on his hard and terribly uncomfortable bed in the old apartment. Both of them were thinking about the future. Someone about plans for the future, and someone about tomorrow and its discoveries. To be continued. Chapter 2. Academy. Commentary on Chapter 2. Academy. A bit of everyday life. 2 days have passed since Uzukage appeared in this time and today the new Naruto must go to the Shinobi Academy. His first mission is to not get caught by the teachers who will certainly be watching him. He must show that he is still the same happy boy who dreams of becoming Hokage. Arriving at the academy and entering his classroom, Naruto noticed another problem. His past self was in love with a pink-haired girl, Haruno Sakura, and everyone who could hear knew about it. Perhaps even the deaf knew about it. As did the mute, and the blind. In short, everyone knew about it, even the girl herself, because the boy confessed his feelings to this future kunoichi more than once or twice. If she even becomes one, Naruto snorted, watching her and another blonde girl, Yamanaka Ino, argue over who would sit with the academy's celebrity. Uchiha Sasuke. Arrogant turkey. Uchiha Sasuke, the second heir of the Uchiha clan and the only survivor of the Uchiha clan. His older brother, Itachi, slaughtered the entire clan and fled Konoha, for which he was declared a missing nin. This whole situation affected Sasuke very badly, and if before he was simply arrogant, now he was simply the most arrogant bastard. Yes, with capital letters. He became much more unsociable and closed off from people. His gaze, in which darkness and the fire of revenge lurked, sometimes made many people surprised. A child cannot have such a look. But then everyone suddenly remembered that he was an Uchiha and the only survivor, so many began to pity and sympathize with him. This is exactly what infuriated the past Naruto. Everyone tried to please Sasuke Uchiha somehow, but he only grimaced and left. And the blonde was also infuriated that the object of his size was also pining for this idiot, and he tried to somehow attract attention to himself. It's good that I have more brains and I'm not attracted to girls like Sakura, Naruto sighed, already settling down at the very last desk, from where he began to watch his classmates. Sakura and Ino were too loud for no reason, they were just arguing about who would sit with their beloved, Sasuke-kun, and calling each other names, but he remembers that before the academy and meeting Sasuke, they were best friends. Girls are not constant creatures, Uzumaki said philosophically and lay down on the desk. After about 5 minutes, he felt someone approach him and, opening one eye, he saw a guy with a pineapple haircut, Nara Shikamaru, who was also one of those who did not despise or fear Naruto. Therefore, Uzumaki raised his head and raised his fist to bump in greeting, saying, "Yo, Shikamaru." "Yo," he said in response to the greeting and sat down next to her, also resting his head on his arms, which were like a pillow on the desk. "They're making more noise today than usual." Naruto said, deciding it would be better to sleep. Shikamaru did the same, muttering, "Problematic." Rustling a bag of chips, a fat guy joined them, Akamichi Choji, who is also Nara's best friend. "Hello, Naruto," Akamichi said, putting another chip in his mouth and starting to chew it. "Hey, Choji," Naruto yawned and moved over so the guy could sit up. "Thank you." Choji nodded, and Naruto simply nodded. That's how they sat until the bell rang and their teacher, Yumino Iruka, entered. Shikamaru woke up, but didn't lift his head from his desk. Choji regretfully put away his new bag of chips, and Naruto. Well, he just shrugged and tried to fall asleep on his desk again. He might have even gotten some sleep if he hadn't felt something flying at him. Even if he was now in a different body or in a different consciousness, but his reflexes were working great, so this, something, flew towards the thrower. Uzumaki Naruto. It was after the teacher's angry shout that he had to raise his head. It turned out that, something, was chalk. The one who threw it was the teacher. And he didn't expect a response. As a result, his forehead was now white, and there was a bump growing. "Oops," Naruto said quietly. "It's the first day after all. You'll stay after school," Iruka-sensei said in the same menacing voice, and his eyes were shooting horror. Well, damn, Naruto's head hit the desk. All the kids in the class started laughing, and there were even those who shouted words like, "Loser, serves you right," or, "The demon got what he deserved." "And I wanted to train after the academy. Naruto, did you hear me?" Yumino's tone was now irritated. "Yes, sensei." His voice was muffled as he still hadn't raised his head from his desk. After Yumino got the answer, he nodded and began to talk more favorably about the topic in class. Naturally, it was about the reign of the first Hokage, the founding of the village, and all sorts of other nonsense that simply wouldn't help during missions. Even lying on the desk, Naruto tried to listen, but he understood that it really wouldn't be useful to him. Now if they were talking about the times of the whirlpool. Naruto. The teacher's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. "You're not paying attention to the lesson again and are in the clouds." "But I listened," he objected. "Yes." Yumino raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes glowing with malice. "Then come to the board and tell us about the creation of Konoha and the first Hokage." Slowly rising from his desk, to the laughter of his classmates, Uzumaki walked to the board, next to which stood the teacher. Putting his hands in his pocket and taking on a bored expression, Naruto began to speak. Hashirama Senju, also known as the first Hokage of the Leaf Village and one of the founders of Konoha. He was nicknamed the god of Shinobi due to his unrivaled ninja abilities. In particular, because of his Kekkei Genkei Makuten, since the following generations of Senju did not have it. Hashirama Senju was also the best friend of Madara Uchiha, the then head of the Uchiha clan and also the founder of Konoha. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan fought for a long time, but when Hashirama and Madara became the heads of the clans, they came to peace and decided to unite as a village, which led to the creation of Konoha. Hashirama Senju became the first Hokage, and after his death, Tobarama Senju, Hashirama's younger brother, became the second. He said all this in an even voice, looking out the window, but when he finished, he turned to the stunned teacher. "That's it. Can I go to my desk now?" "Why yes," Iruka said. He was dumbfounded that Naruto Uzumaki, the laziest student, was listening to him. Ahem. It's just like Naruto said, and now we'll talk about. And after that the day went as it should. They didn't bother him or call him anymore, but then he had to go to the training ground, where they tested him on throwing shurikens and kunais. Many did well. Sasuke even decided to show off, to which Naruto only chuckled mockingly, which caused him to get a look of rage and contempt, but he ignored it. He got used to it. After Sasuke, Naruto had to go throw kunais and shurikens. Many suppressed laughter, because they said that he was a loser and wouldn't even hit the target, but they had to shut up, because he hit both kunais and shurikens. Of course, the result was not just one and all were scattered across the targets right on target, but that's okay. He will be able to train himself and his body for graduation. The academy was over. Now all the children were running home to eat or just to throw off their backpacks with boring textbooks and go for a walk with friends. Naruto Uzumaki walked at a leisurely pace, and next to him, with the same leisurely pace, his friends walked. When they parted, Uzumaki turned towards training ground number 11, there were rarely anyone there anyway. First of all, when he got there, he started running. He gave himself the task of running 15 laps without stopping. Then, he decided to do push-ups and stretch, thereby warming up not only his legs, but also all his arms. By the time he finished warming up, Naruto had thought through his training and now he decided to practice taijutsu. At first he punched the air trying to remember the techniques and clan strikes of Uzumaki, then, as soon as everything surfaced in his memory, he approached the wooden dummies and, wrapping bandages around his fists, began to hit them, over time increasing the force of the blow or the speed, but not too much so as not to damage his hands. When the sun had already completely disappeared behind the horizon, Naruto stopped and ran as fast as he could towards his house, since he had forgotten to do his homework, but he also kind of wanted to see what exactly he needed to buy for home. Unfortunately, due to training, he forgot to do both. So when he ran home, he cursed himself and quickly began to insert the key into the keyhole, and when he entered, he frowned. Someone was in his house. He probably wouldn't have even noticed if it weren't for the fact that his bed was made differently. Could it be the third one's mongrels? Naruto thought, trying not to show his knowledge that someone had been in his house. But I haven't done anything yet to arouse suspicion. No, it was a delicate job and if it weren't for his attention to detail, he wouldn't have noticed. Maybe Anbu, but why would the third one send a special forces unit to him? Or was it just his imagination? He'd only been here 2 days and already he felt paranoid. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But he was sure someone had been in his house. It's complicated. He scratched his head and decided to leave it as is for now. We still need to put the seals in place. We can't put it off any longer. That's exactly what he decided, and so he took a knife from the table and cut his finger. Wincing from the pain, Uzumaki went to the wall near the door and began to draw symbols. He did the same with the wall near the window in the kitchen and in the bedroom, as well as in the bathroom, hiding the symbol behind the mirror. He put little chakra into these symbols, since his body was recovering from training, which is why these symbols would have to be updated in about a month, but for now he had time. Having finished drawing out various symbols, he looked at his homework and sighed heavily. Homework was still there. I overslept, Dadbeo. With these exact words, the yellow-haired boy flies out of his apartment and runs as fast as he can towards the academy. Yesterday, when he sat down to do his homework, he cowardly decided that he would cope with it quickly, but he didn't take into account that a lot had changed since the time he studied. As a result, he had to reread almost every textbook from cover to cover, since in his head there was nothing except training, ramen and Sakura. Well, not in his, but in his other eye. As a result, he went to bed at 3 or 4, or maybe even 5, and forgot to set the alarm clock. Classes at the academy start at 8, and he woke up at 9:30 and missed 2 classes. I'm finished with Iruka, he thought, already seeing the academy. He flew into the door at full speed, knocking it down in the process, and rolled all the way to the window. Uzumaki Naruto. Yes, it was this cry that informed him that no matter how much he was in a hurry, he was already in trouble. To the principal's office. Under the laughter of his classmates, he had to get up with a sigh and go out of the classroom to the principal's office. The director of the academy was the same shinobi as the others, but he hid his emotions very poorly, so Naruto immediately felt a wave of anger, fear and malice emanating from this man. Uzumaki Naruto, he spat out his first and last name, his lips twisting in mockery. You were an idiot and you remain so. A completely unprepared student, I am more than sure that as soon as you have your first mission outside the village, you will be the first to be killed. A demon and a worthless person like you will get what you deserve. He even laughed while Naruto looked at this man sullenly and tried to convince himself that he shouldn't kill idiots and fools. Especially in the village where he lives. They won't understand. Or they'll kill him. So he had to swallow the insults that poured down on him like a waterfall and squeeze out a stupid smile, as well as pretend to be indignant. As a result, he was forced to fix the door, sort out books in the school library and be a messenger, to deliver reports on students to the Hokage. He was released and warned that next time he would be expelled. Uzumaki nodded, assured that this would not happen again, to which he received a snort in response, went to class where Iruka again started talking about the first Hokage, adding a story about the second. In the second lesson they had to write a test in mathematics and Naruto wanted to write everything correctly, but considering how successful he was in school before his possession, he decided to write most of it incorrectly, and at least roughly correctly the rest. Perhaps this won't reduce the questions, but they won't suspect him too much either. At worst, he'll remember his dream of surpassing all the Hokage and they'll quickly leave him alone, especially if he plasters on an idiotic smile. When the lessons were over, he put the door back in place, tidied up the library, which seemed to have been deliberately left in disarray, and then went to the Hokage with stupid reports. He gave the reports gritting his teeth, since it was already almost 7 in the evening outside and his training had been cancelled today, and he still had to do homework, which this time they had assigned twice as much. So, yes, he was outraged and upset. Unfortunately, this was not a sufficient excuse for laziness and he had to go to the training ground, practice Tai, but not for long, and then drag himself home to do his homework. This time, he had to sit even longer, since many of the topics were either unfamiliar, or he remembered them superficially, which is why he had to storm the textbooks. And considering how much he had been assigned, he had to remember or learn a lot. In the morning, Naruto was almost late again, but flew in through the window 2 minutes before the bell and took the only seat that was free. Unfortunately, this was only the case with Uchiha Sasuke and all the girls gathered around their desk like vultures. Uzumaki. Perhaps it was supposed to be menacing, but Naruto was not affected by that, and so he just looked at Sakura with an indifferent look. How dare you sit with Sasuke-kun? The other girls started to chime in until they either started screaming or just couldn't make out what they were saying. They were screaming together, by the way, so it was hard to make out what they were saying, and then both Naruto and Uchiha were saved by Iruka, who entered the classroom at the time of the bell, and the girls had no choice but to run to other desks, but they weren't looking at Naruto with a kind look, and so when the break sounded, the whole group wanted to teach the loser a lesson. Naturally, Naruto knew about this, and so the girls searched for him all over the academy until the lesson, but they never found him. Uzumaki himself was in a tree at the academy's training ground at the time, watching the whole show while snacking on the bento he had packed for himself that morning. There wasn't much choice. 2 fried eggs, rice, and a sandwich with black tea. Unfortunately, his pension isn't enough for more, and they're setting exorbitant prices for him. The bell rang and Uzumaki, having sealed his food, headed to the classroom where he again sat with Uchiha, since there were no free seats again and again the girls threw openly angry glances at him the entire lesson, which he successfully ignored. And then they were taken to the training ground and ordered to throw kunai and shuriken again. He improved his performance, but not by much. After all, mental memory and body memory are 2 different things. Therefore, he will have to put in double the effort for training, and in a month they will also have training fights between students. And here he is again at the training ground, practicing punches. Recently he decided to work on his chakra, and so during training he dispersed it throughout his body, having meditated beforehand. Still, even though he is only about 6/10 Uzumaki now, his chakra reserve is much greater than that of an adult Chunin, and as he grows older, perhaps the Uzumaki genes will awaken much more, and accordingly, there will be more chakra. So, while practicing punches, he directs chakra to different parts of the body and tries to at least slightly improve control, but because of the seal that absorbs some of his chakra and the fox sealed in him, it will be much more difficult and longer. Of course, this does not diminish his stubbornness. Is he an Uzumaki or what? No one can outstubborn an Uzumaki, and when it comes to protecting what is dear to them, it is better to either run and hide, maybe it will work out, or dig your own grave in advance. You have to look hard to find someone so stubborn, so goal-oriented, and so protective of what is dear to you. And even then, you are unlikely to find one. Basically, he trains clan jutsu and remembers FUNN, the clan seal technique. The Uzumaki were masters of seals, but no one remembers that anymore, and he, as the last Uzumaki, must return the glory of masters to his clan. And restore the clan, of course. This time he overdid it with the training and was returning home almost exhausted only by pure Uzumic stubbornness, and he had more than enough of it. On the way home Naruto saw Ichiraku and after a moment of thought went straight to the ramen shop that was beckoning him. "Hello old man," Uzumaki shouted as he entered the chest. "Naruto!" exclaimed the delighted Tsuki, the owner. His daughter, Ayame, was standing next to him. "It's been a while since you've been here. What happened?" "Ah." Naruto waved his hand. "Training in the academy. I want to become the best ninja, to become the Hokage who will surpass the rest." "Exactly." Tsuki smiled the same wide smile that Naruto mirrored. "I'll have a double," Naruto exclaimed, and within a few minutes he was wolfing down 2 servings of miso ramen with pork. He returned home well fed and happy, and when he got home he saw his school bag lying around and cursed. He forgot about his homework again and now he would have to sit almost until the morning and then get up without even sleeping for 2 hours. How he sometimes hated his small body, since he always had to go to school and he couldn't even skip school. They would report to the Hokage. Then he would come and nag him about how this couldn't be done, that he had to study and make friends and in general, you want to become Hokage, and for that you need an education. Only he never said what kind of education, and he wanted to become Hokage in the same way that Tobirama had wanted to become an alliance with the Uchihas. That is, not like that at all. He wanted to go to Uzushio. But unfortunately his opinion was not taken into account here and no one cared, so sighing, Uzumaki opened the first notebook with a textbook and began to do his homework. May she go to hell, along with the Hokage, the academy, and Iruka all rolled into one, Naruto muttered and continued writing. He might not be allowed out of the academy after all. Naruto snorted, of course they'll let him out of the academy, he's the village's weapon, and he has to protect the village, even at the cost of his own life. Protect a village full of hypocrites and assholes who hate him as if he's to blame for all their sins and troubles. Bastards. When he gains enough strength, he'll get out of here into the whirlpool and restore the village, and then he'll look for Uzumaki. Or should he find Uzumaki first, and then go into the whirlpool? In short, he'll figure it out as he goes, but for now. Fucking homework. The next morning, Naruto wasn't late for class. He just didn't go to bed and was now trying to snatch at least a little sleep at the academy. He succeeded and he and Shikamaru slept through the entire class, but he still had to get up and yawningly head to the academy's training ground. They threw kunai and shuriken again, and then sparred. This time, he was paired with Inuzuka Kiba, a dog handler from the Inuzuka clan. I'll take this loser out with one blow. The dog owner boasted, and next to him was his faithful puppy Akamaru, who barked in support. Naruto almost laughed at such bragging and self-confidence, disguising the laughter that escaped with a cough, but Shiki's attentive look told him that he had failed. Okay then, Naruto sighed and stood up, wandering into the circle where Kiba and Akamaru were already standing. The former was grinning as if he had already won. Ready, Iruka said, raising his hand above his head. You lose, Inuzuka smiled even wider, and Akamaru only barked in confirmation. Naruto looked at him with narrowed eyes, as if assessing him, and then suddenly broke into a smile. So wide that Uzumaki himself almost had his cheekbones twitch. Kiba began to be covered in red spots of anger. Good luck, Uzumaki said. Let's start. Uman's hand cut the air and the boys, without saying a word, rushed into battle. Inuzuka tried to hit with all his might and aimed specifically at Uzumaki's face, but he deftly dodged and avoided the dog handler's blows. Kiba saw that his blows were not reaching his opponent and therefore only became angrier, but unlike Uzumaki, Inuzuka was not alone. After exchanging glances with his friend, Inuzuka nodded to the puppy and he began to approach the fighters from behind, and then jumped on Naruto, as soon as his back was directly to the puppy. Uzumaki hit Akamaru with a roundhouse kick and he flew out of the circle, whining in pain. Akamaru! Inuzuka shouted, becoming even more angry. You will pay for this, Uzumaki. It was with this roar that Kiba rushed at Naruto, who had expected this. Inuzuka, who had rushed in blind rage, did not see that Naruto was standing right next to the line and therefore lost when Uzumaki simply stepped aside and tripped him, and then kicked him in the back with his boot, which left a mark on Inuzuka. The winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Yumino announced, surprised by the fight. Usually Uzumaki always lost, but here, tactics and skills were well balanced. Perhaps he will come to some good, the teacher involuntarily thought, but he quickly shook his head. Meanwhile, Naruto returned under the shade of the tree, accompanied by silence and the gazes of those around him. Shikamaru, who was sleeping under the same tree, opened his eye, chuckled, grinned, and then showed a thumbs up. Uzumaki only sighed heavily and lay down next to him, looking at the clouds. Choji was sitting next to these two and eating his favorite meat chips, but he had to put them away with regret when he was called to spar against Aburame Shino. The fat man lost, but his upset was prevented by two friends who rose from the shade of the tree and dragged him out for a walk. In the evening, Naruto was again at the training ground, honing his blows and driving chakra through the chakra channels. He returned home deep after midnight, when all the inhabitants of Konoha were already asleep, and with a sigh of despair he sat down to do his homework. He would oversleep again. Maybe I should at least eat before I go out, Naruto thought, but then shook his head. No, it's better not to. Then I'll have to cook myself something for lunch now. He forgot bento. He overslept at the academy. He got a reprimand from Iruka and was left after school to clean the classroom. Again. But he practiced walking on walls with chakra. The result was not instant, but acceptable. He walked, falling 10 or 20 times. To be continued. Chapter 3. Distribution. Commentary on Chapter 3. Distribution. I wrote it. Hooray. Sorry for the long wait, but I have work and school now and no time to write anything. I hope you like it. It's been 4 years since he's been in this time and now he can say with confidence that he's almost ready to implement the plans to bring Uzushio back to life. And the return of the Uzumaki, if they're still alive, and they are, Naruto was absolutely sure of that. The Uzumaki are such tenacious bastards. But let's not get ahead of ourselves yet, and find out what happened over these 4 years. The first year passed without any changes. Well, almost. Firstly, Naruto spent the whole year trying to restore his skills and constantly arranged a quest for survival in the Forest of Death, which is why he often ended up in the hospital until his body got used to it. This happened after the third visit to the hospital. Secondly, Naruto redid his apartment, in which the walls were finally restored. He bought new wallpaper and pasted it. Now instead of shabby swamp wallpaper there was dark blue wallpaper. He laid the floor out of dark wood, adding a temperature regulator FUNN to the wood. Now the floor could heat up on cold days or cool down in the heat and Uzumaki did not suffer from temperature changes in the house. By the way, he also installed this regulator on the walls. He replaced his bed, but left the mattress, since it was hard enough and Naruto's back did not hurt because of it. Due to his habit of sleeping on the bare ground without any equipment in the past, Naruto developed the habit of forgetting his sleeping bag and, unfortunately, this habit was transferred along with him. Now Naruto can only fall asleep on very hard surfaces, and if he lies down on a soft feather bed, he will not get enough sleep and his back will hurt like a decrepit old man. Thirdly, he found out who was watching him. It was not very easy, but he did it. Danzo. And his Anbu ne. He also did not find out right away that there was another Anbu squad in Konoha. More precisely, he was lucky to hear everything that the old people were talking about. The elders, the Hokage and Danzo. It was in their conversation that Naruto caught the words Anbu ne, or as he is also called the root of Anbu, Uzumaki, Jinchuriki, almost dead and changed. From these fragments he understood that they were talking about him and that after the beating, because of which he ended up here, Naruto had changed a lot and that was bad. Therefore, Danzo and the elders offered to hand over his mortal body to the root under the bright eyes of Shimura. The Hokage refused, categorically. And not because of love for Uzumaki himself, it's just that if Danzo gets the Jinchuriki in his tenacious little hands, then one can say that he will pull all the power onto himself. Which is almost all his anyway. Therefore, Uzumaki snuck into the archive with classified data and, what is very interesting, found a mention of the formation of the Root Anbu squad, but not a word about their members, and this, to be honest, gives rise to certain thoughts. It seems the cage of Konoha is losing his power, Naruto thought as he flipped through the reports and mission records. And not only that. In the second year, Naruto decided to start training with chakra, which is meditation, meditation and more meditation. He meditated for a long time, because he needed his chakra control to be as good as in the past, but it could be done better. Which is what he did. His chakra reserves are large, and with age and training it can become even more, and this is not counting the Kyuubi chakra. Uzumaki meditated almost every day and rested only when he began to play pranks, paying tribute to Naruto's past. And this also discourages any suspicion from him and weakens control, at least for a short time, on both sides. Still, he should not break the image, otherwise he somehow does not want to become a drooling fool who does not know life, but only kills or sacrifices himself to please others. In the third year, he learned his elements and they did not change. As usual, the main element is wind, and also lightning and a little bit of fire, but the last element awakened in him because of Kyuubi. He said so himself. So he began to remember everything old and learn new things, and he also almost blew Tobirama's face off the Hokage rock during another training session. He didn't do it by accident, but he apologized to Hashirama. Naruto also periodically noticed that some residents began to behave more tolerantly with him, but the shinobi, they became much more aggressive, especially on the night from the 10th to the 11th of October. He even had to go into the forest during these 3 days, or rather from the 9th to the 11th, he sat in the forest. Most often in the forest of death, and even school on these days he also missed, because of which he was called to the Hokage, but he quickly left him alone. All he had to do was throw a tantrum and release the Kyuubi chakra a little, so the old man would let him go from school on those days and he wouldn't even be given a truancy notice. Of course, not everyone was happy with this decision, especially the elders, who kept shouting about the village's weapon, but the weapon itself then simply taught them a lesson that they would remember for a long time. In the fourth year, Naruto began to prepare more diligently, since this year he would have to pass an exam, and illusions are still not given to him well, especially clones. What has not changed for sure is that Uzumaki's henge is still not given to him as in the past, because of which Naruto often swears and does not know whether it is on himself or on the clones that do not work. Also this year, Danzo increased his control over Naruto, although he still did not understand why, and did not want to understand yet. He has exams coming up and he is not obliged to keep an eye on all sorts of crazy old men. Oh, he will not waste his time, energy and nerves on this. So, yes, Uzumaki simply pretended that he does not see or hear anything. Played the fool, and so all the time until his exams and distribution. To which he is late, by the way. Damn, the whole village hears and sees something yellow running along the roofs, but they couldn't make it out. It was running too fast. Iruka will definitely kill me. With a cry of, sorry for being late. The door to the classroom flies out and a yellow-haired boy of about 13 with a mustache on his cheeks flies head over heels across the floor. The whole class first looks in bewilderment at the boy lying upside down, who slid to the window, and then bursts into laughter, and the laughter only intensified when the teacher began to scold him. Naruto, on the other hand, guiltily rubbed the back of his head and looked at the floor, smiling nervously. Of course, it was not the first time he had heard a reprimand from Iruka, but sometimes it was unpleasantly painful, and the fact that children usually laugh or grin maliciously does not help in any way. After Uzumaki was scolded, Iruka announced that the genin exam would begin now and each of them would have to draw a ticket that would say what this or that student would have to show. These could be illusory clones or just a history question, maybe you'll get a ticket with throwing or knowledge of the seal, it doesn't matter. I believe in you. You'll pass. Having said exactly this, Yumino smiled encouragingly at every student except the yellow-haired one and left the class calling the first student from the list. Naruto just looked out the window melancholically and thought about the plan, return of Uzushio, as he called it, but for now these are just plans and perhaps he will rearrange some points or remove them altogether. Maki. Uzumaki. Someone's voice shouted, and turning around, the guy saw Sakura next to him. Yes, Sakura-chan. He smiled a goofy smile. The girl snorted and looked behind her, where the girls of their class, except for Haim Hyuga, were crowded. Uzumaki, she said again as she turned to him. You've been hanging out with Sasuke-kun lately and well, there you go. She handed the letter to the bored Naruto and ran off, shouting for him to give it to the Uchiha and, not to stick his damn nose in there. Uzumaki turned the letter in his hand, thought, looked at the letter again and shrugged his shoulders and threw it to the Uchiha. The black-haired man turned to the blonde and flashed his black eyes, but Naruto did not pay attention to this and waved his hand towards the girls, who were not hiding at all looking at the Uchiha, and Sakura even blushed and giggled. Sighing, Naruto turned back to the window and laid his head on his hands, folded on the desk. The Uchiha decided to read the letter, but not even 3 seconds passed before he simply burned it, and his face and skin were paler than usual. Uzumaki Naruto. Here it was the blonde's turn and he got up from his desk and left the classroom following the examiner to another classroom next door. Entering the classroom, Naruto felt the gazes that followed him forever with his whole body and only because of that he did not shudder. Pulling out a ticket, Naruto read it and sighed resignedly. On the white it was written to create illusory clones, which Uzumaki could not do because of the struggle of his chakra with the Kyuubi's chakra. Although during all this time their chakra should have synchronized, but this did not happen and Naruto even knows why. At least he hopes so, since he understood this literally yesterday. Begin, nodded Mizuki-sensei, one of the examiners. Nodding, Naruto made the tiger pig bulldog seals and with a loud, poof, a clone appeared, a normal clone. Mentally, Naruto began to thank Shinigami for this, since he was not sure that he was right, and here it turned out that he was fighting with the Kyuubi's chakra and trying to subdue it, but he just needed to accept it as a part of himself and here you have the result. Of course, they do not always turn out perfectly, since he is an Uzumaki, then his chakra control is lousy, due to its large amount, and it has to be restored, but he has been trying to cope with this for the last 2 years. Okay, Mizuki nodded, and something flashed in his eyes that Naruto couldn't name. As soon as it appeared, it dissolved into goodwill. You passed, Naruto-kun. Here's your protector. Thank you, Mizuki-sensei. He bowed to the 2 teachers and left the classroom, although there was no joy in it, and his sixth sense told him that Mizuki was not so simple. Coming out of the classroom, Naruto looked around and headed for the exit of the academy. Today was the day of exams, and the day after tomorrow there will be the distribution itself, where they will be told the composition of the team, and the sensei themselves. Uzumaki prays to Shinigami every day, so that his team would be at least a little normal and ready to help each other. And he does not want to be on the team of Uchiha and one of his fans. Shinigami forbid. Oh great Shinigami, you are powerful. Please help me and do not let me get into the team of one representative of the Red-Eyed and his fans. Having said this to himself, he closed his eyes, and then opened them again. Looking around, Uzumaki realized that it was already getting dark and he should go home, and also go to the store for groceries, otherwise he would die from instant noodles. Or we can have a holiday for ourselves today. Looking at Ichiraku's establishment, Naruto thought and decided that today he could fork out some money. Already in the evening, Uzumaki went into the forest, since there was no desire to go home. It was empty and lonely there, and no one was waiting for him, but he could catch fish and eat in the forest. He could even share with the animals that lived there. If, of course, they did not want to feast on him. Nothing had changed in the forest, there were still many trees, leaves and a stream babbling nearby, but Naruto was forced to stop and hide in the bushes, since he heard approaching footsteps. A shadow descended on the clearing and, looking around, began to wait for someone, and Naruto tried to make out and what was his surprise when he saw Mizuki-sensei with a large scroll on his back. And I forgot about him. Today I was just thinking about keeping an eye on him, but I didn't think he would act so quickly. The scroll is a secret one, look how he's clutching it. Traitor. Naruto growled mentally and a kunai appeared in his hand, and then he flew out of the bushes, attacking Mizuki. The adult shinobi did not expect that someone would attack him, and in general he did not expect that there would be anyone else here, since the alarm had not yet been announced. Imagine his surprise when a yellow something attacked him and injured his cheek, and at first he was scared, but when he saw the attacker, he only clenched his jaw and his lips parted in a smile grin. Naruto, he asked, surprised. What are you doing here? I have the same question for you, sensei. What are you doing here? And with a scroll at this hour. Naruto said, pointing a kunai at the scroll behind the adult's back. I'm on a mission, Mizuki said hesitantly and pushed the scroll further behind his back. Mission? Naruto thought. Does the Hokage know about this mission? Of course he knows, Mizuki said, visibly starting to get nervous. Really? Strange. As far as I remember, secret scrolls should be inside the village in storage, not transported. Naruto answered and his face changed. Mizuki, why lie? You betrayed the village and want to sell it. Who is your buyer? Puppy. Die. Mizuki roared and began to attack Naruto. The elder had a kunai in his hand and attacked Uzumaki, who was only trying to do that, which is why he was ready and jumped up, and then landed on his hand and was able to kick him right in the face, causing him to stagger. Spitting blood from his mouth, Mizuki attacked again and began to strike more seriously. Uzumaki rather felt how his opponent became more serious, but this does not mean that Mizuki began to perceive him as an equal, because for the traitor, he is just a small fry who just graduated from the academy. When Uzumaki was thinking too much about what to do after Mizuki was caught, he almost missed a blow to the head with a kunai, but he was interrupted by a flying shuriken and looking in the direction from which the shuriken flew, they saw Iruka Yumino. What's going on here? Yumino asked. Iruka, you won't believe it, Mizuki took the floor. Naruto wanted to steal a scroll with A-rank techniques. He needs to be stopped. Is it true, Naruto? Iruka asked, clenching the kunai in his hand until his knuckles ached. His eyes said he was disappointed. What? Are you serious? Naruto asked, as befits his role, with a scream. He has a scroll, and I stole it. Why the hell would I do that? Here Yumino was confused and looked at Mizuki, who pushed the scroll away with his hand and swallowed, and then looked again at Naruto, who was outraged by this situation. Having decided something for himself, Iruka threw a kunai at Mizuki and demanded that he return the scroll to its rightful place, but then Mizuki only got angry and began throwing kunai and shuriken, making distracting maneuvers to attack. At the same time, Mizuki managed to mock Iruka and Naruto, saying how useless they were and causing even more pain to Yumino by saying that he was glad when his parents died. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Naruto shouted in rage as Yumino's hands dropped. You have no right to say that. I'm sure Iruka-sensei's parents were heroes, and you're nothing but a pathetic coward and traitor. And we'll catch you. At such a rebuke Mizuki only laughed through a huge shuriken at Naruto and when he dodged appeared behind him kicking him in the stomach, which is why Uzumaki crashed into a tree with his back. Mizuki, thinking that he won, wanted to leave, but felt that the weight of the scroll from his back disappeared and checking this he saw Naruto holding the scroll in his hands. Then Mizuki got even more angry and began to shout at Naruto that he was a monster and a demon, that he was a creature and should not have been born, and then grinning maliciously he said what was forbidden to say. Do you know why everyone in the village hates and despises you? Mizuki asked. Don't you dare. Yumino shouted from somewhere behind, trying to get up. Naruto remained silent in response to Mizuki's question. They hate you because you are the demon fox who destroyed Konoha 12 years ago. You are the monster who killed half of the inhabitants on October 10, 12 years ago. That is why Iruka hates you, because his parents died because of you. That is why the whole village hates you. You are the demon fox, the Kyuubi no Yoko. Mizuki finished with some kind of triumph and began to wait for a reaction to his words. And he waited for them. I know, Naruto simply replied and stood up from the ground. What? Two voices asked. Mizuki and Iruka were confused. I know, Naruto repeated. I know why and I know what for, but that doesn't mean people aren't stupid. You only hate me because I was born and became a vessel. The people of the village fear the fox, but they hate the one who restrains him. Stupid. I'm not a fox, I'm Naruto Uzumaki and I'm going to punch you in the face. Shadow clone technique. With this cry, about 1,000 blondes appeared in the forest where the battle was taking place and all of them began to attack Mizuki, who by this time had already managed to get a little tired, but he did not want to give up and therefore fought. I will not bend under the yoke of hatred and contempt. I will fight for my friends and family, I will not wait for recognition or love, because I know who I am and I advise you to remember. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Dadbeo, and I fight for my friends, the village and for my will. This is my ninja way. With a final scream, dozens of Naruto's rained blows on the tired Mizuki and he flew into a tree, breaking it, and Naruto himself remained standing. He was battered and blood was flowing from his head and back, but he was standing. Yumino could not believe what he saw and heard. In front of him stood not the small and loud boy he had taught only 2 days ago, but a shinobi. A real shinobi who is ready to protect not only friends and family, but also his village. Cough. Uzumaki swayed and spat out blood, and then began to fall, but fortunately Yumino was next to him quickly and was able to catch him. He quickly and carefully put Naruto on the ground and began to provide first aid. Hey, sensei. Excuse me. What are you asking for forgiveness for, Naruto? Yumino asked in surprise. It must have been unpleasant for you to look at me every day at the academy and remember that day, Naruto replied. Nonsense, Yumino sobbed, because the child was right. He hated Naruto and was ready to attack him any time he was in his sight, and he did not like teaching him. He believed that the demon was not worthy of becoming a shinobi. You are not him, you are not a fox. You are Naruto. Just Naruto. My student, even if not the best, and also late. They both snorted and Yumino was finally able to relax. Now all he had to do was wait for help, which was about to arrive. Thank you, Naruto said and smiled, and then his consciousness left him. Uzumaki came to in the hospital and without waiting for anyone quickly jumped out the window, running to his home. Already at home, he took a shower and dressed in clean clothes, and then ran to the academy, where soon the team lineups would be announced. Uzumaki entered the classroom without delay and quickly walked to the last desk by the window, where Shikamaru was already sleeping. Yo, Shika, the blonde greeted his friend. Yo, Naruto, Nara replied, raising his head and then laying down again. Naruto, having looked around the class, decided to take a nap too and put his hands in front of him, resting his head on them and closing his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't sleep for long, as he was awakened by Iruka's voice, which was addressing him specifically. Naruto. The teacher shouted and Uzumaki raised his head. Great, you're awake, then we can continue. And so, Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Ah, Ino Pork got it, I'm on a team with Sasuke-kun. The pink-haired girl shouted triumphantly to the whole class, looking at the blonde with a long tail, who proudly turned away. Sakura, can I continue? Iruka asked, raising an eyebrow. The girl became embarrassed and muttered an apology, sitting down. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Team leader, Hitaki Kakashi. After his name was said, Naruto rolled his eyes and fell head first on the desk, hitting it. He had asked for a normal team, without Uchiha and fangirls, and here was a pink-haired miracle who was not just in love and fangirling, she was obsessed with Uchiha. And also a commander. Anyone who knows where and when to listen will know who Hitaki Kakashi is. In the world, he is known as the copy ninja, as he was able to copy thousands of techniques and use them against the enemy, and all the teams that were assigned to him never passed the exam. I'm doomed, Naruto thought, looking at his teammates. Why do you hate me so much, Shinigami-sama? That's all. Yumino finished and closed the book. I was glad to teach you all, but now you have become genin and will go further. Your sensei will come and take you soon. Good luck. He said this and was gone, and the students stayed and began to move to their teammates. Some were unhappy with the team composition, some, on the contrary, were happy because they got into the same team with friends, and some just didn't care. You're unlucky, said Shikamaru, whom Naruto had somehow already forgotten about. Yeah, Naruto agreed. They both watched as Haruno once again harassed the Uchiha and was not embarrassed by the people. And you too. Yes, there was not only Haruno, but also Yamanaka, who was on the same team as Nara. These two girls were sharing Uchiha like a trophy, and he either didn't care, or he just decided to pretend to be a rag. In short, he just calmly sat at his desk, while the two girls tried to rip each other's hair out. Team 10, a man with a green vest, a beard and a cigar in his mouth entered the classroom. Naruto winced at the smell of tobacco. My name is Sarutobi Asuma and I am your sensei. Let's go. Shikamaru, Choji, and Yamanaka followed the man out. After a while, a woman came in and took Team 8, which included Inuzuka, Hyuga, and Aburame. Then 3 more came in, and then another, and Team 7 was the only ones left. Where is this sensei? Doesn't he look at the time? Sakura was indignant and almost tore her hair out. He's an elite jonin and it's natural that he's late. Maybe he had a tough mission. Naruto said, as he was already tired of listening to Haruno's screams. He just wants to sleep. What do you know, Uzumaki? You're always late too. Right, Sasuke-kun. I'm right, right, Haruno asked, turning to Uchiha and trying to make eyes at him. Uchiha, to her great regret, remained silent. Uzumaki just chuckled at this and sighed heavily. To be honest, he himself was already tired of waiting, since he had been missing his training for the second day and he didn't like it. He was training not just for strength, but for the future of his village. For Uzushio, to bring him back, and he didn't have time to sit around in his pants. Suddenly an idea struck him and he hurried to implement it. Taking a chalk sponge, he opened the door slightly and fixed it so that it would fall when the door was opened. It might be childish, but he was a child and he could fool around. What are you doing, Uzumaki? Sakura asked when she saw what the blonde was doing. What does it look like? Naruto answered with a question, causing Haruno's eye to twitch. Don't you dare answer a question with a question. And you seriously think that an elite shinobi would fall for this? You're an idiot, Sakura shouted, and at that moment the door slides open and the sponge falls right on the silver head. Uchiha, as usual, doesn't care. Naruto started laughing, and Haruno apologized and said that she tried to stop him. My first impression of you? I don't like you, said the man in the mask covering half his face. I'll wait for you on the roof of the academy. With these words, he disappeared into the smoke, and Uzumaki realized that it was a clone. Uchiha, for once, looked much more interested, even if he didn't show it much, and Sakura was just blinking her eyes. She didn't understand where the sensei had gone, but she decided not to ask the question, since it was clear that it was a technique. The question? What kind of technique? She was not interested. So she simply followed her teammates to the roof, where their sensei was sitting on the railing. When everyone was seated, Hitaki took the floor. Well, let's get acquainted. Tell us what you like, what you don't like. Your dreams, Kakashi said in a bored voice. He was holding a book in his hands and didn't even look away from it, neither when the genins entered, nor when he was saying all this. Set an example for us, sensei, Sakura said. My name is Hitaki Kakashi, my goal is not important, and my dream is not interesting. Your turn. He smiled coldly with his eye, but almost no one noticed. The key word is almost. In the end, he didn't say anything except his name. Sakura muttered, and then straightened up. Then I'm first. My name is Haruno Sakura. I love. Then her gaze fell on Uchiha and she became embarrassed. My dream. And again a glance at Uchiha and red cheeks. What don't you like? Hitaki said without enthusiasm, with some kind of doom. Naruto. The girl immediately answered. Ouch. Uzumaki pretended to be in pain and put his hand on his chest. Why did you do this, Sakura-chan? The blonde whined. The girl shuddered at his address to her, since she hadn't heard him say, Sakura-chan, for 3 or 4 years, and now. You're next. Kakashi decided to end this performance and pointed his head at Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I love ramen, friends and those I consider family. My goal is peace. And my dream is home. I do not like traitors and cowards, as well as deceivers and those who do not value their comrades. Uzumaki said and noticed how Hitaki twitched at the words about comrades. Your turn, Kakashi said, pointing to the third member of the team. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha said coldly. My dream? No, it's a goal and I know I'll achieve it. My goal is to kill one person. My dream is to revive the clan. He said nothing more, and Hitaki, slamming the book shut, attracted attention to himself. When the genin turned their attention to him, he informed them about the exam he would hold tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Naturally, there were those who were indignant, and these were by no means guys. What? What exam? We've already passed all the exams and you left the academy. Sakura screamed. It's not fair, right, Sasuke-kun? The latter did not pay attention to Haruno's question and simply turned away. Naruto only glanced at them and pretended to be a rag. Hitaki sighed and began to explain that the exam they took at the academy was for everyone, an individual, and the team senseis had the right to conduct this exam at any time, and only after it would it be known whether they were suitable for the tasks or not. Whether their team was suitable. So, whether she wanted it or not, the exam would be. Don't be late, he smiled again and disappeared into smoke. The genin scattered in all directions after their sensei disappeared. Haruno tried to invite Uchiha on a date or something. Uchiha refused, saying that he was going home. Uzumaki just quietly disappeared. His team doesn't care about him anyway, and he will actively take advantage of this. After all, he doesn't need them to be more interested in his life than they are now. He will behave the same way he behaved before at the academy. Uchiha doesn't see further than his nose, and Haruno doesn't see further than Uchiha. This is to his advantage. The only problem is Hatake. He is an elite Junin and he was put on the team with the weapon of the village for a reason. The Hokage and elders want to control him. That is why his team includes Junin and Uchiha, but the latter will be of no use if he does not develop his Sharingan. Haruno is just cannon fodder. Something that can be spent without regretting or losing anything. Falling asleep, Naruto felt that many adventures would fall on his ass and Sasuke's words about killing someone did not give him any peace. More precisely, not someone, but Itachi. His brother. Naruto, as an Uzumaki, could not approve of his brother murder, for him family was above all. It's the Uchiha squabbles, forget it, a voice flashed through his head and died down. Actually, he was right. It wasn't his business and it wasn't for him to reason with that idiot Sasuke, but why did he feel like he was doing something wrong by trying to let this all slide? Okay. The morning is wiser than the evening, Uzumaki decided and fell asleep. The next morning there was a fight with the sensei, which they somehow managed to win. When asked how, Team 7 will not answer, because they themselves do not know. Well, or almost do not know, but they will not tell about that shame even under threat of death. To anyone, and they themselves will remain silent. Now they are officially, Team Number 7. To be continued. Chapter 4. Amazing D-rank missions and the long-awaited S mission. Damn Hatake, Hokage, Haruno and Uchiha. Damn Konoha and its people. Damn cat and its owner. Damn fire daimyo. Damn D-rank missions. May the Biju eat you. What are you muttering about, Uzumaki? The pink-haired girl said, then swung her arm and hit the blonde on the head. Work. After that, she ran away screaming, Sasuke-kun. And Naruto rubbed his head and looked indignantly at Haruno and Uchiha, and also at the relaxing Hatake, who was just lying on a tree branch and reading porn. Out of indignation, he squeezed the handle of the hoe very hard and it broke into 2 parts. Oh, Naruto said, holding 2 parts of one hoe. Today they work in the field, and after that they will have to walk the dogs of the Inuzuka clan and then again catch the damn cat that constantly runs away from its owner. Although, if I were in this cat's place, I would also run away time after time in the hope that I would not be found. Naruto thought when he remembered how this woman tortured the poor animal. After this mission, Naruto and his half-team went to the Hokage to report on the work done, and as always, they were given another mission. Honestly, Uzumaki will soon howl worse than the Inuzuka dogs. No, he understands what D-rank missions are for, but this is real torture. His team is completely unprepared for teamwork, since here everyone is for himself. So, guys, Uzumaki's attention, as well as that of his teammates, was drawn to their sensei, who deigned to descend into the mortal world. All tasks completed for today. Tomorrow at the Hokage's residence at 8, we'll take on new ones. Bye. And he quickly disappeared, leaving the children alone. Luckily, they were used to it and didn't pay much attention now. Haruno started pestering Uchiha again, inviting him on dates, but as usual, he didn't care and just left snorting. When Haruno, all upset, turns to Naruto, he knows what will happen and therefore manages to get away from the pink-haired girl's fist before it reaches his poor head. Naruto, you idiot, she screams and runs away. Crazy. Naruto grumbles and leaves too. He needs to stop by the grocery store again today, since everything he bought last time has already run out and it's time to replenish again. He was also thinking about new things for the house, flowers or a figurine, so that it would look like the house is lived in, not inhabited. True, he probably went overboard with the flowers, considering the life of a ninja, they will simply wither when Uzumaki is sent on a month-long or 6-month mission, so he needs to think about that. After the store, Uzumaki came across Takahashi's armory and wanted to go in, but then he remembered that he didn't have much money left, so he decided to go in some other time. After entering the house and taking off his shoes, Uzumaki laid out the groceries, and then went towards the bedroom where he opened the secret place, which was in the seal under the mattress, and opening it, he put the remaining money in there. No matter how much he cherished this village, Mito and her descendants lived here, but his heart is not in Konoha and he does not want to give up the idea of bringing Uzushio back. This is his home, after all. So, what do we have? Naruto sighed as he sat down at the scroll where he wrote down all the FUNN techniques he knew or remembered. The team sucks, and the teacher sucks too. At this rate, I won't be able to leave the village until I'm 100 or 150 years old. It's not a problem for an Uzumaki, but I still don't want to hang around in this rotten village for long. How tedious it all is. Having said this, he returned to his notes. He needed to check if he had written everything down or if he had missed something. Then, not finding anything extra or missing, Uzumaki put the scroll away and began to think about dinner. After all, eating ramen every day was too expensive for his pocket. No, Tuki-san was giving him a discount, but Naruto was already a genin and was getting paid. It might not be much, but he was getting money, plus his pension, and eating almost for free was disrespect for the work of Tuki and his daughter. He couldn't be impudent any longer, so he would only go to the ramen shop with a heavy pocket, and this way he could cook something edible at home. I still need to decide about the team, Uzumaki thought, and then shook his head. Although, what's there to think about? I'll send a clone, and I'll go to the forest of death and train. With a team like this, I've wasted almost a month of training. Sighing, Naruto took the stewed vegetables off the fire and put them on a plate, also took the baked chicken out of the refrigerator and poured himself some green tea, adding lemon. While he was eating, he also tried to understand where he had screwed up so badly in front of Shinigami that he had sent him here. He regularly went to the temple, prayed only to Shinigami and did not believe in other gods, and still does not believe, but why was Shinigami-sama so cruel to him? Suppressing another sigh, Uzumaki went to bed, since tomorrow was another D-rank mission. Damn D-ranks, Naruto thought and fell asleep. Naruto, the female voice kept calling and calling, but Naruto couldn't figure out where it was coming from. But he knew the voice that was calling best of all. Mito, Naruto asked, and a blurry silhouette with red hair appeared in front of him. Naruto, the voice said again. You are an Uzumaki, remember? Mito, he called again, but the silhouette began to dissipate, so he ran towards it. Mito, stop. Mito, ow. With this cry, Naruto fell out of bed. Getting up from the floor, rubbing his head and butt, Naruto looked at the time and made sure that it was only 7, so he slowly went to the bathroom. After water procedures, Uzumaki headed to the kitchen, trying not to look towards the room, since he left a mess there yesterday due to laziness. Sighing bitterly, Uzumaki ate yesterday's dinner and looking in the refrigerator, made a note that he needed to go to the store for groceries again. At 9 o'clock Naruto left the house and walked towards the Hokage residence, where he and his team were supposed to meet at 8:30 to take on another mission. Of course, Uzumaki knows that Hatake will be late again, so he left so late, and walked slowly to the residence. Why hurry if the teacher is late anyway? That's right, there is no need. Hello everyone, Uzumaki shouted as he approached the team. Naruto, you're too late, idiot. Sakura shouted and wanted to hit him, but then Uzumaki intercepted her blow. Haruno, the girl shuddered from his tone and look, but it quickly passed. It was as if Naruto had a switch and, click, Naruto was happier, click, Naruto was angry and scary. Why hit right away? I'm not late, the teacher is not here yet. Fool, Haruno shouted again, but did not use force. If we were told to be near the residence at 8:30, then we must come. But what if Sensei had come during that time? Well, he's not here, the guy shrugged and walked away from the girl, who wanted to say something else, but waved her hand and ran to get Uchiha. Poor guy, Naruto thought, looking at Sasuke's distorted face, even though he was trying to keep the mask on, but he was not doing a good job of it yet and an observant person would see it. Of course, after the mental comment towards Uchiha, Naruto felt a wave of discontent, hatred and gloating. Naturally, the fox gloated, especially considering that he was taken under the control of the Uchiha. Here he can be understood, and every time Uzumaki comments on something about Sasuke, Naruto feels some echoes of emotions coming from the fox. The fox himself, after that time, 4 years ago, no longer made contact, and no matter how hard Naruto tried, he could not go down to the subconscious. The fox closed the channel. Ready? Asked the sensei who had appeared. Naturally, Sakura began to lecture him about how being late was bad and that he was setting a bad example for his students, while Hatake ignored all of this and generally pretended to be a dummy. That's how they reached the Hokage's office. Hello, Hokage-sama, the Jonin greeted the old man, and the genins followed him in disarray. Hello, Kakashi, the third one smiled. Are you on a mission? Yes, sir. Hitaki answered, and the Hokage started looking for something in his desk, then on the table, and finally gave Sensei 3 sheets of paper. Here. We need to walk the dogs of the Inuzuka clan, weed the gardens, and find the cat of the daimyo's wife. He ran away again. On the last mission, the genin groaned. This wasn't just a cat, he was a fiend from hell, and every mission to catch this monster always ended with scratches or abrasions. Haruno always had scratches on his arms, Uchiha on his face, and he didn't approach Uzumaki at all, and if Naruto tried to approach, he always ended up scratched from head to toe or bitten. Forward. Hitaki said somehow too cheerfully, and Team 7 left the residence. The genin in their thoughts quartered their sensei or drowned him, or maybe buried him somewhere quiet. Then the blonde with the mustache figured something out and returned to the Hokage's office, and returned so quickly that his teammates did not even have time to blink. Old man, shouted the boisterous blonde, falling into the office. Give us a more difficult mission. I'm already tired of weeding the beds and walking the dogs, and this cat is the devil himself. Give us a more difficult mission. Naruto, the old Hokage sighed wearily. You know. I don't care, I want a difficult mission. The boy interrupted the old man and even stamped his feet in frustration. For a month we weeded the gardens, walked the Inuzuka dogs, chased the damn Tora, and just messed around, and now I want a normal mission. Give us a normal mission. Naruto, the Hokage began softly, I don't have any missions for your team yet, but I give you my word that next time you come I will give your team a more difficult mission. Okay. You promise? Naruto asked, squinting. The word of the Hokage. Sarutobi nodded and Uzumaki nodded, and then left. The old man, after the boy left his office, exhaled. Insufferable boy. Uzumaki caught up with his team and went with them to weed the beds and walk the dogs again. Sakura of course started yelling at him when he returned. Sasuke looked like he was going to strangle him, and his look just said, idiot. Hitaki just sighed tiredly, but the ash-haired man thought that no one heard him. Naruto himself didn't care about all this, since he wanted to get out of this village as soon as possible, but for that he needed not D-rank missions, but much higher ones. For example, the next morning, Naruto was getting ready for war, shurikens, kunai, some senbon, a scroll with food, and the same scroll, but with weapons. As his Roshi ni-san used to say, there is no such thing as too many weapons. Now I'm ready. Uzumaki hid all of this in his tattoo seal, which he had made for himself a year ago, so that he could sneak books to class that were supposedly forbidden for children and ninjas who hadn't reached at least the rank of chunin. We can move out. When he left the apartment, he simply hoped that no one would go there as they had all these years, but lately Uzumaki noticed that someone was constantly watching him. When he was on missions, when he was just walking alone or with friends, when he was training. Well, no one looked in on him in the shower, since they couldn't enter the house because of the seals he had put here, but these seals were valid while he was in the village, and when he was outside the village. That's why Naruto hid some things that were not provided for by his living here. So, Team 7, the Hokage began to rustle papers, and then took out a paper. Here, you have a mission with the Inuzuka clan. Old man, Uzumaki's cry interrupted him, outraged to the tips of his bones. What do you mean by this? We talked yesterday and you promised that you would give us another mission. I'm tired of walking dogs, chasing cats and digging in the dirt. I want a super duper cool mission. Like all real shinobi, outside the village. Naruto baka. Sakura shouted and hit him on the head. Stop talking to Lord Hokage like that. She then turned to Sarutobi. Please forgive me. Naruto, Kakashi sighed, even without his book. You haven't grown up to a higher ranking mission yet. Sasuke just sighed, but it was clear from his expression that he also wanted to do something other than gardening and walking dogs. Uchiha was also tired of all this and wanted to finally act. Sorry, Naruto, the Hokage raised his hands in a conciliatory manner, took out another piece of paper and handed it to Hitaki. Here, this is a C rank assignment. Escort, come in, Tazuna-san. A middle-aged man entered the office, unkempt and carrying a bottle. He smelled like he had been bathing in a vat of alcohol. Naruto immediately became wary, since he still didn't like drunk people very much, even when he remembered his past life. Sasuke only grimaced and moved away a little. Sakura followed the Uchiha, since she also didn't like the smell of alcohol on the man. Only Hitaki was unperturbed. Meet Tazuna-san, he is a bridge builder and needs an escort to the land of waves, Hiruzen said. And these kids will accompany me? The man asked after taking a sip from the bottle, then pointed at Uzumaki. Especially you. Are you sure you're a ninja? Such a small one. This man's words angered Naruto. He is small of course, but this is completely normal, since his body is still growing and developing, and then some drunk tells him that he does not look like a ninja. Want to test it? Naruto growled in a voice that made everyone shudder, as they had never heard such a tone from Uzumaki before. Naruto himself took out one of the kunai and smiled, or rather tried to, but it was more of a grin. I'll be happy to demonstrate. Ahem, Naruto. The Hokage cleared his throat, while the bridge builder could not utter a word, but only turned pale and shook his head from side to side. The man even dropped the bottle in fear. I think you understood the essence of the task. Of course, Hokage-sama. Hitaki nodded and indicated with his eyes that it was time for them to go. As Naruto passed by Tazuna, he picked up his bottle and handed it to him with a childish smile on his face, causing the bridge builder to turn even paler. After the seventh left the Hokage's residence, Sakura wanted to hit Naruto, but since that didn't work, she started doing what she did best. Screaming. How could you scare the bridge builder like that? Idiot. What if he refused the escort? Sakura screamed. Sakura. Uzumaki barked, tired of her screams, and the girl shuddered in surprise. Shut up. You're fucking annoying me already. The fact that I let you hit me in the Hokage's office doesn't mean you can continue to hit me or yell at me. You're nobody to lecture me, so shut your mouth and go pester the fucking Uchiha further, before reality breaks your snotty rose-colored glasses, which you still don't want to take off. Why you? The girl even started to cry after hearing his monologue. So, Hitaki decided to intervene and clapped his hands a couple of times. Let's go home and pack our things. We'll meet at the gate in an hour, okay? Yes, Naruto replied and left without even looking back. Sasuke nodded and left too. Only Sakura stood there, but then, when tears started running down her cheeks, she turned around and ran away. Hitaki sighed at all this. He was very tired. It's difficult, and another sigh. The ash-haired man waited for the bridge builder and told him that they should meet near the gate in an hour, and using Shunshin, he went to his apartment to read and think about Naruto's words. Chapter 5. The Land of Waves. Team 7, as agreed, met near the gate to wait for another 40 minutes for their employer, who arrived completely drunk, and only after that they set off. Everyone walked in silence. Sakura pointedly did not talk to Naruto. Uzumaki himself did not care about this from the Hokage rock. Sasuke simply walked in silence, and Kakashi read, Come Paradise. The bridge builder did not care about anything, since he walked and drank alcohol, keeping away from the blonde at the same time. Naruto scared him a lot in the Hokage's office. Haruno couldn't stand the silence and started asking questions about the wave country, to which Hitaki began to answer, albeit lazily. During some of the questions, Tazuna shuddered or sweated, which Naruto and Kakashi noticed, but they didn't show it and acted as if nothing had happened. During one of Sakura's questions, they passed by a puddle that was in the forest, which was strange considering that the rainy season hadn't started yet. Hitaki turned around and looked at the genin, who seemed to have not noticed this puddle at all, or if they had noticed it, they ignored it. Sensei was about to turn away, but he noticed that Uzumaki had tripped and fallen into this puddle. Oh, said the blonde. You idiot, Naruto, watch where you're going. Sakura yelled at him, but then remembered that she was actually offended and folded her arms across her chest and fell silent. Sasuke just sighed. Sorry, Naruto said smiling. As soon as he tried to get up, the puddle suddenly disappeared and in its place were two shinobi who tore Hitaki apart. Sakura screamed, Sasuke took out kunai and shuriken, and Naruto just stared at the two shinobi with interest. Somewhere in the background, Tazuna fainted, but he was the last to be noticed. Look, brother, one said to the other. What weak jonin there are these days in this Konoha. You're right, brother, the second one chuckled. Weak. Let's deal with the small fry and kill the bridge builder. These words became the trigger and the massacre began. Here Sasuke rushes into battle with a kunai at the ready. The first one blocked it, while the second one wanted to attack Uchiha, but then Uzumaki blocked his way and sent him flying with a kick. Not far, but what can you do? Haruno, meanwhile, stood in front of the bridge builder also with a kunai at the ready and parried the weapons that the two brothers managed to throw towards the bridge builder. When one of the brothers threw a senbon, or whatever it was, at Naruto's leg, who slowed down a little, the second one went around Sasuke and was about to strike Sakura. Hatake appeared and scattered them both. You guys are great. Kakashi praised his students, looking at each one, and then his gaze stopped on the bleeding Naruto. Naruto, are you okay? Yes, he said and pierced his wound so that the blood came out along with the poison that was on the senbon. What are you doing? Sakura screamed and wanted to somehow clamp the wound, but Uzumaki only hit her hands and began to squeeze out the blood himself. Sasuke looked at this picture in amazement, as did Hatake. And so did everyone else. After the poison came out, the blonde bandaged his leg and sat down to rest. Hatake watched the student for a while longer, and then turned to the two shinobi. He recognized them as demon brothers, Nukenin, and Chunin ranked shinobi. When they woke up, Kakashi took them somewhere into the bushes and began to interrogate them for information, from which he learned that they were hunting for a bridge builder, and then Hatake began to beg information from Tazuna. He told about Gato, a landowner who makes money dishonestly, and that the bridge that Tazuna is building will help them live a normal life, because then they will not depend on Gato. But of course you can refuse. What is the life of some bridge builder to you? My grandson will no longer run up to me and shout, "Grandpa." I understand. At the end he began to press on pity. Sakura bought this tearful scene. Sasuke didn't care, and Naruto just rolled his eyes. Hatake was waiting for the team's decision, but for the sake of form he said that they could not continue the mission since it was already A rank. What difference does it make? Naruto asked, unusually serious. We are shinobi and we have a mission to complete. He finally looked at Hatake indignantly. Do you think I begged old Hokage for this mission for nothing? That was the decision. Team 7 together with the bridge builder went further and were already more careful or tried to be, because when they were taken by boat, Naruto slightly adjusted something in the turbine, but no one noticed. No one except Hatake, who nodded approvingly at this action. When the boat dropped them off on the other side, the boatman started the engine and, having swum a few meters, exploded along with the boat. What have you done? Sakura shouted when she saw their satisfied glances. You are murderers. We're shinobi, Naruto simply replied with a shrug. That's our job. To kill. Besides, he came here without a motor, and left with a motor. Maybe he gave a signal. Kakashi, who had been silent until then, said and Sakura fell silent. The seventh and the bridge builder walked a few more meters, when suddenly Kakashi shouted, "Get down!" and pulled the bridge builder and Sakura with him. Sasuke and Naruto also fell to the ground, and then something heavy flew over them and crashed into a tree. This is Hatake Kakashi, known as the Copy Ninja. A man sat on the hilt of the huge sword Kubikiribocho. He had a bandaged belt and a mask on his face, and he also had a protector with a crossed-out sign of the Village of Mist. Zabuza Momochi, swordsman of the Hidden Mist, Hatake rose to his feet and turned to his students. Guard the bridge builder, this renegade is no match for you. This is. Naruto couldn't take his eyes off the swordsman's sword and he noticed it. Do you like it? Zabuza asked with a grin. You'll get a closer look when I kill you with this sword. The Kubikiribocho sword. Uzumaki ignored Momochi's words. This is my clan's sword. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. How dare this scum touch the Uzumaki clan's treasures? Naruto was overcome with anger and maybe, just maybe, the fox was slightly happy and shared his chakra, causing a heavy death aura to fall on the clearing. Hatake immediately turned towards Uzumaki, since he recognized the fox's chakra, and as soon as he looked at Naruto, he saw that his eyes were red and the scars on his cheeks became more distinct. This is bad, thought Hatake. What is this? Asked Momochi, interested. It was easier for him than for everyone here, since he was a professional killer and it was not the first time he felt murderous intent, but this aura was heavier than before. How can such a kid have such a powerful aura? Naruto. Sakura screamed. She was scared, it was the first time she had experienced something like this. How did you? Naruto growled and looked at Zabuza with his red eyes. Who are you that you dare to use my clan's treasure? Does he know? Clan. Hatake and Uchiha thought at the same time, looking at Naruto. Huh. Zabuza said, grinning. You're one of the survivors. Interesting. Naruto growled and lunged at Zabuza, who barely managed to dodge. A crater formed where Momochi had been from the force of Naruto's blow. Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, and the bridge builder were shocked by Naruto's strength and speed. He's strong, Uchiha thought, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Where does he get so much strength? Is this Naruto? thought a frightened Sakura. This is bad, the nine tails might break free. Hitaki, like everyone else, was deep in thought, but he was also thinking of a plan to subdue the nine tails. After Uzumaki struck Zabuza again and wounded him in the ribs, Hitaki decided to act. He took out a suppression seal and rushed right between Uzumaki and Momochi to strike the mercenary and stick the seal on his protege, but Uzumaki dodged and the blow fell on an empty space, and Zabuza not only received a kick from Hitaki, but also caught up with a maddened Naruto. "I'll tear you apart," Naruto growled, turning his head towards Kakashi, who was already preparing to reflect or dodge, but Uzumaki only growled warningly and began to attack Zabuza again. "Die, Zabuza Momochi." Kakashi was surprised. Naruto would only attack Momochi and leave the others alone. He wouldn't even look at them unless they were in his way. As if he was in control of his own mind. Quickly dismissing these thoughts, Hitaki once again attempted to neutralize Naruto, and when he was distracted by shurikens and kunai from Sasuke, Kakashi attacked him from behind and stuck a suppression seal on him. Naruto quickly lost consciousness and began to fall forward, but Hitaki caught him and threw him to his teammates, and he himself went to fight Zabuza. Even though the mercenary was exhausted, he was still a problem. "Well, it looks like it's just you and me now," the swordsman grinned. "Too bad, the kid was an interesting opponent." Hitaki didn't answer this and entered the battle, before shouting to his students that they shouldn't dare interfere and protect Tazuna. Sakura stood in front of the bridge builder who had fallen on his butt and fought off the shurikens and kunai that Momochi managed to throw at them, and Sasuke tried to bring Naruto to his senses, but he didn't come. Tch, Uchiha clicked his tongue. After another blow to the cheeks, Uzumaki did not come to his senses and he wanted to hit him again, but harder, as at that moment Sakura's scream was heard. Looking towards Sakura, he saw that she was looking in complete horror towards the river, just where Hitaki and Momochi were fighting. Sharply turning his head towards the river, Uchiha saw that the teacher was in a water prison and was shouting at them to leave him and save themselves. Naturally, no one listened to him, and Sasuke, shouting to Sakura to protect Naruto and the bridge builder, ran to Momochi, but was thrown back only by a kick, and then Zabuza intended to chop the Uchiha into tiny pieces, which made Sakura scream. Hitaki, who saw this, began to thrash around in the water prison, but was unable to get out, and then this happened. Zabuza suddenly flew to the river and knocked down his clone that was holding Hitaki in a water prison, causing him to dissipate. Sakura stopped crying. Sasuke and Hitaki looked in shock at the one who seemed to have fallen unconscious, but there he was, standing right in front of Uchiha Sasuke and covering him. "What are you sitting there for, idiot, or am I the only one who wants to kick his ass?" Uzumaki asked, having come to his senses, looking at the Uchiha. Tch, Uchiha hissed, and the two of them were about to rush to attack Momochi, but their path was blocked by Hitaki, who had come to his senses after the shock. "I'll handle him myself, and you protect Tazuna-san," Kakashi said. "Yes," all three said. Sasuke and Naruto might want to argue, but they understand that the swordsman is too tough for them right now. "Ho," Zabuza drawled, "I'm flattered, but I think the kids should be allowed to play, too." "Their intervention will no longer be necessary," Kakashi said, reaching for the eye patch that was hidden. "Sharingan. What?" thought Sasuke, looking with wide eyes at Hitaki, who had the Sharingan, even though he was not from the Uchiha clan. Where did he get the Sharingan? Sasuke watched the fight between his teacher and enemy very carefully, because he was afraid to miss everything that was happening and to miss something important. Especially what was connected with the Sharingan. The fight between Kakashi Hitaki and Momochi Zabuza was like an exchange of techniques, whose are more deadly and dangerous. At some point, Hitaki still began to push the swordsman back, and when Kakashi was about to deliver the final blow, Anbu appeared and used senbons that stuck into the swordsman's neck. "Thank you for helping us catch that swordsman," the Anbu said. "I've been tracking him for days now." "Why you?" Sakura tried to say something, but she couldn't utter a word because of fear, so Hitaki took the floor, and after a short conversation, the Anbu put the swordsman on his shoulders and then disappeared. After the swordsman disappeared, Hitaki fell from exhaustion, which is why Naruto and Sasuke had to carry him on their backs all the way to the bridge builder's house, where Tazuna's daughter gave them a room for them and Sakura separately. Chapter 6. The Land of Waves. Part 2. Commentary on Chapter 6. The Land of Waves. Part 2. Happy New Year to everyone. I wish everyone happiness this year and lots of love. Human, the fox's voice echoed throughout Uzumaki's inner world. You know my name, Fox, Uzumaki answered him, sitting near the cage, but not too close. Why did you help them? Asked the fox. What made you think I was helping them? Naruto answered with a question. When that swordsman appeared, I felt a strong thirst for blood from you, which I had never felt from you before, said the fox. This swordsman, he has something that once belonged to my clan, Uzumaki said. I am angry because this sword was created by my clan. By my ancestors to protect the clan and their allies, not to kill innocents. But the Uzumaki clan is dead, the fox said, and a force surged through his subconscious, and the water began to stir and gradually turned into whirlpools. The Uzumaki clan is alive as long as at least one representative of this clan is alive. I will revive the Uzumaki. Naruto growled and his hair turned red and his eyes took on a purple hue, but as soon as he calmed down, everything returned to normal. The fox remained silent and they simply continued to sit in silence. Man, the fox broke the silence. Why don't you want to take revenge on those who destroyed your home? Naruto looked at him in surprise, and then his eyes sparkled. Who said that I don't want revenge? I want them to suffer the same way the children of my clan suffered. The way my house suffered, but this feeling can't spread throughout the body and I can't live with it either. I'm a human, as you say, I have something to love, I have someone to hate and I want to see dead, but that doesn't mean that I want it first and foremost. I want to get my clan back because it's my whim, but at the same time I want to get my family. Fox finished when Uzumaki couldn't finish and lowered his head, clenching his fists, but as soon as Fox said this, Naruto raised his head. Uzumaki's eyes expressed surprise, but then they sparkled joyfully and his lips parted in a smile. Yes, I want my family back. Uzumaki said with a smile on his lips and again there was silence between them, but it was more like spending time in silence with a friend. Peaceful and pleasant. Fox. What? Do you have a family? This question surprised the fox very much and he did not know how to answer it, but then memories of his father and brothers and sisters began to flash through his head. Yes, all tailed ones are brother and sister to each other, answered the fox. His tails fluttered peacefully behind him. Do you miss them? Naruto asked again. No, they're too annoying, Fox said. Uzumaki just chuckled at this, but said nothing. It's time for you to go, human. When Naruto woke up again, the first thing he saw was the swordsman flying at Sasuke and Uzumaki did not hesitate to attack. Afterwards, he and Sasuke were ready to defeat Momochi together, but Hitaki gave the order to protect Tazuna and they did not dare to disobey, so they simply watched the fight. Uchiha was especially attentive, considering that the students saw the teacher's Sharingan, which was hidden under the protector. After the fight, Hitaki collapsed unconscious from exhaustion and lack of chakra, so Naruto and Sasuke dragged him to the bridge builder's house, where they were given a room for the three of them and Sakura. After Naruto and Sasuke laid Hitaki on the spread-out futon. After which the Uchiha quickly left and, judging by the sounds coming from the street, he began to train. Sakura was with the Uchiha and every time she squealed with delight, while very loudly exclaiming, Sasuke-kun. Uzumaki did not understand such an attitude and therefore, after checking Hitaki's condition and making sure that he would live, went down and asked the owner of the house, Tsunami-san, what he could help with. The woman then looked at him with huge eyes and simply blinked for a couple of minutes, but then she finally let it slip that it would be nice to chop some firewood or help peel a couple of vegetables. Naruto just nodded at this and created two clones, one went to peel the vegetables, the second helped chop the meat, and he himself went to chop firewood. In the evening, when everyone was already gathered for dinner, Naruto asked if there were any medications and whether they could be used, to which Tsunami-san smiled and took out everything necessary. Having thanked her, Uzumaki went upstairs to the room where Hitaki was lying unconscious and, touching his forehead, realized that he had taken the antipyretic in time. Hitaki had developed a fever. Naruto tried to bring it down for 2 days, while his teammates did whatever they wanted. He also helped around Tsunami-san's house and even had a few conversations with her son, who was overly aggressive, but Naruto more or less found a common language with him. The boy, I don't remember his name. If anyone remembers, please tell me. Shouted that they weren't heroes, that they would die, that Gato would kill them and all that, but he began to doubt his own words when Naruto looked at him indifferently, shrugged and said, so what? Everyone will die sooner or later, I'm not afraid of death, because death is a second life. Even if you hardly remember it or feel it, but you will know that there are still many adventures ahead of you. After which Uzumaki turned around and went into the house to ask Tsunami-san again what kind of help she needed and, having received an answer, to start helping. The boy looked after Uzumaki in bewilderment and could not understand why he was talking about death as if it were the weather. This was not right. Naruto didn't give a damn about the boy's thoughts, he was already dying and wasn't afraid of death. Besides, with death he would probably meet his parents, clan and Mito. He might even meet a smiling Hashirama and punch him. A gloomy, as usual, Madara and fight him. The same gloomy Tobirama and he would also punch him or beat him to death for leaving such a rotten village behind. And Mito might even beat him up herself for dying right before their wedding, but he was ready for it. Probably. Naruto. Sensei's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. Naruto grinned and walked over to the window where Uchiha was training and Haruno was sighing for him. Hey, idiots. Sensei's awake, get your asses over here. Hatake was shocked by Naruto's address to his teammates. No, Uzumaki certainly hadn't respected them much or shown any interest in them before, but he hadn't insulted them so obviously either. Soon, the disgruntled team members entered the room and, without saying a word to Uzumaki, scattered around the room. How are you, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked, turning to Hatake. Everything is fine, Sakura, he replied, slightly narrowing his eyes, and then looked at Sasuke, who was very silent, but at the same time staring at Hatake non-stop, and he exhaled, ask already. Where did you get the Sharingan? It's my clan's jutsu. Did you kill someone to get it? You. Calm down, Sasuke, Hatake raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture. I didn't kill anyone from your clan. And the Sharingan, it's a gift. From a friend. Sasuke remained silent, but it was clear that he had 1,001 more questions. Hatake sighed, then looked at his students and sighed again. How long was I out? He asked finally. 3 days, Uzumaki replied. You were in bed for 3 days with exhaustion and fever. It's good that Tsunami-san had medicine and the fever went down, otherwise you were in bed for much longer. Oh, now Hatake noticed that Naruto was the most tired of all his teammates. Dark circles, trembling hands, slightly darting eyes and paleness. It seemed that Uzumaki had not slept enough in the last 3 days, if at all. Naruto, rest. What? Uzumaki asked and raised an eyebrow. We're on a mission, I'll rest when we get back to the village. Hatake said nothing and just smiled, and then Uzumaki fell. Sakura screamed, and Sasuke raised his eyebrows in surprise. Kakashi simply put his index finger to his lips, as a sign of silence, and called everyone to follow him out of the room, where they were met by a surprised Tsunami-san. Hatake explained to her that Naruto fell asleep and asked not to wake him up for the next 3 or 4 hours, and Tsunami-san said that she tried to put him to sleep for 3 days, but he did not lie down at all and was constantly on his feet. Sometimes she would look after Sensei, sometimes she would help around the house. She even talked about something with Inari, and now he only doesn't look into the blonde's mouth, and only snorts discontentedly at the rest of the team members. Perhaps it was at that moment when Tsunami-san started praising Naruto that Uchiha and Haruno felt ashamed. They didn't help or look after Sensei, but simply either trained or stalked during training. We all know who did what, right? In short, they screwed up. 5 hours later, when Naruto finally woke up, the whole team gathered at the table in Tsunami-san's house and had lunch, and after that Hatake took them to training, where he stunned them with the news that Zabuza was alive. What? Asked Sakura. How is that? That shinobi said he was hunting him and we saw him kill him. He used Senbon, Kakashi began. And they're not that easy to kill with. They're more often used to fake death than to kill. And how much time do we have? Naruto asked. About a week, maybe 3 days, Hatake answered. And today we will train. First, you will have to improve your chakra control, and to do this, you will climb a tree. Without hands. What? Sakura was surprised. But that's not possible. Hatake sighed and walked up to the tree, simply walking on it as if it were the ground. Sakura and Sasuke were impressed, and Naruto looked at it as if there was nothing surprising about it. This will improve your control, Kakashi said as he climbed down from the tree. Begin. Then can I have another task? Naruto asked and everyone looked at him. What? I can walk on a tree. Really? Hatake asked skeptically and Naruto walked on the tree without hands. Then go into the water and do the same, but walk on the water so as not to get wet. Uzumaki wanted to say something, but then he thought that he had already stood out, so he went to learn how to walk on water. Unfortunately, his control because of the fox inside him left much to be desired, and the fact that he walked on a tree was already a miracle, since he had been struggling with it for 3 months before the mission. He remembered the concept of how to properly balance chakra throughout the body, but because of the resonance with the fox's chakra, he often either overdid it or did not get the right amount. He managed to walk on a tree right on the eve of the mission, and he also trained here when no one was looking, which is why he walked on a tree so calmly. Now he should start learning how to balance on uneven and frequently changing surfaces, and what would be better than water, which does not stand still. That's right, nothing, and that's why Naruto has been struggling with this control on the water for the 3rd hour, but each time he fails, managing to take 3 or 4 steps, and it irritates him incredibly. That's why he returned to Tsunami's house irritated, wet and angry at the same time, but no matter how bad he was, he took off his shoes, wiped his feet, greeted all the residents of the house and wished them a pleasant appetite. After the meal, Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi went to the bridge to help with the construction, and Sakura was left to watch over and guard the house. The work on the bridge went faster when Naruto, tired of the slow work, summoned 300 clones and then the work began to boil. All the builders looked in surprise at the identical blondes scurrying back and forth, but admitted that this way the work really went faster. The next morning Sasuke stayed, and Sakura, Naruto and Hatake went to the bridge to continue helping with the construction. In the evening, after the guys returned, Naruto decided to take a walk in the forest and quietly fell asleep there, under the soothing rustling of the trees, and in the meantime an herbalist walked through the forest and collected medicinal herbs, but suddenly he saw a boy sleeping under a tree. This is the boy who fought Zabuza-san, the herbalist thought in surprise and looked around furtively, then looked at the boy again. If I kill him, no, I can't. He shook his head and walked up to the boy, shaking his shoulder. Naruto frowned, and then opened one eye. In front of his eyes stood a man with a very handsome appearance, telling him something. You can't sleep. Naruto caught the last words and stood up. Sorry, Naruto said. Nothing, the herbalist smiled. Why were you sleeping here? I was training and lay down to rest a bit, apparently I got sleepy, Naruto answered. And what are you doing here? So you're a shinobi? The herbalist feigned surprise, and then became embarrassed. Sorry, I'm just collecting herbs. My friend was wounded and now he needs medical help, and since I'm good at medicine, I'm treating him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and yours? Yuki Haku, the young Yuki introduced himself, and then turned his gaze to the sky. Naruto-kun, tell me, why do you want to become strong? That's a difficult question, said the thoughtful Uzumaki. But, maybe I'm not becoming strong for myself. I have a goal I want to achieve and there are those I want to protect in the future, even at the cost of my life. That's why I train, becoming stronger. I see, said Haku. I have someone to fight for, too. I will die for him. Naruto didn't answer and looked at the sky, just like Haku, and then sighed. It's late, I have to go back, Naruto said, and already running away he shouted. See you, Haku, I hope you will cure your friend. The next morning, Uzumaki overslept and was left to watch the house, but he didn't mind, he just sent a few clones to help on the bridge and began to help Tsunami-san. He washed the dishes, helped to wash the floors, clean the dust and so on, and when Tsunami-san said that his help was no longer needed, he went upstairs saying that if needed he would come down. Naruto went up to the room, pulled out a scroll and took out a brush, starting to write down the FUNN that he remembered and that he himself created. He was so drawn into it that only the noise from below and a scream distracted him. Quickly putting away the scroll and brush, Uzumaki rushed downstairs, where he saw Tsunami-san sitting on her knees and hugging a trembling and crying Inari, and the missing nin towered above them. They mocked the mother and son, and the former was already reaching out to Tsunami, who had closed her eyes, but Naruto quickly appeared in front of the woman and kicked the missing nin away. Puppy! The second one shouted as his accomplice flew past him. What are you doing, you sick bastards? Naruto growled. Tsunami and Inari opened their eyes in shock, looking at the back of the blonde who stood in front and protected them. Naruto-kun, Tsunami whispered. Brother Naruto, go away, they will kill you. Inari shouted, still crying. As much as he wanted to be saved, he did not want another person to die. Inari, Naruto looked at the boy with his firm gaze and he fell silent in shock looking at the blonde. Uzumaki smiled at him with one of his warm smiles. I told you that I would protect you. Clone technique. Two of his clones appeared next to the blonde, one stayed to protect the mother and son, and the original and the clone went into battle. After the battle, Naruto told Inari and Tsunami to stay in the house, since he had built a defense and it was now safe, and he would go help his teammates on the bridge. Uzumaki arrived at the bridge just in time, because Sasuke was in an ice prison, and Sakura was beating off kunai and shuriken from the bridge builder so that they would not hit him. Jumping to help Sasuke, Naruto beat off several senbons that the Nukenin was throwing at the Uchiha. Another one. The Nukenin was surprised, but continued to shoot senbons. You took too long, Sasuke grumbled. Naruto didn't answer and just snorted at his words, then turned his gaze to the missing nin. Haku. Uzumaki saw him flinch at his own name. I didn't think we'd meet on the battlefield. I agree, Haku nodded. But I'm doing this for Zabuza-san. I'm a weapon. A weapon? Naruto frowned. Personally, I don't see a weapon, but a man who considers himself a weapon. You are Haku Yuki, the last member of the Yuki clan. The Ice Kings. The last representative of the Yuki clan froze, but then shook his head and silently began to attack, and Naruto and Sasuke had to dodge the senbon, but bad luck in the first senbon hit Uzumaki. Uchiha, seeing that his partner was hit by senbon, decided to use the Sharingan with two tomo and now it was easier for him to dodge and repel the flying senbon. At some point, there were more senbon and they all flew specifically at Naruto, but they never reached him, since Uchiha covered him with his body. Watch your back, idiot. Sasuke croaked and fell unconscious. Blood rushed to Naruto's ears and he realized that Uchiha had shielded him from the blow. Uchiha Sasuke, whom he despised and respected, who also despised his team, suddenly stood up for his teammate. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield felt a powerful and aggressive chakra coming from the ice dome, and then one of the ice walls exploded and something jumped out, which was covered in red chakra. Kakashi immediately realized that the red chakra was the nine-tailed, and that something was Naruto. He jerked in that direction, but Momochi appeared in front of him and forced a fight, so Hatake was forced to only watch out of the corner of his eye what Naruto would do, possessed by the tailed demon. Uzumaki, after he pulled Uchiha out of the ice prison, placed him next to Sakura and the bridge builder, and returned to Haku, who he sent flying with a kick. Yuki was disoriented, so he missed another blow, but when Uzumaki wanted to deliver a third blow, he caught the leg and kicked the blonde in the stomach, which sent him flying away from Yuki. Uzumaki, although he felt the Nine Tails whispering to him to kill everyone here and put on a bloody show, was in his right mind, albeit slightly angry. Perhaps the reason the Nine Tails did not take full control of him is because they have a neutral relationship. The fox does not want Uzumaki to die, and Naruto does not control him or draw chakra from him. The fight continued until Uzumaki and Yuki heard the chirping of birds and turning towards the sound they saw Hatake about to pierce Momochi with his hand filled with lightning chakra. Yuki quickly stopped the fight and disappeared from Naruto's sight only to appear in front of Hatake the next moment covering Zabuza with his body and Hatake pierced Haku with his lightning right in the chest. After spitting out blood from his mouth once, Yuki fell down dead and Hatake was shocked by this action as it awakened memories long driven into the farthest corners of his mind. Ha ha ha. In the silence, laughter rang out. Zabuza, you still haven't completed the task. And your toy has abandoned you. That bastard got what he deserved for breaking my arm. A fat man appeared on the field and laughed and kicked Haku's dead body. The mercenaries who came with the fat man also laughed and began to mock Zabuza. Gato. Momochi growled. He was covered in wounds and blood, he had no arms, but he still stood up and prepared to attack. Do you want to kill him? A voice asked nearby and he saw a blonde boy next to him. Help. No need. Zabuza shook his head, and then turned to the boy again. Kunai. Naruto gave him a kunai and he took it in his teeth and then rushed at Gato and the mercenaries. He revealed that he was called the Demon of the Bloody Mist for a reason, but because of his strength and actions. He killed everyone who came with Gato, and saved Gato for last and killed him last. When there was no one left, he turned to face Team 7 and spat out the kunai to start talking. The sword is yours, though it never belonged to me, he said and fell dead. There was silence until Naruto created 4 clones and picked up the bodies of their enemies. When Sakura asked him what he was doing, Uzumaki replied that he wanted to give them a proper burial. No one said another word to him, even when he took the sword after burying Haku and Zabuza. They finished building the bridge in a week, and after that, having said goodbye to Inari and Tsunami-san, they headed to the village. Everyone was in their own thoughts, as this mission made many think and even look at someone from a new angle. For example, Hitaki was thoughtful, as memories of the previous team he was in fell upon him and he kept glancing at Uzumaki. Sakura became quieter, but by her determined face and clenched fists, one could say that she made some kind of decision. Uchiha was thinking about how he needed to become stronger and that perhaps his teammates were not such a burden. Naruto looked at Sasuke from a new angle, as he might not have tried to save him, but he did. His thoughts about Hitaki and Haruno were still controversial, but he would think about it more carefully in the village. Chapter 7. My name is Kurama. Commentary on Chapter 7. My name is Kurama. The next part you've been waiting for. Meet it. The demon fox was preoccupied with his Jinchuriki. His host was strange, he was sure of that. Almost 4 years ago, after an unsuccessful attempt on this boy's life, the boy had changed. He became more suspicious, stopped shouting left and right that he would become Hokage. The bookmarks that were hung on him when he was only 2 years old suddenly flared up and disappeared as if they had never been. Even his attitude towards the fox was strange. He was not afraid of the fox and showed respect, was polite and respectful. He did not ask for strength, did not think about revenge, at least about the revenge that the fox himself always thought about when he was caught by people and sealed or resealed. He could not understand it, but he did not want to admit that he was interested in this man, with a name from the past that he heard from the lips of his first Jinchuriki. It all seemed strange. The fox became even more interested after their conversation, when Uzumaki passed out during the fight with the demon of the mist. He wanted to return the family he didn't know, but he always spoke as if he lived in the maelstrom and was familiar with representatives of the scarlet-haired. This was another oddity or another side of Uzumaki himself. For 4 years, when this restless blonde came down to him, they chatted on neutral topics and the fox thought that the guy knew much more than a child of his age should, but then the fox remembered that with a life like his Jinchuriki, it is difficult to be naive, while it is useful to be stupid. That is why he simply watched the boy for 4 years, but there were other oddities. Sometimes it seemed to the fox that it was not a child who descended into his subconscious, but a grown-up young man with blood-red hair and violet eyes, but as soon as he blinked, the vision disappeared and the fox again saw a little blonde boy with blue eyes that looked at the world as if they had seen a lot. Perhaps this was just an optical illusion, but there was something in this child that the fox himself could not yet explain, and it simultaneously frightened and intrigued him. He wanted to see what this child would do next. After that mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto and his team seemed to have caught a break. They still went on D-rank missions within the village, but their teamwork had become much better. Sasuke now began to rely on his comrades, at least a little. Sakura stopped trying to get Uchiha's attention, at least during missions, and carried out tasks precisely and accurately. Naruto, in part, stopped being annoyed by his teammates. Hitaki finally saw that it was not enough for children to just know that he was their sensei, they also had to work for it. So Kakashi began to assign training sessions, which were usually attended by the clone of Uzumaki, but sometimes the original came too. On a mission in the Land of Waves, Naruto realized that what he remembered from his past life was not enough. His body was a child's, not having experienced all those years of training that Uzumaki had in the whirlpool and those horrors of war, and he decided to correct this, a small, but omission on his part. He spent a whole month in the Forest of Death or at training ground number 44, training to exhaustion. It also happened that he could pass out in the middle of training and predators could not eat him, only because Uzumaki put up several barriers around himself, but otherwise. He would be eaten in the first week, when he passed out on the 4th day from chakra exhaustion. Sometimes, when Uzumaki couldn't move and just watched the clouds, he would feel melancholy, guilt, love, nostalgia, or just sadness. He would remember his clan, his brothers and sisters, his uncles and aunts, he would remember Ashina-san, who had become like a father to him. Yuki-san, who had become like a mother, and of course he would remember Mito. His sweet, temperamental, and very beautiful Mito-chan, who was the most special and only woman for him, and most importantly, his favorite woman in the whirlpool. He would remember how they met, how they trained, how he stole her first kiss. He would remember how they spent time together, hiding from everyone. He would remember their love, which he wanted to immortalize in people's minds, so that when they heard their names, their descendants would say, their love was worthy of heaven and earth, and nothing could separate them. Yes, maybe he was a romantic, so what? He loved a girl for whom he was ready to commit not only murder, but also much greater atrocities. He was ready to do anything for her. When he woke up here and learned the story of Mito and Hashirama, which was distorted, he was ready to destroy everything, especially the village that Senju had so cherished and nurtured, but he couldn't, because Mito would not have approved. Yes, he was still a fool. A fool in love with a girl who was already 20 or 30 years old or so dead. In short, he was moping around, and it was at these moments that he went down to the fox to start pouring out his soul. The fox naturally tried to scare him at first by saying that he would kill him, but Naruto is an Uzumaki, and they are very stubborn, so after a while, the fox gave in and simply pretended to be asleep. I don't know why I'm here, but I know that Shinigami-sama didn't give me this chance for nothing, Naruto said one day, sitting near the cell and, as usual, pouring out his soul to his roommate. Or prisoner. The fox, who had been pretending to be asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He could never understand why this kid kept talking about the time when the Uzumaki were alive, as if he had seen them with his own eyes and lived among them. Now, the fox saw not just a boy who was talking nonsense, no, he saw a man. A man of about 25, with red hair, cornflower eyes and 3 stripes. The fox even snorted at this, and in those cornflower eyes he saw melancholy and sadness. Who are you? The fox blurted out involuntarily. Uzumaki Naruto, the fox snorted, since he already knew the boy's name. The fox had something else in mind, and when he wanted to voice it, Uzumaki continued, the 5th Uzukage of the village hidden in the whirlpools. The only student of Uzumaki Gazo-sensei and just a man. The 5th Uzukage, Uzumaki Naruto. The fox spoke in a muffled voice, and his memory began to throw up a silhouette, which after a while became clearer. A young man of about 19 with red hair down to his shoulders, tied in a bun on top of his head, surfaced in his memory. Cornflower blue eyes, sparkling with mischief, cunning and a little joy. A face on whose cheeks, there were 3 whiskers, like this boy. Suddenly the fox remembered how he met this young man and how surprised and irritated he was at the meeting, when the little people dared to enter the territory of his rest, but this irritation quickly went away and in its place came surprise and curiosity. It was an ordinary day in the life of the fox, the same world, the same people, the same hatred and contempt for them. His father was a fool, since he thought that people would not be afraid and respect them, their strength, but after the death of Rakudo, people, these pathetic insects, intended to catch them and seal them in order to gain greater power. Not many of his brothers and sisters were able to hide, and how could they with their size, but over time they learned to hide. Unfortunately, some of them, their 9, were caught. The first was the humane 2-tailed fire cat. She always believed that people would accept them and never cause them more harm than bruises, abrasions and wounds that were not fatal. For which she paid with her freedom. The second, oddly enough, was their 4-tailed monkey king. He liked to live near human settlements and make jokes, but one day he was caught and sealed, just like Nibi. After the 4 tails, the 7 tails was caught. She did not live near humans, but they tracked her down and sealed her, and the rest of the 1 tails, 3 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails and he, the 9 tails, remained and began to destroy or simply hide from humans, who, like many others, tried to track them down and seal them. The fox chose the land of fire as his habitat, a few meters from the village of the red-haired people. They were more peaceful and never took part in the hunt for the tailed beasts, but this did not mean that the fox was even a little more favorable to them. No, he hated them like all people, and if they were so stupid that they broke into the territory of the fox's habitat, then he would certainly begin to destroy them, and this time, he also wanted to do the same when he heard the 2-legged approaching. He was stopped only by the fact that one had so much chakra that he could compete with Rakudo, and the fox considered it right to wait a little, since the people seemed to be looking for something or someone. The fox even guessed a little who they were looking for. In the end, no matter how he hid, he was huge enough and his poisonous chakra was felt even by their settlement. We lost them, said one of the red-haired men. What do we do now? Perhaps they decided to go north, suggested another red-haired man. We must track them down and Shinigami-sama. The third one could not continue, as they had nevertheless reached the fox's sleeping place and himself. The fox was looking at the people with one eye and was ready to destroy them, but suddenly the fourth person came out. I beg your pardon. He bowed to the fox and everyone hurried to do the same, albeit with shock from the actions of their kinsman. Kyuubi-san, we have disturbed you in your sleep, but we are looking for 3 people here. Can you tell me if you have seen them? The fox barely managed to keep his composure, but he managed it and began to look at the straightened man. He had red hair down to his shoulders, violet eyes and 3 whiskers on each cheek. Oddly enough, the fox did not feel fear, hatred or contempt from him. This man radiated only admiration and respect, which somewhat resonated with the usual perception of people who usually emanate fear, hatred or contempt, but most often fear and hatred, and never admiration and respect. The fox even thought that he was hallucinating from loneliness, but no, he clearly felt fear from his comrades, and this one. This man admired him and showed respect for him. There, the fox waved one of his tails, and it seemed that waves of relief and gratitude went out from all 4 of them. The fox raised his head a little and looked straight into the eyes of the one who showed him respect. What's your name? My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi-san, the man introduced himself and bowed. Thank you. When they left, the fox clearly heard Naruto's order for silence, that they had met the fox here and did not dare to disturb him again. Then he was filled with respect for this man, but only for a moment, since he still held the opinion that all people were looking for power and would come for him sooner or later, but he did not change the place. He decided to check and was right. He did not meet any more people for about 2 years after that meeting, and if they appeared, they disappeared without even having time to appear in his field of vision, and the fox was for some reason sure that the man, Naruto, whom he met was involved in this. And the fox was grateful. The thought even crept into his soul that not all people are greedy for power, but he still could not be sure of this since he believed that this man was also pursuing some goal. In this case, he thought that Naruto just wanted to gain his trust, but even after that he did not come to him with a question about strength. The fox waited, a year, then a second and a third, but he never waited for this man. He did not come for his strength, but others did. A red-haired woman, a black-haired man with Indra's cursed eyes and his chakra, another man with long hair with Mokudan and Ashura's chakra. The 3 of them sealed him in a woman and she became his jailer, and also the main object of hatred. When the woman suddenly descended into the subconscious, said the name, Naruto, and, dead, in the same sentence, the fox went crazy. He could not believe that this powerful shinobi could die, but looking the truth in the eyes and remembering that he was still a person, he accepted it. It was then that the fox closed himself off from everyone, from the human race, from his brothers and sisters, from everything. He missed the one he could consider a friend, because that person still came to him, but not for power, as the fox initially thought, but just to talk. To share what was happening in the world, to tell how he was doing or to listen to the fox himself. He would just come and sit in the shade of a tree, and then start a conversation and never once mentioned the power that the fox could give him. It is embarrassing to admit, but when the fox finally realized that Naruto had died, he shed tears for that person and, praise Rakuto, no one saw his tears, especially that woman. The fox came to his senses from his memories and looked at this boy, whom he had hated since his birth, because he had become another jailer who would definitely want power and hate him. With or without reason, he had always been hated or feared, and he had expected nothing else from this child. When he first came to him, the fox had intimidated him and the child had become afraid of him, and the fox himself had only reveled in this fear. He didn't care that this was just a child, he was a child of people. People who had locked him up, who were afraid of him, people who hated him, and that was enough. So, the fox swallowed and looked into the boy's blue eyes, which suddenly changed and became purple. It's good to see you again, Kyuubi-san, the boy. No, the man smiled, bowing to him. Then he straightened up and his smile became sad. It's a shame that it's under these circumstances. Naruto, fox exhaled and the man nodded to him, smiling again with a joyful smile and sparkling with blue, unusually blue eyes, in which devils and cunning were still dancing. Uzumaki Naruto. That's when it dawned on the fox that, yes, his friend was alive and standing before him, in the body of a child with blue eyes and blonde hair. Grinning from ear to ear, looking into the fox's eyes. And that's why the fox did what he does best. He got angry. He tried to stretch his paw through the bars, but he was electrocuted, so he raged inside the cage. Pathetic worm. How are you? The fox didn't even have words to express all his anger and indignation. He had thought his friend dead for so many years, and then lo and behold. It turns out he's been living with this Uzumaki for over 4 years. And he didn't even know it. Of course, anyone would go crazy over something like that, but this Uzumaki keeps grinning and getting on his nerves. The fox rarely gets attached to someone, but when he does it with all his heart. Even if people think he doesn't have any, he's not just some clot of chakra that suddenly gained intelligence. After some time, after the fox calmed down, he looked tiredly at Uzumaki and sighed. Then he sighed again and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say or ask anything, since he was still in shock from the discovery. Uzumaki himself was in no hurry to start a conversation and simply watched the fox's efforts. He liked him in his past life. Big, red with 9 tails, strong and very wise. Sometimes. How did you survive? Fox suddenly asked and realized what a stupid question he had asked, since Uzumaki had not survived, but the conversation had to start somewhere. Naruto chuckled at this way of starting the conversation. I died and was reborn. This body was originally mine, it's just that my memories as Naruto Uzumaki of the Whirlpool were sealed, and when this body was brought to near death, the old memories began to return in pieces while I was unconscious. At first I thought it was nonsense, but over time it dawned on me that it wasn't. That's how it is. Why didn't you tell me right away? The fox asked, and there was a lot of pain in his voice. The only person he considered a friend and trusted didn't trust him. Because I wasn't sure if you remembered me, Naruto said in a distant voice. I wasn't sure if what happened many years ago was true and if our acquaintance was true. I wasn't sure of myself, of this world, of this time. I wasn't sure of everything, and that's why I didn't speak. I kept silent as best I could. And why did you decide to do it now? The fox asked again after a long silence. The mission to the land of waves changed my mind, Uzumaki replied. That time showed me that yes, it was all true. The reality I found myself in. The future I now live in. I realized that I could die or someone could die. I realized that it was all real. I realized that all the people I once loved or knew were in the past and they were all dead. The fox remained silent. He simply looked at the man and understood that yes, he was telling the truth. The man who had never betrayed him, never lied to him, and this time he was telling it like it was. He admitted his fears and sins. He admitted that he was scared, but at the same time he admitted that he was able to live on. Maybe not completely, but he was trying. Kyuubi. Kurama, the fox interrupted him. What? Naruto looked at the fox with big eyes. My name is Kurama, I am the 9-tailed demon fox Kyuubi no Yoko, the fox replied, looking Uzumaki straight in the eyes with all seriousness. No one should know my name, Naruto. Why? Naruto whispered his question. You once asked my name and I answered. Only my father and siblings know my name, and the rest call me 9-tailed or Kyuubi. The fox said and fell silent, and then, sighing, continued, so, I trust you, Uzumaki Naruto, because you are my friend. Commentary on Chapter 7. My name is Kurama. Soon there will be the Chunin exam and Sasuke's escape from the village, and then the rest of the events, but not all of them will develop according to the canon. I'm telling you in advance so that there are no questions, since Naruto is not quite a child here. Chapter 8. Chunin exam. After that conversation with Kurama, Naruto still couldn't believe that Kyuubi had told him his name, and even acknowledged him as a friend. Uzumaki continued his training in the Forest of Death, but had to stop when Hataki's clone found him and he had to go to the village, because his sensei had important news. Naruto honestly wanted to ignore this news, but he couldn't, because he was sure that it was something important. Because Hataki never called anyone from his team just like that. And so, he was standing on the bridge with his teammates waiting for their sensei, who was late. Again, Sakura, as always, tries to get Uchiha's attention, while Sasuke is silent and doesn't even look at his teammate, but at the same time throws strange glances at Uzumaki, who doesn't like these very glances. Uzumaki himself, after brushing off Uchiha's glances, thought that it would be nice to check the apartment, where he hasn't been for 2 weeks and where everything is probably covered in dust. Of course, he could go straight to the apartment, and then to the team meeting, but Naruto decided that this was more important. What if there was a new mission? Or news from the sensei, who never called them for no reason? Yo, Hataki said as soon as he appeared. You're late. Haruno, as always, attacked sensei with complaints. Yes. Kakashi drawled and began to scratch the back of his head. A black cat crossed my path, I had to go around. Sorry. Haha, what are you saying? Thought all three members of Team 7, looking at their sensei. I was reading my dirty talk again until the morning, and overslept, Naruto thought inside. He didn't like that their sensei was so careless in everyday life. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. Or rather, he didn't want to, because it was to his advantage. So, why did I call you? Kakashi asked. The students just shrugged and stared at the teacher, as if to say, you called, you tell me. You need to sign this. The copy ninja gave each of his students a form and they began to read what the teacher had given them. Uzumaki was the first to figure it out, Uchiha was the second, and the third didn't understand right away. She began to ask what these forms were for and why they had to sign them, while seeking support from Uchiha. The Chunin exam. Naruto was surprised and exchanged glances with the equally surprised Uchiha. Sakura simply screamed in surprise and stared at the teacher. They honestly didn't think that sensei would recommend their team for the exam, considering their teamwork and past experience on the escort mission, but here they were, holding the exam application form in their hands. Each of them exchanged glances with their teammate, and in the boy's eyes there was a firm determination to pass the exam, but Sakura was worried and thought they were not ready, but she saw that Sasuke agreed from his eyes and didn't want to look like a coward in the eyes of her beloved, so she also signed the form with consent and returned it to sensei. Hitaki chuckled. You are great. If one of you did not agree, you would not have gone to the exam. Well, I will go. I need to give these papers to the Hokage. Having said this, sensei was gone. Uzumaki and Uchiha simply turned around silently and went their separate ways, and Sakura ran after Sasuke to invite him on another date, but as always, she was refused. The girl, determined to try her luck next time, ran home, since exams are no joke and you need to prepare for them. Uzumaki and Uchiha thought in a similar vein as their teammate, but they rather wanted to pass the exam because of the freedom they could get with the rank of Chunin. At least Uzumaki knew that even if he became Chunin, if he was approved, he would be watched twice as much and he would not be able to breathe or sneeze without reporting it. Uchiha, on the other hand, thought that becoming Chunin was one of the steps to his revenge and nothing else mattered to him. Returning to the apartment, Uzumaki fell onto the bed without looking back and simply fell into the deepest sleep he was capable of, since he had not been able to sleep properly for 2 weeks in the forest of death and was very tired. Training is training, but he somehow forgot that his body is still a child's, even if he had regained half of his muscle memory. Yes, Uzumaki's genes make him more resilient than a strong Chunin or Jonin, but he is still a child. As soon as Uzumaki fell asleep, he was pulled into his subconscious, where the fox lay with his paws folded under his head. Naruto looked around and, passing through the bars, sat down next to the fox. Kurama slowly opened one eye, looking at the boy, who in the subconscious, after he admitted who he really was, became an adult man of about 20-25 years old, with red hair down to his shoulders and violet eyes. He was wearing a black kimono, trimmed with yellow swirls. Why am I here, Kurama? The man asked. The fox sighed and opened his eyes, raising his head slightly to look at the man. Kyuubi still couldn't believe that he had met the man from the past after so many years, but he was also glad. After all, he had a friend, whom he had missed for many years, but he would never admit it, who did not see him as a demon or a chakra generator, where you can only take and not give anything in return. We need to discuss something, Naruto, the fox replied in his hoarse voice. Naruto stared at him with interest and a silent question. Perhaps you remember that when a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki dies. I remember. Naruto nodded and frowned slightly. But I don't understand why you suddenly started this conversation. As far as I know, all Jinchuriki are heavily guarded and extracting a tailed beast is not a matter of 5 minutes. It is very long and tedious, and besides, you need much more chakra than for regular seals. That's right, nodded the fox. Naruto, each of the tailed beasts is mentally connected. We may not hear each other's thoughts or, as some people think, that we have one brain for all 9 of us. I assure you, this is not so, but we sense each other from a distance. That's why when we scattered to different parts of the world, we never crossed paths with each other. Kurama, Naruto turned to his big friend. Why are you saying all this? What's going on? We are being hunted, the fox answered simply. I recently lost contact with the 4-tailed one. The Monkey King is not one to simply disappear, but even if that were to happen, the small echoes of his presence would let us know that he is alive. And now, Naruto himself began to guess what the fox was talking about. We don't feel him, Kurama said. There aren't even the slightest echoes of his presence. It's as if he simply disappeared. Evaporated. Died. After that conversation with the fox, Naruto thought for a long time. One-tailed beast had disappeared and everything would be fine, but the four tails is not the one who is so easy to catch. As far as he knows, the four tails is one of the most cunning-tailed beasts and he fooled people several times before he was caught. Perhaps Kurama brought up this topic in vain, but Uzumaki had a feeling that something bad was going to happen. So far it is just a slight itch, but this slight itch can grow into something more and Naruto must pass this damn exam to find out what is going on. The exam starts next week and it's worth preparing for that time, Uzumaki muttered. Cleaning the house is postponed indefinitely or until the end of the exam, since Naruto once again decided that the Forest of Death is the best place for his training, and he's already climbed all over it. Having collected all the essentials, including a change of clothes, since from past experience, when he did not take spare clothes, there would be no one to mend them except him, and his hands were not growing from the right place to wield a needle and thread. He realized this when he was mending his pants, which were torn in the groin area and Uzumaki pricked all his fingers trying to sew them up. By the way, the pants were torn after half an hour of his training and they had to be thrown away. And he liked them. The boy sealed the door and set off, and right on the approach to training ground number 44 he ran into the Hokage and Uzumaki had to slow down, since the old man clearly wanted to discuss something with him. Yo, old man, Naruto exclaimed and smiled a wide grin. Hello, Naruto, the third replied, smiling slightly. Are you training again? Yeah, Uzumaki nodded his head, and then added enthusiastically, I'm going to take the Chunin exam. And I need to get stronger to win. I still want to become Hokage and surpass all the past ones who came before me, Datbeo. Yes, Naruto. The Hokage laughed slightly. Tell me, Naruto, how do you like Kakashi? How is his sensei? Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki slightly tilted his head to the side and thought, and inside he was gloating. Here it was, the moment of truth, since Hatake had really gotten on his nerves with his tardiness and it wouldn't hurt to complain to the Hokage. Only Uzumaki was unsure that it would have an effect on Hatake, since he had heard complaints about him more than once and they had no effect. But everyone who complained didn't show up later. Well, that's it. Well, he's late too much and reads dirty books. But as a sensei, he's cool. He knows a lot of techniques, although he doesn't want to teach us all of them. If necessary, you can ask him for advice on training and he'll answer. Overall, he's not bad as a sensei, even if it seems to me that he gives more preference to training Sasuke than the three of us. At the words about favoring Sasuke, the Hokage shuddered and Naruto frowned for a split second, but quickly returned to his normal expression. Thoughts swarmed in his head and Uzumaki realized that Sasuke, as the last Uchiha, was being trained ahead of the usual program and the exam was being held, perhaps, more to see what the last of the Uchiha had learned. No, of course, they would pay attention to the others, but most of all, attention would be paid to Sasuke, since he had already awakened the Sharingan and his eyes would be able to help the village. Politics again, Uzumaki thought sadly. At such moments, Naruto honestly sympathized with Sasuke, since he didn't even realize that the village had plans for him. The fact that the village had plans for Uzumaki himself, Naruto honestly ignored. For now. I heard you, Naruto, Sarutobi nodded, and then knelt down to be on the same level as the boy. But Kakashi is unlikely to pay more attention to Sasuke than he does to you or Sakura. It's just that Sasuke is an Uchiha and his Sharingan has only just awakened, and Kakashi, as you probably already know, is the only one with such eyes. Or rather, an eye. Naruto pretended to think about it, and then smiled and said, well, I don't really care. One way or another, I'll surpass Sasuke Tem and become Hokage. The Hokage laughed, then nodded at Naruto's words and nudged him in the back, saying that it was time for him to go. Naruto, running away, turned to the old man and shouted, bye old man. See you at the exam. Disappeared into the forest thicket. Hiruzen, when Uzumaki disappeared from his sight, threw off his cheerful mask and moved towards the Hokage's residence, along the way ordering the Anbu with the call sign, Monkey, to bring Hatake, since it was time for him to hand in a report on his team, which he does every month since he became the sensei of the 7th team. Uzumaki, as soon as he disappeared into the forest thicket, exhaled and adjusted his bag with things, looked back, and then moved even deeper into the forest. He was slightly alarmed that the Hokage suddenly became interested in their sensei, but he knows that he will not change Hatake for another sensei. Kakashi is the only one who, if something happens, can pacify Naruto if his consciousness is taken over by the fox. You know that this teacher is your supervisor, right? A voice in his head asked. You woke up early, Kurama. Naruto chuckled and he heard a snort. I know, Kurama. He's keeping an eye on me and Sasuke. I'm being watched because I'm a Jinchuriki, and Sasuke because he's the only surviving Uchiha in the village and his eyes are valuable to the village. At this point their conversation died down and Naruto found the clearing where he had set up camp last time. Some of his things were left here and Uzumaki decided that he would stay here this time as well, since he was too lazy to look for a new place. A week later, leaving the forest, Naruto decided to take a walk around the village and everything would be fine, but he heard a scream. A very familiar scream. Having run to the place where the scream was heard, Uzumaki saw two unknown genin, a boy and a girl. The boy was dressed in a black jumpsuit, behind his back was a strange bundle almost as tall as him, and on her face was strange purple makeup. The girl was dressed in a combat kimono and had 4 pigtails tied on her head, and behind her back was a large combat fan. The unknown boy was holding Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the current Hokage, by the neck. What are you doing? Naruto asked the stranger. Brother Naruto, exclaimed Konohamaru's friends, Udon and Moegi. Huh. The boy turned his head slightly towards him. This rascal crashed into me and I want to teach him a lesson. You're holding our Hokage's grandson, Naruto said, and a kunai appeared in his hand. This can be considered an attack and a declaration of war. Do the Sand Genins really want a war with the leaf? The girl standing with the stranger looked at Naruto and then turned to the boy. She jerked her head and started to speak. Kankuro, let the boy go. Her voice could freeze many lakes. We don't need any trouble. But he bumped into me, Tamari, and didn't show proper respect, Kankuro said, still holding the Hokage's grandson. Kankuro, a cold voice came from behind the trees. The boy and girl flinched, and a red-haired boy appeared from behind the foliage. Are you causing trouble? No, Gaara, it's just, Kankuro stuttered, trying to justify himself, but the red-haired boy didn't even listen to him. Let go. Kankuro let go of the Hokage's grandson and he quickly hid behind Uzumaki, and the boy and girl trembled in front of the boy who came out. There was something familiar about this boy and a feeling of kinship. Naruto first thought it was because of his hair. The same red as all Uzumaki, but after looking closely, Naruto realized that it was not because of this, since Uzumaki's hair was more reminiscent of a bloody sunset, and not caked blood. So it was something else and Uzumaki could not yet understand what exactly, but he would find out. Nodding to his thoughts, Uzumaki had already turned around to leave and take the children with him, but he was stopped by that cold voice that asked him a question. What is your name? Naruto, the blonde said, turning around. Naruto Uzumaki. The red-haired man nodded as if that was the only thing that interested him and he and the other two left. Naruto stood there for a while, looking at the strange group, and then turned to the children who were looking at him. Brother Naruto, you're cool. Konohamaru exclaimed and gave the blonde a thumbs up. Yes, thank you, Brother Naruto. The only girl in the company smiled. Thank you, Naruto brother, Udon said sheepishly. This boy is scary. If Brother Naruto hadn't shown up, I would have given him a beating, said young Sarutobi, raising his nose upward. He was lucky. These are guests of the village, Konohamaru. Uzumaki cut him off. And any conflict, no matter how minor, could lead to military action. So you should be careful. We understand, Brother Naruto, all three of them replied, and then when Naruto waved at them, they ran away. As the children ran away, Naruto turned to the tree from which the red-haired man came out and looked at one of the branches. You could have come out too, Uchiha, Naruto said, his lips parting in a grin. The scary boy is gone. TCH, a clicking sound was heard and Uchiha came out into the light. An irritated and angry Uchiha. Shut up Uzumaki. I would have come out, but you managed without it. After all, you have a brain and balls. I have brains, even if I have them in abundance, but I can use them for their intended purpose, and as for the eggs. I always had them, otherwise I would not have survived. With these words, Naruto nevertheless went on, leaving behind the same irritated Uchiha, who kicked a stone out of frustration. Uchiha was irritated by the fact that the boy with red hair was interested in the name of the worthless Uzumaki. And it was not even this that offended him, but the fact that the boy was clearly strong. How did he achieve this strength? The strength that Sasuke needed in order to defeat Itachi and avenge the clan. Naruto, unaware of Uchiha's torment and not caring at all, returned to his apartment, which it seemed they had decided to deface again, as there were traces of paint on the door, traces of kunai and shuriken on the walls, and the glass was broken. It seemed that those many haters of his person came to smoke him out of the apartment, but he was not there at that moment and they left without finishing the job. Sighing, Uzumaki opened the door and entered, and then began to remove the glass, since if he had put seals on the windows against vandalism, he would have had problems. After finishing cleaning, Naruto lay down on the bed, not even having dinner, since after cleaning he didn't feel hungry, and there was hardly anything edible in the refrigerator, so he just forgot about it. He needed to get some sleep, since tomorrow was the first stage of the exam. His first test on the way to freedom from the shackles of this village. Chapter 9. The First Stage. The next morning, Naruto barely opened his eyes and, looking at the time, jumped out of bed. He was late for a meeting with Sakura and Sasuke by a whole minute. Haruno would eat him for this or, as always, start scolding him. Naruto honestly didn't care whether he was scolded or not, but he simply couldn't stand Sakura's squeaky voice, and also her heavy fists with which she loved to hit him, even if it didn't happen often now. Having run to the meeting place, Naruto was immediately bombarded with accusations, complaints and just screaming. Sakura screamed that he was careless. If he had been a little bit late, they could have forgotten about the exam. During her speech, Haruno glanced at Sasuke, expecting him to support her, or join in scolding Uzumaki, but he didn't care. It was just that when Sakura screamed, they moved to the exam. Entering the building and going up to the second floor, they saw a crowd of genin children who wanted to enter the hall, but the jonin did not let them in. Suddenly, a green whirlwind rushed past them and crashed into the wall. The green whirlwind turned out to be a boy a year older than them, in a green leotard and with thick eyebrows, as well as a bowl-cut hair. He tried to turn over and when he succeeded, he noticed Team 7, but his gaze was riveted to the female part of the team. Are you Sakura-chan? I'm Rock Lee. You're beautiful, let's go out. He rattled off as soon as he stood up and found himself next to Haruno. Naruto raised his eyebrows at his actions, and Sasuke just pursed his lips. The girl herself was shocked by this confession. No, she squeaked. Why? Lee asked, upset, but then his spirits rose. I can protect you, Lee. Then two more appeared, a girl and a guy, Lee's teammates. Naruto immediately realized that the guy was on Lee's team, from the Hyuga clan, and the girl was unknown whether she was clan-based or clanless. The girl was clearly outraged by her teammate's behavior and tried to reason with him, but Rock Lee didn't listen to her. The guy simply glared at him and disapproval emanated from him. No, you're not my type, she shouted and turned her gaze to Uchiha. And I already like someone. Are you Sasuke Uchiha? Lee asked, turning to face Uchiha. I want to fight you for Sakura-chan's heart. Sasuke just chuckled at this and was already ready. Lee also took some kind of stance and was about to attack, but suddenly a huge turtle appeared out of nowhere. Lee crashed into the wall, his teammates just covered their eyes with their hands and sighed. And it would be fine if it was a sigh of relief, but most of all in this sigh there was doom. Lee. The voice came from the turtle. I told you not to use it. You disappoint me. Guy-sensei. The boy in the green tights started to burst into tears. Forgive me, Guy-sensei. They had another conversation, where, Guy-sensei, said that Lee had disappointed him, and Lee burst into tears and asked for forgiveness. Guy-sensei, by the way, turned out to be a man of about 25 to 30 years old, wearing the same green tights, with thick eyebrows and a bowl-shaped haircut. These two thick-browed ones, as Team 7 dubbed them, began to hug against the sunset, bursting into tears together. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were simply trying to pretend to be stumps and understand what kind of wildness was going on, and the guy and girl, whose names the seventh still do not know, painfully raised their eyes to the ceiling and tried to somehow separate themselves from this colorful couple. After standing there for a while in shock from what was happening, Uchiha, who came to his senses first, simply turned around and headed to the third floor. Naruto followed him, and Sakura, who wanted to say something, simply turned around again and decided that it was better to keep quiet and just follow her teammates. Away from this madhouse. Hey, where are you going? They were stopped by the question of one of the Jonins who were standing near the exam room and waved his hand. The exam will be here. That's the second floor, Sasuke answered and nodded toward the stairs. And the room where they actually take the exam is on the third. And without saying anything else, he continued to rise. The Jonin who were trying to fool the youth were suddenly covered in smoke, and when it cleared, the guards Azumo and Katetsu were standing in front of the children. These two Jonin usually sit near the gates of Konoha and guard the entrance in case there are uninvited guests or enemies. I knew you would come, Hatake said as soon as his team appeared on the third floor. The students looked at their teacher with skepticism in their eyes, as they knew that Hatake did not have much faith in them, and he only laughed awkwardly and invited them in. As soon as they entered the classroom, they heard a hubbub. There were many genin who were taking the exam. Genin from sound, sand, rain, waterfall, and leaf respectively. Yo, Naruto, Team 9 approached them, led by Shikamaru. He looked bored and uninterested. As always, by the way. Were you forced to take this exam too? Shikamaru. Choji. Uzumaki exclaimed happily. Chubby also waved in greeting. Now that was someone he was definitely happy to see. They have hardly seen each other since graduation, as some are on missions, others are on missions. Of course, their missions are mostly within the village, but each team has different missions at different times and it is almost impossible to meet during missions. Especially because of the training that Uzumaki is mired in, because his main goal is the Whirlpool village. Sasuke-kun. They were distracted by the squeal of Ino Yamanaka, who was hanging on the Uchiha. Sasuke, with a doomed look, tried to tear the girl away from himself. Ino pork, get off Sasuke-kun. Sakura shouted and began to tear the blonde away from the brunette. Uchiha himself did not react to this in any way, but his distorted face said a lot, and in particular what he thought of these two. Oh, they were attracted by the voice, and turning around they saw Team 8, and the speaker was Kiba Inuzuka. Are you here too? It looks like the entire class is here, Shikamaru replied, looking around the classroom. Indeed, this year's entire class was gathered here. Hey, newbies, a guy of about 15, with round glasses and a ponytail, called out to them. You shouldn't make so much noise, there are a lot of nervous people here and who knows, someone's nerves might give out. He glanced around the entire class, and all the genin of Konoha followed suit. They were indeed looked at with a not very kind look, as if they were being dissected. Naruto especially didn't like the look of that red-haired boy Uzumaki had met during the showdown between Konohamaru and the guy from his team. Kankuro, I think his name was. Sasuke chuckled at this and was immediately deafened by the double squeal of Sakura and Ino, which made everyone wince, but the worst was Uchiha. We are newbies, and how long have you been taking the exam? Inuzuka asked the boy, who was more suspicious of him. This will be the third time, if I don't pass I'll go to the Iryanin. Said the guy. By the way, I'm Yakushi Kabuto. If you want, I can help you find out about other teams with the help of my information cards. The guys immediately became interested and started asking about other genin in a jumble, and Kabuto answered them. He named names, surnames, ranks of completed missions, what village they were from, etc. etc. Naruto noticed that the bespectacled genin most often looked at the silent Sasuke and his eyes sparkled. In addition, the state of chakra is too high for a genin, and Uzumaki did not believe that Yakushi was taking this exam not for the first time. Perhaps this is a spy or just a rabbit sent to allegedly bring down the mood of the genin. This was more plausible, since Naruto himself conducted exams at the academy like this while he was Uzukage. He became a boy of about 14 or 15 under the henge, and then simply scared the genin by saying that the exam is very difficult and not everyone has passed it, and he, poor and unfortunate, is taking it for the 5th or even 50th time. True, when they caught on to this, they did not pat him on the head, but they were inspired by the idea. Especially Ashina-san, with whom he and her began to scare the youngsters. And again, they were not patted on the head. Mito-chan and her mother then beat them up for this, but all the best things came at the end, because later, as soon as they returned from the residence, they received a delicious dinner. The girls then demanded that they stop engaging in childish pranks and get their heads together. What an Uzukage. Tell me about that red-haired guy, Uchiha suddenly spoke up and pointed his head towards the boy with whom Naruto had quarreled. Yakushi drawled and pulled out a card. Sobuku no Gara, the youngest son of the Kazekage of Suna, is in a team with his older brother and sister. Can control sand. Completed missions D30, C28, A38 and a couple of S's. Many gasped at this information, and Naruto looked suspiciously at Kabuto, after which he turned his gaze to this Gara. He, as if sensing his gaze, turned and for a minute they looked into each other's eyes, until the examiner arrived. So, Genin, everyone take your seats, said the examiner. My name is Morino Ibiki and today I will be taking your exam. After his words, he smiled and began to talk about the rules of the exam. Genin must answer 9 questions, and before the end of the exam they will be asked the 10th, and if they do not answer it, they will fail the exam without the right to retake it. Many Genin began to be indignant about this, and those from other villages shouted that they do not belong to Konoha and it is unfair. Quiet, Ibiki barked. You're unlucky, because I'm your examiner. Proceed. All the Genin turned over the sheets of paper that were in front of them and began to read the questions. Some of them the Genin answered themselves, and some of them caused them difficulty, because you could hear the tapping of a foot on the floor or the clicking of teeth. There were some who were not worried at all, because they used their ninja skills and copied from those who knew. For example, Uchiha used his Sharingan and calmly wrote the answers, or the one with the Byakugan, who was on the same team with Rock Lee. Ino Yamanaka used the transference of consciousness and also calmly wrote her test. There were many more Kekkei Genkai that helped the Genin to copy calmly, because of which they relaxed and were caught by the examiner, who in turn expelled the Genin caught for copying. Naruto, looking around the audience and looking at some unfamiliar children, grinned and created a beetle with the help of FUNN, which flew around the audience and transmitted what was visible to Uzumaki himself. He thought for a while and answered some questions, but not all, since he suspected that the exam had a double bottom and was quite sure that the promised 10th question would answer all his suspicions. Okay, Genin, put your hands down and listen, said Ibiki. The 10th question is oral. The 10th question. Before revealing the 10th question, Ibiki explains that anyone who answers it incorrectly will not only be disqualified, but will also be banned from participating in the Chunin exams ever again. Anyone who is worried about this prospect is given the option to leave the room, but then the rest of their team will have to leave as well. While some of the participants stand up and leave, Sakura worries that Naruto might stand up and answer or even leave like the others. She is sure that the blonde might do this and he will be given the role of an eternal Genin, which could lead to the failure of their team, so she wanted to somehow tell Uzumaki not to dare to move, but he was sitting far away and the only way to tell him something was to shout at the entire room. Uzumaki himself sat and looked out the window. He did not care that someone might fail, since he realized that the 10th question was a psychological test. Whoever makes a choice or leaves has already failed this exam. The most important thing for him is to pass this test himself, and he is sure that he will pass it, because his teammates will not give up. Sasuke will not give up, because he wildly wants to become strong and kill his brother, and Sakura will not give up because she wants to impress the Uchiha. Uchiha was thinking about what the stupid Uzumaki would do. The blonde was known for shouting and rowdiness, as well as pranks, and he could do something that would disqualify their team. That's why Sasuke was afraid of the outcome where Uzumaki would do something idiotic and they would fail. Of course, Uzumaki had become calmer lately and his pranks happened once a week or a month, but Sasuke didn't live in dreams and believed that it was because of their constant missions. He also knew that Naruto was training, but he had never seen the results of training in action and therefore was not very interested in how the training was going. So, Genins, you, Morino began to speak after several minutes of silence and when no one else came out. Let's go. Everyone immediately exploded with questions and wanted an explanation, but then the window broke and a figure burst into the room. The figure was a girl with purple hair. She stood next to Ibiki and looked around the class, and then turned towards their examiner. Not bad, she said and turned her gaze back to the Genin. My name is Matarashi Anko and I am your examiner for the second stage. Chapter 10. The Second Stage. Commentary on Chapter 10. The Second Stage. Hello. I apologize for the long absence of a continuation. I had some problems and I was leaving, and then my internet was turned off and I couldn't write, since I write from a computer, but I finished this chapter. This is probably the longest chapter for this FIC and I tried to make it less like canon, which I probably succeeded a little, since I don't remember the second stage of the exam very well. I hope you like it. Enjoy reading. The second examiner, Mitarashi Anko, led them to Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death, where the second part of the exam would take place. She began to explain the rules of the second stage, and Naruto, to be honest, was half listening to her, since at this stage he felt strong chakra, which was coming from a tall girl a little further away from Uzumaki himself. This girl's chakra was greater than that of any genin, chunin or even jonin, and this was alarming. Why was such a strong girl taking the chunin exam together with newly graduated genin? Why wasn't she given a separate exam in her village? Naruto kept looking at that tall girl and she turned around, as if she felt Uzumaki's gaze. The girl who turned around reminded him of someone predatory, and as soon as she licked her lips a little, and then stretched them into a sweet smile, Uzumaki realized who she reminded him of. A snake. Those slippery, poisonous and dangerous reptiles that first wrap themselves around their victim and then devour it. This made him shudder slightly. Naruto never liked snakes. They were too disgusting and slippery. The blonde woke up from his observations only when he felt something flying at him and he caught it. It turned out to be a kunai that the examiner threw at him, and now the rest of the examinees were staring at Naruto. Uzumaki twirled the kunai in his hands and returned it to its owner, and she only chuckled and smiled a familiar predatory smile. Naruto knew that Mitarashi was a student of one of the great Sannin of the Konoha village. Orochimaru, the snake Sannin and the most dangerous missing nin. A traitor to the village, who was now listed as an exile and a criminal for his experiments on people. He was caught right when he was conducting another experiment and, according to the law, he should have been executed for it, but one of the Sannin was a student of the third Hokage and he let him go, branding him a traitor and a criminal. Naruto learned all this information from the archives when he snuck in there to find out what was going on in the world. To say that Naruto was surprised when he learned about the exile is to say nothing. According to the law that Naruto, Tobirama, and Madara wrote together, surprisingly, at that moment Madara and Tobirama were in solidarity with each other. The traitor was to be executed in front of the entire village, but the third one let him go, and Uzumaki thought that the old man was too soft until he realized that there was an inconsistency here. Danzo Shimura gave the tip about Orochimaru and he also suggested the option with the exile. Unfortunately, Uzumaki was unable to look through any other documents, since time was running out, and he decided to leave everything else for another time. The second stage began when the examiner said that the villages had signed a petition that they would not file complaints about the death of one or another examinee. The forest of death was dangerous and the examiners had taken measures. If an examinee was hurt or died, there would be no complaints. The genin began to shout about injustice, but Mitarashi quickly calmed them down and said that the students must get to the tower in 3 days and bring the earth and sky scrolls. Each team would have one scroll, and they would have to get the second one themselves, taking it from the other team. After that, she handed out the scrolls and wished not to die. We have the sky scroll, Sasuke said, looking at the scroll. Then we'll look for land. Naruto nodded. Uchiha nodded and handed the scroll to Uzumaki, after which they set off. Sakura was silent the whole time. She was generally very silent this time, and Naruto involuntarily felt agitated, since Haruno, a priori, could not remain silent. Naruto and Sasuke moved towards the gate and took their positions. Uchiha stood in front, Uzumaki took the last position in the three, and Haruno was placed in the middle between each other. They also had a deception strategy. Naruto suggested that his teammates make a henge on some rocks in the shape of their scroll and hide the fakes with Uchiha and Haruno, and hide the real one with Uzumaki. After that, they entered the forest and the gate closed behind them. Forward, Naruto commanded. Team 7 wandered through the forest and listened to every rustle or crunch. Sakura was nervous and it was evident from the way she looked around. Uchiha was also restless, but he did not show his nervousness. The only calm one in the team was Naruto, since he combed this forest up and down while training here, and sometimes, before Uzukage woke up here, he hid in this forest from Jonin, Chunin and other shinobi. Naruto grimaced and thought about forgetting about it. Those moments were in the past. In the distant past. After all, he wasn't Naruto Uzumaki at 7 years old. He was Naruto Uzumaki, the Uzukage of the Whirlpool and an S-class Jonin shinobi. A grown man who was forced to inhabit the body of a child. It's creepy here, Sakura muttered, but in such silence her voice was heard by everyone. Sasuke looked at her with disdain, and Naruto with condescension. They continued walking in silence until a hissing sound above their heads broke the silence. None of them had time to raise their heads, as a huge purple snake suddenly rushed towards them and swallowed Uzumaki. Naruto! Sakura screamed in horror. Coo coo coo, a voice was heard from behind the trees and a girl about 2 years older than them came out to them. Sasuke-kun, glad to see you. Who are you? Sasuke asked, pulling a kunai out from under his bag. Sakura also pulled out a kunai, but dropped it and fell down when a key of simply terrible force fell on her. Sasuke also dropped to his knee, but he did not drop the kunai, and Haruno was ready to pass out. Cuckoo, the girl didn't answer and continued to cackle, and then a man with yellow eyes and pale skin crawled out from behind her mouth. Uzumaki was in shock. He had been eaten, and not by an ordinary bear or tiger, but by a giant mother of its snake. A snake that had no place in the forest of death, or any snakes at all, because they don't live here. When he found himself in the snake's mouth, the only thing he could think of was that all his clothes, and he himself, would stink. Then came the rage. Him. Devoured. By the snake. The damn creeping thing, which was 10 times bigger than usual, which made him think of someone summoning, and for some reason that girl came to mind. Naruto, without thinking twice, picked up a kunai and filled it with wind chakra, then slashed it across the snake's throat. His throat began to tremble, but he wasn't going to give up, so slashing his throat with a kunai with wind chakra once more, he was able to get out into the light of day, and the snake dissolved in a cloud of smoke, thus confirming the theory about the summoning. After examining himself and realizing that he would have to take a shower 10 times, the boy ran to his teammates. He sped up when he heard Sakura's scream, and running up, he saw that the Uchiha was lying on a tree. Haruno was trying to protect him, although she was shaking like an aspen leaf, and the head of a man with pale skin was moving towards them. Quickly covering the distance, Naruto stood between Sakura and the man, who was clearly surprised and very annoyed by his arrival. Coo coo coo. The man cackled. Naruto-kun, I didn't expect to see you. I didn't expect to meet you either, Orochimaru. Uzumaki said and gripped the kunai tighter, as Orochimaru's eyes were constantly darting towards the Uchiha behind Naruto. Uzumaki had no illusions. In this body he was no match for one of the Sannin, but that didn't mean he would give up without a fight. The Sannin did not wait long and attacked the boy, who did not lose his head and began to dodge. Sakura, who was sitting next to Sasuke, who was unconscious, only watched the fight in horror and tried to somehow cover the Uchiha with herself. Uzumaki dodged Orochimaru's blows as best he could, but he lacked speed, and therefore it is not surprising that the Sannin still managed to touch him and hit him in the stomach, and then entangle him in snakes so that the blonde could not get out. To his horror, Uzumaki felt how after Orochimaru's blow he stopped feeling Kurama's chakra, who had been raging in his cage and screaming that Naruto should tear this snake to shreds. Cuckoo! The man cackled again and raised his kunai to strike. Uzumaki did not close his eyes, his blue eyes flashing furiously, which sometimes changed color. First to violet, and then to red with a vertical pupil. A growl sometimes escaped from his throat, and his human fangs sometimes lengthened, then became normal, and Orochimaru was so engrossed in these metamorphoses that he missed the moment when the Uchiha woke up and rushed to Uzumaki in order to stand between them. Weakling! Uchiha croaked, turning to Naruto and attacked Orochimaru himself. Black blots appeared all over Sasuke's body, starting from his collarbone and ending with the entire left side of his body. They were even on his face, and his speed increased, and he himself felt stronger. His blows became more accurate, his endurance also increased, and he could easily withstand Orochimaru's blows, who, literally, licked his lips at this. After a minute of observation, Naruto joined the Uchiha and together they began to attack Orochimaru, who easily fought off their attacks, and then he simply disappeared in a cloud of smoke, whispering something to Sasuke before that. After Orochimaru left, Uchiha fell unconscious, and his mark began to disappear and again became a normal seal with 3 tomo on the left side of his neck. Haruno, who came to her senses after Uchiha fell, quickly ran up to the black-haired man and began to tug at his shirt, shouting his name. Yeah, calm down, Uzumaki growled at her, irritated, and checked his teammate. After checking, he continued, he's fine. He's just exhausted. But, how? Sasuke-kun. Haruno mumbled in tears and Naruto raised his eyes to the sky. Mentally, he asked Shinigami why all this happened to him. We need to find a place to stay for the night so that Uchiha can get some proper rest, Naruto said, then after a minute of thought, he continued, we need some rest too. Sighing, Naruto created a clone and with its help put Sasuke on his back. The clone went in front, Sakura behind, and Naruto with Sasuke on his back, walked in the middle. They reached a cave, which was partially hidden by trees, and it was there that Uzumaki said to set up camp. Throwing the Uchiha off his back, Naruto ordered the clone to make a fire, and left Haruno to look after the black-haired one while he himself would hunt, since he was hungry. Haruno, of course, did not forget to complain about the fact that Uzumaki was too rude to the sick Sasuke, but quickly shut up when his eyes looked at her in irritation, which first turned violet, and then red. True, it was only for a moment, but she saw it and thought that she imagined it and still decided to shut up, since her blonde teammate was really annoyed. She would say that he was even somewhat furious. He's probably mad that Sasuke-kun had to save him again, Sakura thought and began to wipe the Uchiha's forehead, as sweat had appeared on it. Naruto at this time left the sight of his teammate and set up a barrier, and then sat in the lotus position and concentrated. He tried to get into his subconscious, since not only did he stop feeling Kurama's chakra, but the very presence of the Kyuubi disappeared from his perception. As if he was empty, not a Jinchuriki. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter his subconscious and contact Kurama. And this really irritated him. Uzumaki hissed and lifted his t-shirt. There was a seal that held Kurama back, and on it was a second seal, and it appeared after the fight with Orochimaru. The seal was familiar to him and he could remove it, but the problem was that it was remade, and what exactly its true work was, Naruto did not know, and therefore did not go to figure it out right away. First we need to get to the tower, and then I'll deal with this seal, Naruto muttered, lowering his shirt. Having quickly caught some fish, fortunately he remembered where the river was, he decided to return to the camp. He walked slowly and thought about the seal. The seal was very different from the original and perhaps he would have to tinker with it, which is why Uzumaki believed that they needed to approach the tower tomorrow before noon, since they were unlikely to make it in time today. A sudden scream from the camp made Naruto wake up from his thoughts and pick up speed. Coming out to the camp, Naruto witnessed how the sound team attacked Sakura. The girl from the sound team grabbed Haruno by the hair and mocked her, while Uzumaki still noticed Rock Lee passed out. Roaring, Uzumaki attacked the sound people, surprising Sakura with his appearance, and she, quickly grabbing a kunai, cut off the strands that the girl from sound was holding onto. I won't be a burden, Haruno said firmly and turned to her opponent, hitting her with her fists, but she quickly recovered from the shock and dodged. Hey! The mockery was bursting from the sound girl's lips, but she continued to easily dodge Sakura's untrained blows. Naruto, meanwhile, had dealt with the sound people, taking their scroll, and now he quickly approached the girl, who was distracted by Sakura. She easily dodged Haruno's blows and made sarcastic comments that hurt Haruno, but she didn't show it or tried not to show it. Quickly approaching from behind, Naruto struck at the base of the neck and the girl from the sound passed out, falling to the ground, and a tired and beaten Sakura appeared in front of Uzumaki, who looked at him like the eighth wonder of the world. You're a good boy, Naruto smiled at Sakura and put his hand on her shoulder to quickly catch her later, as she fell unconscious. Turning his head towards the bushes, Uzumaki shouted, you can come out. Team 9, or simply Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji, emerged from behind the bushes. The blonde looked in surprise at her former friend and her hair, which Haruno had so lovingly grown and which she had looked after with such zeal only because of Uchiha Sasuke's words when he had mentioned that he liked girls with long hair. And Yamanaka was surprised at how easily Sakura had cut her hair, but at the same time she felt a surge of respect for the pink-haired girl. Hello, Choji said, crunching on the chips he pulled out from under his bag. Yo, Naruto, Shikamaru nodded to him. Hello, Uzumaki, Ino said. Naruto simply nodded at them, holding Haruno in his arms. He was impressed by her protectiveness, as well as her resilience. He might be more patient with this girl from now on, but that didn't mean she didn't irritate him. She may have acted bravely, but her stupidity bordered on bravery and it really irritated him. Sometimes it even made him gnash his teeth. After placing Haruno next to the resting Sasuke, Naruto turned to Team 9, who were standing there watching him. He asked them what they were doing there and was told that they were looking for the Sky Scroll. Naruto simply nodded and said nothing more, instead starting a fire and grilling fish. Team 9 decided to spend the night with them, and tomorrow they would go to the tower together and find the sky scroll along the way. Yamanaka had been watching Uzumaki all this time and had noticed that he had changed a lot in recent years. She had noticed back in the academy that Naruto had stopped shouting about his desire to become Hokage, but she hadn't paid attention to it then, as she was busy competing with Haruno for the Uchiha's attention. For her, this rivalry was nothing more than a game, as Sakura had fallen in love with Sasuke as soon as she saw him, but Ino remembered that the Uchihas were supporters of strength and hoped that the rivalry would push Haruno to train. Unfortunately, this didn't happen. Sakura remained the same. She still loved beautiful clothes, spas and baths, and after hearing that the Uchiha loved long hair, she went completely crazy. She began to take care of her hair as if her life depended on it. I think I'll be keeping watch today, Naruto said, drawing attention to himself. We'll be changing in 2 hours. Shikamaru, you'll be next. Then Ino, and then Choji. Who made you the boss, Uzumaki? Ino protested. She didn't like Naruto giving her orders. She could see that he had changed, but he was still that annoying, loud boy from the academy who had somehow passed his exam. Then you can stand guard first, and I'll go to bed. Naruto answered and Ino wanted to be indignant again, but Shikamaru didn't let her do it. Okay. Her teammate nodded and the three of them went to bed. Naruto stared at the cave where Team 9 had gone for a minute, but then he turned to the fire and sat in the lotus position to concentrate. Uzumaki closed his eyes and tried to penetrate his subconscious, but he couldn't. The seal wouldn't let him do it. Sighing, Naruto opened his eyes and lifted his shirt on his stomach to see the seal. He tried to understand how exactly Orochimaru had changed it. In theory, this seal should suck out chakra and transfer it to another person, but Naruto felt that his chakra was in place, as was the Kyuubi's chakra, because the fox's chakra was poisonous and it would simply destroy the seal. Or the person it was being transferred to. Suddenly, Naruto felt like he was struck by electricity. This seal is not for transmission, but for accumulation. He traced his finger as if drawing it and finally understood. The seal collects the fox's chakra, and when the time is up, it will explode and release all the accumulated chakra. Uzumaki couldn't help but admire the twisted mind of one of the Sannin and his level of mastery in FUNN. Orochimaru was able to create a seal at the level of a master of the A-class FUNN, and this without even being from the Uzumaki clan. Truly a genius. If I had lived in my time, I would have taken Orochimaru to the village and taught him, Naruto thought and shook his head. Hiruzen, you are an idiot if you throw away such talents. Uzumaki was genuinely impressed and intrigued. Orochimaru had achieved success in FUNN without a drop of Uzumaki blood in his veins, something that only a few people had managed to do, and Naruto was absolutely delighted with the Sannin's skills. Unfortunately, he had taken a wrong turn, but that wouldn't stop Naruto. He would take Orochimaru and his knowledge and skills to the Whirlpool village after he restored it, and if anyone tried to stop him, well, the Uzumaki wouldn't let theirs go. A loud scream brought Naruto to his senses, and looking around, he realized that it was not from their camp. Standing up and looking at the cave, Uzumaki left his clone on guard in case of unforeseen circumstances and ran towards the scream. He stopped next to the body of the boy from Kusa. After checking and making sure that the boy was alive, Naruto ran further until he came to a clearing where a bear was raging, and in the corner sat a girl cowering in fear. Without thinking twice, Naruto cuts the bear's throat, and then turns to the girl, and finds her still in place, looking at her with all her eyes. Red hair and violet eyes looked at Naruto in fear and shock. On the bridge of his nose were glasses with a red frame, but he did not pay attention to this, continuing to look at the girl's face. Mito, he whispered, then shook his head and mentally scolded himself, remembering that Mito Uzumaki was dead. Looking at the girl again, he saw that she was looking at him warily, but at the same time with curiosity. Are you okay? The girl only nodded her head, and then turned her gaze to her teammate, who was unconscious, and to the second one, whom Naruto had not noticed until now, since all his attention was on the girl. A loud sigh from the second one, who was lying to the right of them, made him turn to him, and the next words he said to the girl made Naruto's blood boil with rage. Karen, bitch, heal me. Only when Karen moved did Naruto see the bites on her arms. He stopped her, and she looked at him in fear. Uzumaki whispered a few calming words to her and moved towards the lying guy, who began to curse the girl. Naruto stood up so that he could see him, and only then did the guy stop cursing and stare at the blonde. They played a staring contest for a minute, but then the guy's gaze became furious and he began to shout more aggressively towards Karen. The blonde stopped this with one blow, causing the guy to pass out, after which he returned to the frightened girl. "What's your name?" Naruto asked, trying to sound both neutral and gentle. Karen," the girl muttered. "Uzumaki Karen. My name is Uzumaki Naruto," the blonde introduced himself and smiled. It seemed that after that Karen relaxed and began to look at him with surprise and curiosity. "You Uzumaki?" she asked, hesitating a little. Naruto nodded, still smiling, and then he offered Karen to go with him away from her teammates. He wanted the girl to live in Konoha, even if it led to a political war, since Konoha was not his home and he didn't really care what happened to her. Yes, maybe Mito wouldn't pat him on the head for this, but she was dead, and he needed to get his clan back. As always, his soul was scratched by cats as soon as he thought about Mito, but fortunately not as much as before. Unfortunately, Karen refused, saying that it would bring more problems, and despite Naruto's assurances that he would be able to negotiate, she could not leave. Uzumaki was unable to persuade her, but said that if she suddenly changed her mind, she should find him or contact him. As soon as he heard from her, Naruto would take her. Karen smiled at him and thanked him for his concern, even though she did not understand why he was worried about her. Then Naruto told her about the clan, and she had such a surprised face from all the information that Naruto would have laughed if he had not been trying to hide his anger at yet another reminder that his clan had become part of history and fables. And not everyone remembered that the Uzumaki clan existed. Back at camp, Naruto woke Shikamaru up and went to bed. He thought about his meeting with Karen, part of his clan. She was a censor. If her twitching was because he was trying to hide his chakra, part of it was because she sensed his emotions through chakra. It wasn't uncommon in the clan, and Mito was a censor too. His Heim could tell if someone was good or bad just by sensing their chakra. Mito could tell her friends by their chakra, so all the Uzumaki seemed like either friends or family to her, but there were some she just couldn't stand. And now, many years later, he meets a girl who looks almost identical to Mito and has the same sensory abilities. A Shinigami's mockery or a blessing? The next morning, Naruto and his team, as well as Team 9, moved further to the tower. They met the team of Sound and took from them the scroll, Sky, which was so necessary for Team 9, and were able to reach the tower without incident, where the team of Sand was already. The red-haired man looked at Naruto the whole time, but he did not pay attention to this, and he, together with Team 9, opened their scrolls, in order to then throw them away when smoke began to come out of them. Their senseis appeared on the scrolls. That is, Team 9 had their sensei, Sarutobi Asuma, and Team 7 had their sensei from the academy, Yumino Iruka, and the fact that Hatake did not want to participate in this did not even surprise Uzumaki, since he was an elite jonin, and according to the rules of the exams, at least one elite must be in a state of rapid response while guests from other villages are here. Although there was a theory that Hatake was just lazy, Naruto didn't care about that. After the teachers explained everything to them, Naruto lay down to rest, or rather pretended to rest, but in fact he began to work on the seal left to him by Orochimaru. Unfortunately for him, the seal was not so simple, and Naruto, once again admiring the genius of Orochimaru, was still unable to destroy it even on the third day of the second stage, which is why he was very irritated. His irritation only increased when they were told that many participants had passed and that there would be elimination fights to decide who would move on to the third stage. The guy with glasses, whom he and his team met during the written stage, Yakushi Kabuto, gave up and did not take part in this. The Sound team went after this guy, as well as the Karen team, since they seemed to have lost one participant, and the head of their village gave them the order to return to the village. Uzumaki, to be honest, was disappointed, since he wanted to talk to her a little more, but he had to come to terms with it. Meanwhile, the fights were announced. The first match was Sasuke Uchiha vs. Yoroi Akato. The fight began. Yoroi attacks Sasuke and starts stealing his chakra with the chakra absorption technique. Sasuke couldn't do anything about it, and then he heard Naruto start yelling at him. Uzumaki was mocking him and yelling that Uchiha was losing to some weakling that Naruto would beat in 2 minutes. This pissed off Uchiha, and he remembered the fight with Rock Lee, which gave him an idea. He used the lion combo, a partial copy of the front lotus technique, along with the Sharingan. Yoroi was knocked unconscious and Sasuke was allowed to go to the finals. After the fight, Kakashi put a seal on his cursed seal. Naruto just smirked and Sakura glared at the blonde with a look that promised to quarter him. The second fight was between Zaku and Aburame Shino. Zaku had his arms full of holes and he fought with these holes, but he only used one arm to fight due to his overconfidence in his victory, and it was only when Shino blocked his arm holes with his bugs that Zaku realized how stupid he was. Zaku tried to use both arms but it was too late and his arms exploded, giving Aburame the victory. The third match was between Masumi and Kankuro of the Sand Three Siblings. Masumi quickly used his gentle body modification to restrain Kankuro and tricked him into grabbing his neck before Kankuro showed up. It turned out that Masumi was fighting a puppet. The real Kankuro was inside the puppet, controlling it with his puppet technique. He summoned Karasu to break Masumi's bones and eventually defeated him. The fourth match was between Haruna Sakura and Yamanaka Ino of Team 10. Their rivalry was particularly significant as the two rivals were battling for the Uchiha's heart. The match dragged on for a long time as they were evenly matched until Ino attempted to take over Sakura's consciousness in order to force her to surrender. Despite this, Sakura was able to push Ino out of her consciousness. Exhausted from lack of chakra, they were both prepared to fight to the last, simultaneously finishing each other off and eventually passing out. Giko Hayate, the referee for the preliminaries, declared them a draw and they moved on to another match. The fifth match was Tenten of Team Guy versus Tamari of the Three Sand Siblings. The match ended quickly as Tenten was from a clan of gunsmiths and all the projectiles from the large number of weapons that Tenten used were instantly repelled by wind release, a technique that Tamari used, and the Sand Girl ended up winning with barely a scratch. After Tenten lost, Rock Lee jumped down to avenge his teammate and friend on Tamari, but was stopped by Might Guy, who said that there was no point in wasting energy before the fight. The sixth match is Nara Shikamaru of Team 10 against Kinsuchi, a girl from Sound that Sakura fought. The first thing that came to Shikamaru's mind was that he didn't want to fight, so he immediately used the shadow imitation technique on Kin, but she quickly dodged his technique and threw Senbon at him with and without sound, using the ringing of bells from unexpected places to confuse Shikamaru and attack him from behind. Shikamaru, however, managed to catch her, using shadow stripes to hold her. In the end, Kin mimics Shikamaru's movements. They simultaneously picked up shuriken and threw them at each other. When it was time to dodge, Kin smirked. She mimicked Nara's movements and if he dodged, she would do the same, but when Kin jumped after Shikamaru, she hit the wall and it went out, which resulted in Shikamaru winning for his well-thought-out strategy and he was declared the winner. After Nara, Naruto was summoned and his opponent was Inuzuka Kiba. The cocky idiot had the nerve to walk onto the battlefield with a victorious grin while Uzumaki simply walked down onto the field. When Geto Hayate gave the signal, it didn't take a second for Inuzuka to act. Inuzuka used the Beast Man clone technique and attacked Uzumaki, who in turn went on the defensive. Inuzuka and his dog partner, Akamaru, tried to hit Naruto, but he constantly dodged them. "Is that all you can do?" Kiba asked mockingly, trying to reach Uzumaki with his claws, but he dodged again. "All you can do is dodge. Weakling." Of course he tried to provoke him, since Inuzuka did not forgive him for losing at the academy, but Naruto did not give in to provocations and continued to dodge. Uzumaki watched Kiba, analyzing him and the style he used. In the end, the Inuzuka clan had a feature. They adopted some traits of their beast partners and some of them were keen hearing, smell, heightened vision and an enhanced sixth sense. In the end, Naruto realized that Inuzuka's fighting style was no different from their usual style and began to attack. Once again dodging Inuzuka's claws, Uzumaki kicked Kiba in the stomach, then he turned around and did the same to Akamaru. The dog flew to the other side of the arena, whining in pain and Naruto could not get rid of the feeling of déjà vu, because this had happened before. Uzumaki suppressed a grin as Kiba glared at him with a look of pure anger before looking at his dog with worry and anxiety. Naruto spread his arms out to the side as if inviting Kiba to act and he went into battle again with a furious roar. Uzumaki didn't stand on ceremony this time, he blocked Kiba's kick and punched him in the jaw with his own fist, then in the stomach and chest, causing the Inuzuka to fly to the other side of the arena. Naruto waited for Kiba to rise and quickly approached him. Uzumaki delivered 3 punches to Kiba's face before delivering a punch to his chest. The Inuzuka hit the wall with his entire body and rolled down, losing consciousness. Everyone who was rooting for Inuzuka fell silent, looking at Uzumaki with wide eyes. They didn't expect the ever-screaming blonde to defeat the heir to the clan of dog lovers. Even some of the Hyugas, known for their composure, were surprised. After a minute of silence, the arena burst into applause and thunderous ovations. They may not have expected the blonde to win, but it was still spectacular. Of course, there were those who expected more, for example, a demonstration of techniques by the two genin, but of the two, only Inuzuka showed at least one, and Uzumaki simply went into hand-to-hand combat and this disappointed them a little, but Naruto didn't care. The blonde didn't want to put on a show for people who didn't understand that ninja work wasn't for beauty and he wasn't going to put on a show for them, and besides, using techniques against a child wasn't for him either. Uzumaki never harmed a child, be it war or just for educational purposes. The most severe punishment in their village was to drive genin to exhaustion in training or force them to read scrolls on history and other subjects, since Uzumaki themselves are not sedentary, and if they are not interested, then that's it, better kill them. Already standing on the stands next to his teammates, Naruto watched as two representatives of the Hyuga clan entered the arena. The guy they saw in the first stage, Hyuga Neji, the nephew of the clan leader and the heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. The girl was somehow tense, which Naruto immediately noticed. Her hands were shaking, her eyes were darting and her stance was uncertain. She entered the arena as if to a death sentence. Uzumaki, to be honest, did not understand why the heiress of the clan looked so intimidated, but memories from 5 years ago gave him the idea that the girl was bullied by older guys and her clanmates rarely came to her aid. The only time someone helped her was Naruto himself, without memories of his past life, and now, looking at this girl, Uzumaki understood that the Hyugas had not changed. They value strength, just like the Uchiha, only the Uchiha's pride was not feigned, while the white-eyed clan was too proud and arrogant. Hinata. Naruto shouted to the whole arena, addressing the girl. Go. You can do it. Beat him. People from the stands in the arena began to look at the blonde as if he was crazy, and Neji curled his lips in disgust, as did the head of the Hyuga clan. Hinata, although surprised by such unexpected support, was grateful and straightened up. Her gaze was more confident and she looked straight at her opponent, determined to win. Uzumaki himself did not care about the looks, even from his teammates, who looked at the blonde with indignation. Haruno was especially outraged, since he encouraged the enemy and the pink-haired girl wanted to yell at him, but changed her mind, remembering how the blonde scared her with just one look. Hitaki only looked at Naruto in surprise from behind his book, but then simply shrugged and returned to reading. The fight had meanwhile begun and Neji at first tried to force the heiress to surrender without a fight, but she did not give in and stood in a clan stance, which infuriated Neji. The opponents attacked each other at the same time, using the penetrating palm technique. It seemed that they were equal and Hinata did not lag behind her cousin, also activating the Byakugan, but the girl began to give in due to lack of preparation and her chakra flow was blocked. Neji again began to tell the girl to give up, because without the flow of chakra she is not capable of anything, but Hinata firmly looked into her cousin's eyes and said that she will fight even without chakra. Neji became even more enraged and tried to strike the heiress of the clan, which she would not withstand and would kill her, but then the examiner and sensei intervened, who appeared in the arena to protect the girl who lost consciousness a moment after their appearance. The ninth match was between Sobaku no Gaara, the youngest son of the fourth Kazekage of the Sand Village, and Rock Lee of Konoha. At the beginning of the match, no one except Rock Lee's taijutsu could penetrate Gaara's shield of sand until Lee removed the weights from his legs. Due to this, it gave him great speed to the point that Gaara's shield of sand was unable to capture all of Lee's movements and in order to defend himself, Gaara decided to make the first strike. Gaara then revealed his armor to protect himself from Lee's attacks. Lee, realizing that his normal attacks were no longer effective, decided to use Front Lotus on Gaara, but in the end it was revealed to be just a clone. With no other choice to end the match quickly, thick-browed, with Guy's permission, opened 5 of the 8 gates, the result being that Lee's strength increased many times in a very short time, but unfortunately it was detrimental to him. He began to hit Gaara with the reverse lotus. However, when Gaara fell to the ground, it dissipated with the sand gourd as protection from the fall. Gaara, realizing that the enemy is not so simple, used the sand coffin, thereby breaking Rock Lee's left arm and leg. After that, Might Guy suddenly jumped down, worried that Lee would simply be killed by Gaara, and also regretted that he had previously taught Lee how to open the inner gate. Especially after a moralizing lecture from a medical nin, since Lee simply cannot be a ninja anymore due to his severe injuries. In the end, Gaara was victorious. The last match was between Akamichi Choji and Kinuta Dosu. Choji reluctantly entered the arena and prepared for the fight, but after hearing that his sensei would be leading their team to a barbecue, he became filled with the desire to win. Unfortunately for Choji, his battle tank had no effect and Kinuta defeated him, but the sadness of defeat quickly passed when Sarutobi Asuma, the sensei of Team 10, said that they would still go to the barbecue whether he won or lost. At this point, the second stage ended and the examiner announced that the third stage would be in a month. The examinees could train for the entire month with their sensei or alone, but not outside the village. Uzumaki, watching Neji almost kill Hinata, was furious at the Hyuga boy's actions. He did not understand how one could want to kill his own sister, who saw him as a brother. He emitted such an aura that his teammates even began to slowly move away from him, and Hatake only looked at him with his only eye, in which fear and determination were simultaneously mixed, but after a minute Naruto calmed down and promised himself that if he had the chance, he would deal with Neji, even if their fight ended in death. He would not forgive anyone who attacked their own family members, even if these people were not blood relatives of Uzumaki himself. Family is strength. Family is treasure. Chapter 11. A month before. Commentary on Chapter 11. A month before. Enjoy reading. After the second stage, they were given a break, or as they called it, preparation, for a whole month. Hatake, who decided to remember once again that he was still a sensei, wanted to dump Naruto on Ebisu, but he didn't succeed, since Uzumaki sent him on an erotic walking tour. Hatake was shocked. Naruto, hissing and spitting, said that he could handle it himself, and Hatake should deal with the Sharingan idiot who was bitten by one snake-like bastard. Haruno tried to be indignant at such harsh statements in her lover, but she was stopped by one irritated look from Naruto, who was clearly not in a good mood. Especially after the fight between Hinata and Neji. Naruto could not understand what the problem was with the elder Hyuga, because Hinata treated him like a brother and was even ready to fight with him through force. Naruto shook his head and started punching the tree again. He needed to be strong to revive the clan. He needed to be strong to find the remaining Uzumaki. Meeting Karen had only confirmed that there were still Uzumaki left in the world and they were being treated like shit. He had to fix that. He had to bring the clan back and make those who had destroyed his clan go through hell. The invaders had to suffer. And he, Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Roku and Uzumaki Kin, 5th Uzukage of the Whirlpool Village, would do anything to make that happen. Naruto, a voice suddenly came from the subconscious. Come down to me. Kurama. Naruto was surprised to hear the fox's voice, since he often sleeps during his training, and at night, while Uzumaki himself sleeps, he heals him and relieves fatigue. Having gone down to the fox, Naruto looked at him and asked a question. What's the matter, Kurama? You need to rest, the fox said, looking at the profile of his Jinchuriki and friend. Uzumaki looked so-so. After the qualifying fights were over, he spent almost 2 days trying to remove the seal that Orochimaru had placed, and then began training for 3 days without a break. Yes, he was one of the Uzumaki, the red-haired devils who were famous for their large volume of chakra and greater endurance, but at the same time, Naruto often forgot that he was a human and not in his adult body, which is why he most often had circulatory overloads or exhaustion. Uzumaki hadn't even eaten normally since he started training. Kurama always tried to remove the pain from the circulatory system at night and ease the exhaustion, but due to the fact that Uzumaki hadn't eaten normally for more than 5 days, his body gradually began to weaken and even his chakra didn't help him. I'm fine, Kurama, Uzumaki said, looking away slightly. Uzumaki, the fox began discontentedly. You will soon bring yourself to the state of a vegetable. Your circulation is already very strained and even my chakra does not help. It does not help that you do not eat properly. You are not in your adult body now, which can last a month on pills and nothing will happen to it. This body is only 13 and it is not used to the kind of stress that you are used to as an adult. Therefore, I tell you, rest at least a day or half a day, and then start training again, or you will destroy yourself. I understand your concerns, friend, Naruto answered, and the fox wanted to exhale, but Uzumaki's clenched fists and lowered head told him that it was too early to relax. But I can't do this. My clan is dead and forgotten, and those who destroyed it live and do not know troubles. My family is now either dead or scattered across villages, where they are treated no better than manure or dirt. I must become stronger to quickly return Uzushio and Uzumaki. I must become stronger in order to take revenge on those who did this to my family. I must kill the traitors. And once again those violet eyes looked at the fox with anger and sadness that had accompanied his friend for many years, since he woke up in this body, but recently the anger was intensified by what Naruto heard in the Hokage's office when he went there to get permission to use one of the training grounds for a month while preparations were underway. Are you sure old man Sarutobi will approve? Fox asked with a sigh. Yes, Uzumaki nodded to the voice of the fox in his head. Sarutobi wants the weapon to be strong, but stupid. Loyal to the village, but at the same time listen only to him. It's not for nothing that he was present in my life my entire early childhood, caring for me, but at the same time never did anything when I was beaten. He pretends to be a kind grandfather and caring Hokage, while Shimura plays the role of the villain, or, more often than not, an observer from the shadows. But still, the fox drawled. Both Hiruzen and Danzo have immeasurable ambitions and a thirst for power, Naruto said, putting his hands behind his head and entering the Hokage's residence. But unlike the first, Danzo's ambitions are more pronounced and extensive, while Sarutobi prefers to wear masks and play a certain role. He is like the main scriptwriter, but at the same time a puppeteer and the main villain, in the shadows. In addition, Naruto didn't have time to say what happened next, because he had already approached the Hokage's office and was about to open the door as usual, that is, with a kick, but he was attracted by the voices on the other side of the door. Hiruzen, Danzo and two elders were now in the office, and if Naruto hadn't entered his name into the soundproof barrier, he wouldn't have heard anything, but he did it a year after he woke up in this body, and since then he sometimes overheard some conversations. Now he also clearly heard that Hiruzen and Danzo, together with the elders, were discussing him and their decision regarding his promotion in rank. The argument was loud and long, and the elders, together with Danzo, fiercely opposed his promotion, because he was the weapon of the village, and should not receive any concessions. Naruto honestly didn't care about it, but when one of the elders mentioned his mother and clan, he began to listen more carefully to what they were talking about, and as he heard, he didn't like it. Uzumaki was going wild right before our eyes, and if it weren't for Kurama, who had partially taken control of his body, he would have burst into the Hokage's office that very hour and tried to kill those old men to hell. Just think. His clan, his family and loved ones were betrayed by Konoha when Ashina-san agreed to send his grandniece to Konoha to reseal the Biju. As soon as Kushina left for Konoha, the villages of Rock, Mist and Cloud united and went to war on Uzushio. Konoha knew about the attack, but they did not act immediately, since Sarutobi was already the Hokage, and Hashirama and Tobirama were dead, and only Mito, who did not get involved in politics, remained alive. She did not know that Konoha was in collusion with 3 villages and died 3 days after the fall of Uzushio, since the Kyuubi was pulled out of her. Kushina learned of the fall of her native village 3 days later and became a full-fledged resident of Konoha, and later even married the 4th Hokage, thereby strengthening her position as a resident of the village hidden in the foliage. From what Naruto could also hear, it was clear that Konoha not only did not send its troops to help the friendly village, but also specifically requested the arrival of a new Jinchuriki ahead of schedule. That is why, although Uzushio fell, the Jinchuriki was replaced and the Nine-Tailed remained with Konoha. After hearing this, Naruto had no positive feelings towards Konoha. Yes, he had promised himself that he would not touch Konoha when he would revive Uzushio, since it was a memory of his friends and beloved, but what he had heard had changed a lot. Now there was no sympathy, only anger and hatred. He hated Sarutobi, Shimura and the 2 elders, but the deceased second Hokage deserved his hatred the most. Oh, how he hated the first one's brother, that he could not even pronounce his name normally and did not want to hear about him at all, but this could not be avoided and therefore Naruto tried to hide his true emotions about the village and its inhabitants. Kurama finally convinced Naruto to rest a little, and so the blonde is now walking around the village. Of course, he doesn't like crowded places, but there was nothing else to do. The fox said that he needed to go out and be social for a while, and the fact that Uzumaki doesn't want to be social with traitors and idiots doesn't bother him. In addition, he needed to divert the attention of the Hokage and the elders from himself, otherwise they began to notice the blonde's uncharacteristic behavior. Of course, he could blame it on the preparation for the 3rd stage, but the elders decided that it would be better to start watching Uzumaki, thereby irritating him. Why don't they leave me alone? Naruto wondered as he walked around the village and scared away the villagers. The blonde purposefully avoided places where he could meet his teammates or other children of the village, because he would either not be contained and would release his rage, or he would just be even more irritated. He didn't like the fact that he had to live in this village and breathe the same air with these people for now. Hoo. Naruto suddenly heard a giggle. Uzumaki turned his head towards the women's hot springs and saw a not-so-young man peeping at the girls, and also writing something in his notebook. Pervert. A thought flashed through Naruto's head and he smirked. He had been bored enough all this time, and here at least some variety. Without hiding at all, the still grinning boy approached the old man and put his hands in his pocket. He tried to get the old man's attention, but the old man only waved him away and Naruto felt excitement. The blonde took his hands out of his pocket and brought them to his mouth, and then screamed furiously, making his voice more squeaky and similar to a woman's. Pervert. The splashing of water and women's squeals were heard from the bathhouse, and Naruto continued. Aren't you ashamed? Spying on women. What is your wife looking at? Or, are you cheating on her? You bastard. How could you? Naruto would have continued to talk nonsense if the old man hadn't covered his mouth and started hissing at him, calling for silence. After everything had quieted down and the old man had led them away from the baths, he let go of the boy and looked at him menacingly, while Uzumaki, in turn, only glanced at him indifferently. What did you just do? The old man was indignant, suddenly ceasing to be menacing. I was collecting material for a book, and you interfered with me. Material? Naruto asked, tilting his head slightly to the side. Yes, material. I'm a writer and I write works of art. Here. He pulled out a book with a yellow cover and Naruto immediately recognized it. It was the same book Hatake was reading. This is porn. Naruto blurted out and looked at the old man in shock. So that's who writes these dirty little books. Aha, so you've heard of them. The old man said happily, and then squinted. However, aren't you too young to read such things? I haven't read them, but my teacher does. Naruto said. He even shuddered at that. If Mito were alive and she caught him reading those books then. It's scary to even think what she would do to him in that case. So you are the author of those dirty little books. That's right. The old man stood up and boomed. I, the great Sannin of Mount Myoboku, Jiraiya. Who? Naruto made a stupid face. He knew about Jiraiya and that he was one of the Great Trinity, and also that he was the third student. But Uzumaki didn't expect Jiraiya to be like this. Naruto expected one of the Sannin to be more, intimidating, menacing. Although, no, more serious. He expected Jiraiya to be more serious, considering how many wars he had been through, but what he was seeing now was a little disappointing. One of the Trinity turned out to be a complete pervert and mumbled something about women's charms, but what else was to be expected? Of course, reality was disappointing, but that was also expected. Especially if you remember Orochimaru, a psycho who was obsessed with experiments. As for the third of the team, Naruto hasn't made any predictions yet, but considering that she is Mito's granddaughter, then go figure out what kind of character she will have. True, Naruto had heard disturbing rumors about the great loser, but Uzumaki can't just believe rumors, so he still cherishes the hope that the rumors are unfounded. He cherishes it very much. Jiraiya, the old man shouted, getting Naruto's attention, but he only raised an eyebrow. The great Sannin, the toad hermit, a writer, the third's disciple. Oh, Naruto suddenly perked up. So you are the third old man's disciple. That's right, Jiraiya said hesitantly. Then that means, Uzumaki pretended to think about it and suddenly it dawned on him. The old man is a pervert too. What? Sannin could not expect the kid to come to such a conclusion, but watching him start mumbling something and nodding to himself, Jiraiya felt a little uneasy. Hey, listen, a guy, a child, a kid, what? Naruto answered immediately. What's your name? Jiraiya asked, suddenly remembering that he hadn't even learned the boy's name. Oh, Naruto said in surprise, as if he had just remembered that he hadn't introduced himself. I, Uzumaki Naruto, Dabayo. You Uzumaki, Naruto. The old man suddenly turned pale and seemed to have aged several decades. He looked at Naruto as if he had seen a ghost and Uzumaki understood him. What was it like to meet the son of his deceased beloved student and unofficial godson, after abandoning him? Of course, when Naruto learned about Jiraiya and his connection with Minato and him, he couldn't come to his senses for a long time, mainly because of anger. This man abandoned the newborn Naruto to his fate and did not inquire about his well-being, and for these almost 13 years he did not appear in the village. He simply left, as if he did not care about Naruto, nor Minato, whom he considered his son. No joke, but it turns out that Jiraiya was Namikaze's guardian until he came of age, and even when he gained independence, he still remained in the role of father and mentor for Minato, and then Kushina, who insisted on making this man Naruto's godfather. This is annoying, Naruto thought, looking at Jiraiya, who was deep inside himself. When Jiraiya returned to the village, the first thing he did was go to the Holy of Holies. The women's baths. Of course, ideally he should have gone to the Hokage's office, but the old man could wait, and the beautiful charms of women could not. Those beautiful curves of the body, not hidden by a layer of clothing, beckoned the gaze. Jiraiya was completely absorbed in the process of contemplation and did not notice how the genin boy approached him until he screamed and scared away all the girls in the bathhouse. Fortunately, the Sannin managed to shut the boys' mouths, since he began to talk some nonsense about his wife and betrayal. The boy clearly did not recognize him, and Jiraiya had to take matters into his own hands, but even after the Sannin introduced himself, he did not recognize him, and only when Jiraiya called himself the third student, the boy's eyes widened and he blurted out something that the Sannin had never dreamed of. The third Hokage is a pervert. I wanted to laugh until I dropped. He didn't want to laugh anymore. Just think about it. Uzumaki Naruto, the son of his son and student, stood before him. His own godson and grandson all rolled into one. The child he had left in the village for many years, and he himself had left. Jiraiya wanted to sink into the ground more than ever, from such a forgotten feeling as shame. He had promised Minato and Kushina that if something happened to them, he would take care of the child, but in the end he had to leave the village. At first he had thought of leaving for a year or two, but then he had simply forgotten about the child, and when he remembered, he was ashamed to return. And now he stood before this child and didn't know what to say or do. Okay, old man, I'm going, Naruto said and already turned around to leave. Hey, kid, wait. But Naruto didn't listen to him and started to leave, then Jiraiya decided to follow him. Wait, kid, what do you want, old man? The boy turned to the Sannin. I'm in a hurry, I need to train. The Chunin exam won't pass itself. An exam? Jiraiya was surprised, already keeping up with the boy. You're taking the Chunin exam? Yes, why? The blonde raised an eyebrow. This old man was already starting to irritate him, and Uzumaki greatly regretted that he approached him. Yes, no, nothing. The Sannin shook his head and thought, and then said a phrase that made Naruto stumble. Do you want me to train you? What? Uzumaki asked, looking at the Sannin in shock. Was he hallucinating, or did he hear Jiraiya offer him training under the Sannin? The old man began to laugh and stand in various, heroic, poses, while saying, You clearly don't have a teacher, or you're shirking your training, since there are no children taking the Chunin exam at this time. So perhaps you need a more competent teacher, me, the great Sannin Jiraiya. Listen, old man. Naruto sighed and closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them, he looked firmly into Jiraiya's eyes. I don't need. Agree. Kurama's voice suddenly made Uzumaki stop. What? No way. Naruto was indignant and frowned. I'm not going to waste my time talking to this idiot. Naruto, a sigh was heard. The fox was already tired of communicating with this Uzumaki, since he had wasted half a day just to make him go for a walk. Agree. Perhaps Jiraiya will be able to teach you something completely new, and some knowledge will be easier to explain through apprenticeship with a Sannin than anything else. After thinking about it, Naruto finally agreed with the fox's argument and responded with consent to the Sannin's offer. After all, Kurama was right in some ways. Some knowledge would be easy to confirm with apprenticeship, and about some it would be better to lie, and Uzumaki needed a real sparring partner, since the trees couldn't stand it, and asking other genin would be better off dying. The Jonin wouldn't agree. Firstly, he was a demon, and secondly, he was a genin. So Jiraiya was the best option or alternative for now. Jiraiya, as soon as he heard that the boy agreed, immediately began to make grand plans for training, but Naruto stopped him and said that his modest skills included walking on water and vertical surfaces, ninjutsu, taijutsu, henna. That's all. Jiraiya was horrified by the skills of his new student, but at the same time he understood that no one was going to teach the boy. In general, it was a miracle that he knew henna walking with the help of chakra on surfaces, so the Sannin decided to teach his student some elemental techniques, but first he still needed to find out what exactly he was capable of, so a sparring session was held. After the sparring, the Sannin understood what was needed and gave the boy a task, and after 3 days, he made him find out the elements. So, this is chakra conducting paper, Jiraiya began, pulling out several sheets. It will help us identify your elements. You need to squeeze it between your index finger and thumb, and then conduct chakra. As you know, there are 5 basic elements in Genkai. Water, the sheet will get wet. Earth, the leaf will rot. Fire, it will turn to ash. Air, it will be cut in half. And if you have lightning, it will crumple. There is also a chance that a Genkai can awaken from a combination of elements. Got it? Naruto, without answering, simply nodded his head, and when Jiraiya handed him the sheets of paper, he did exactly as the old man said. His sheet was cut in half, then one part was crumpled, and the other got wet and only slightly scorched. Jiraiya was a little shocked and just looked at Uzumaki with big eyes, and the blonde himself only looked at it indifferently. Although in his soul there was a storm of emotions, since almost all of his elements came with him. Except one, fire. In the past, Uzumaki did not have fire, and he did not want to master it. His main elements were always air and water, as well as lightning, but Naruto mastered air with double zeal at first, since this element was the main one for him. Then he moved on to water, and then lightning. Yes, he remembers his first training with the elements without sensei, and he also remembers the scolding from Uma, since she then walked over his mental abilities, and also complained about him to everyone she could. Almost the entire village came to scold him then. Fortunately he ran away on the 3rd day. He simply begged a mission from Ashina-sama, which he completed in a week and only returned after another week. They left him alone, but made sure that he did not overexert himself too much, and he was already an adult and independent then. He was already 11. But this is all poetry. Quickly calming down, Naruto looked at the teacher and began to wait for his actions and decisions. Jiraiya, to his credit, came to his senses quickly and said that for now they would only master the wind element, since it was this element that the Sannin had studied for a long time, and he was not sure that he had mastered it completely, but he could teach the student a couple of tricks. Uzumaki only nodded at this and began to listen to the teacher about the air element, repeating some seals and creating certain techniques, refreshing his memory of long-forgotten skills. Meanwhile, the month flew by unnoticed.